they did become aware and revolt, and okay, all of a sudden this government's not here anymore, and they took all the riches and moved everything over to China as far as production. So, we can just sit here and starve to death until it's time to go ahead and start a new civilization in this area again. So do I sound like Mr. Doom and Gloom or what?
I think as time goes on, the censorship is going to get worse for Flat Earth, and then they're just going to say that it's for the best of the human race, that we don't allow this pseudoscience to, or some bullshit like that. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. It's kind of like with UFOs. It's just a weather balloon. It's no spaceship here, nothing to see, and get people's curiosity up. Maybe this could be a spaceship from, some other planet. All the UFO movies are coming out and stuff, and oh no, there's nothing to see here. There's no such thing as UFOs. And then slowly but surely, they've been, releasing documents that say that, they've investigated UFOs. So, maybe there are unidentified flying objects, and maybe they're coming, from some other place on Earth that we're not familiar with, and it's an advanced civilization. Or maybe they just said that to go ahead and reinforce the ball theory. But, I want to believe the Bible. And it's getting to the point now, it's like, he who wins the wars writes the history books. So I'm even questioning the Bible now as far as, okay, well, this is what it says in here. And I was never religious or a Christian for most of my life. I'm not going to get into all that story, but the bottom line is Flat Earth had me looking at the Bible again. And it's just, I don't know, there's so many... The more lies you see, or at least, the more lies that I see, the more I doubt what I'm told is reality. And I need to really go ahead and check it out myself. And the Bible is one of those things that I can't go back and check out. We know what happened a couple thousand years ago. So
then you'd have to conclude that all of history has been recreated and repurposed, or you have to get very select on what history that you want to consider true and not true. And then you'd basically put yourself in a position of, I don't know what history is because I can't tell whether or not the history that I've been told is true. And then
exactly,
you're in an utter state of utter ignorance, and then you can only accept if you're going to take that stance. I can only accept what I can test and show and observe to be true, and then that's going to remove everything from history and as to what you would consider to be true, because you can't go back and test it. So then you have to exercise logic further, and
that's the black pill I was talking about earlier.
You'd have to think real hard about what is possible or what is plausible, and then to answer your question, or to throw a bone about the Bible, I would say, if you pay attention to history, especially if you decide to get into like the whole, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say it, but that the general that one side of Catholicism that has all of the intellectuals, those guys creating the heliocentric model, the Jesuits.
So was that Miggy that mentioned the black pill?
That was me. I was Like the doomer pill, like everything is like there's no point in anything, and then everything just becomes like I can't trust this, I can't trust that, this and that. Then
that in itself is a fallacy, because you can trust when you wake up and open your eyes and you say, "Hey, let me go do something." You can trust that you're capable of doing that. You're capable of opening your eyes, observing reality, tangibly examine it, and then that's for sure. The truth is in front of your face, bro.
Well, I'll tell you, I had an ex-wife, and I thought I had a child that was mine, and found out many years later, after she had become an adult, that she wasn't. And, that's, taking a look at reality and a belief in something that I thought I could trust. I mean, that she was my ex-wife for many, many years before I actually found that out. But the bottom line is, one of the things I learned when I first started looking at flat Earth, they said, "Don't believe me, go out and try it for yourself." And so I've kind of taken that philosophy that, okay, I'm going to go ahead and check this out. And that's why I'm here right now. Mark Sargent told me about a flat Earth meetup that was coming up. I met Dude there. Dude gave me the URL and told me to come in here. And that's just what I've been looking for, because I'd been in my own little shell knowing about this stuff and being afraid to talk to anybody about it. And, the one person that I felt I could talk to about it, my wife, didn't want to hear anything about it. She was, that's a whole other story. But the bottom line is, so if NASA's not real, if we haven't been to the moon, if the Earth isn't a round spinning space ball going all these different directions, millions of miles an hour, what is real? So they wrote history books.
The antecedents to the lie, the fundamentals, the axiomatic real thing. Remember when you said, that wasn't my child, even though you believed in a lie, but that doesn't change the fact that reality is reality and the facts are the facts. Even though if you believe a lie, doesn't change the facts.
That's true.
What?
But I've turned into somewhat of a truth seeker, and now I want to know the facts. And it's like,
and an axiomatic, when you say NASA is lying and the other guys are lying, that doesn't mean everybody's lying. That doesn't. The antecedent to NASA, the place where they build the lie, that's real stuff, right? But they build the lie over there, and NASA still uses loons, Sarah loons, where helium is a lie. Are the balloons a lie? Is the technology, the lenses a lie? The photography, that stuff is still real, bro.
Well, I'm not saying all that stuff is a lie. What I'm talking about is, facts they tell us in history. Was there really an Isaac Newton that an apple dropped out of the tree? Or did they just start teaching that stuff back in, 1920, 1930 when, Rockefeller and Rothschild were trying to go ahead and rebuild civilization?
Yeah.
Civilization was built already before those guys. There was already people. Civilization was in place. The wealth was in place. Reality was in place. The guys made a story about, look, an apple fell on my head. Therefore, this story is true, right? If you believe that, okay, good for you. But it still doesn't make it true. Whatever. I mean, the apple fell on his head, right? Cool. The apple fell. I don't see any problems with that. But then if you make a lie out of that and start promoting the lie, that doesn't change the facts of reality. It's just a lie.
And if we're going to jump into history again, because I had to step off for a second, when you compare what known history we have and we compare what the Bible is saying in itself, it talks about how we're in a contained environment, and we were created for a purpose. But then it also has got the prophecies and such that talk about the future. right? And in Revelation, there's a portion where it talks about how the virgin ran into the wilderness. The dragon opened its mouth and released water to kill the virgin, but the earth swallowed it up. So, in my mind, when God's people are under attack and they run into the wilderness, or in this case, I'll say, the falling away, the people losing interest in God and thinking that God is fake, is the virgin running into the wilderness, and the dragon releasing the water out of its mouth is a flood of information and a flood of lies. The earth swallows it up. The earth is the object of truth, and it removes the lies so that the virgin is not killed. So when you look back at history, when we get our model, all of the hot points that they use to build their idea to put us into this subjective reality, there's always been a Jesuit at the head of it. All of our evolution missing links that end up being false, there was a Jesuit who found it, or assisted somebody who found it, or the Big Bang Theory was created by a Jesuit, and the list can go on. So I would say, instead of throwing the Bible into the mix of saying, well, this is a lie of history, I would say,
learn from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we learn from the mistakes, and then we find, when we verify some of the claims, we find that the facts are facts and the lies are lies. It's not really that complicated. We also have Akira joining the VC, and who's the other one? We have two people joining the VC, and Warped. You guys have any questions about the server topic? Shape of the Earth, or flat Earth, or truth, or lies? Akira or Akira. You can open your mic. Let's see. I muted them. I gotta bring it back in the circle. Topic.
Jumsy, is that you, Jumsy?
That is Jamsey in the Discord.
While we're waiting for somebody else to jump in, I got a quick question about the globe. If the Earth was a globe and you had a compass and you were standing, say, near the equator, wouldn't the needle on the compass also bend besides just point straight north? Wouldn't it bend for the curvature, or no?
Isn't the needle that you're talking about is pointing north, you're saying, and you're asking if it's gonna point downwards to the ground?
Well, no, not point downwards to the ground, but bend just enough and point north for the globe.
The problem is that you're trying to think about a reference in Fantasyland and how things work in Fantasyland. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah. No, I don't.
Exactly.
You mean like physically bend, like the metal?
Yeah.
That, just think about it. That sounds crazy.
Well, why? If it's of a force pulling on that needle to put it in that direction.
What
and
if
you're
just
at the bottom of the globe? Wouldn't it? I don't know.
Well,
I just thought maybe that was.
If you just flip it, like just flip it up, it doesn't bend when you do that. So
we got to prove the Earth is flat.
It's because there wouldn't be enough. If they were true either way, there wouldn't be enough force to bend the metal. I don't know if you understood what I meant.
No, yeah, I do.
Yeah, I bought a few compasses to play with that idea, just to make sure that the North Pole's like straight over, from where I am, and the needle would point down at a 45-degree angle if you were at the equator on a globe, which isn't real, but because you can tilt up the compass and the needle keeps pointing flat. I got a compass with like half an inch of room above and below the needle.
When they go to in the reports of the explorations, multiple explorations of the Southlands, they describe like five different South Poles that are described. I gotta look it up to read it specifically, but they kind of describe, we have a South Pole on the map. This is the geographical South Pole, right? And they explain what that is. It's kind of like in reference to the globe map that they're supposed to be using, right? But even though they describe that one, that is from the map, they also describe kind of like geomagnetic or electromagnetic readings that they find, and that's like thousands of miles away from the geographical map pole that they describe. And they describe another one like the different names. It's kind of interesting how all of these poles have like different positions when they do the references in relation to what they read on the book and then what they actually utilize in the terrain and the things that they have readings of or whatever. The longitude. It's interesting when you talk about that stuff. So the compass, what is it going to show? A phenomena. I will say if it's pointing to the north, and if actually functionally, there should be some position on the ground that is causing that effect. Could be, people say, the magnetic mountain, or who knows. It might be an electromagnetic effect that it could be part of the input from the things above, the heavens above, or the skies above, from the sky to the ground. Could be causing an electromagnetic effect because it's an effect happening in the medium between the ground and the things above. We know a bunch of phenomena, and the phenomena of the compass is one of many.
I've been thinking a lot lately about the North Pole, because it seems like everybody's always talking about, Antarctica and going down there and ice walls and shit, but nobody really ever talks about what's up there very much. And it seems to me too, that excursion to investigate that would be a lot easier than going south. And it's crazy how they just make, these rules and say, hey, no, you can't go here. You can't fly over this area. And everybody's just like, oh yeah, okay. And they just accept it. Nobody's saying, hey, what do you mean I can't fly over here? Why? And who gives you the authority to tell me I can't fly over this area? I think it would be totally possible too for, if they were willing, inclined to do so, for private pilots, to form, a group and actually do it. Get as many pilots as they can and head that way and make a big deal of it and say, well, what are you going to do? Shoot us all down?
That's exactly what they'll do.
As a
Seems way
pilot,
more doable than boats and going south.
yeah, but as a pilot, will you go get in the airplane and say, hey, let's go somewhere without knowing where we're going? You have, obviously,
if
you
there
can figure
was-
it out
if
and
there-
do the planning, but obviously you will need the permissions from the operators of the airways, because they have control over the airways. You can just get in an airplane and travel internationally without permissions. I mean, that's what I comprehend about the situation on that. So if you are a pilot, as a
Well, right.
competent pilot, you will have to have the flight path, but an exploration one. Like, you don't know where you're going exactly, so you're gonna have to do one. Okay, we reached this point and we're gonna come back. Okay, let's go let's take a bigger path. Or you're saying, let's say a bunch of airplanes, a bunch of pilots that way? You're definitely gonna need some permissions from the administrators, in my opinion.
And it might even be a one way, which is really scary.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if you're willing to die for it, I mean, okay. Because you don't know. When I was a kid, I thought by this time we would have like hovercrafts and like flying vehicles and stuff like that. I remember growing up watching the Jetsons and all this shit. Like Back to the Future. Oh my god.
No, basically just need the militaries and have like an open, transparent version of that we have in place already. Because I'll tell you, I'm almost certain that all of the regions of the world has been explored already. We have the capabilities. There has been, this 10,000 tons vessels or more that the icebreakers and the machinery that is already designed to go to places, no matter the conditions. It's been done already. This idea that let's go claim Fleeton and ninja rush the Antarctic Circle or whatever. It's been done already, guys. It's just that there is a private side of things that is in place, and then if there is some type of transparency about it, maybe we'll be able to see more. But I don't think the ninja rush of the secret places is gonna work. Or people can try that. It's a possibility as well. About the new people, any questions? Come on. Why you open your mics?
Well, what do you think would happen to the government if it was confirmed that the Earth is flat, we're not living in space? What do you think would happen? Like there would have to be like a complete restructure, right?
No, you don't need a complete restructure. It's just that the structures of lies and the mechanisms of the lie might fall apart in a sense, and there will be more transparency about the real East level stuff. And where would that go? That might be a new day, someday to come. If you have the parasites, some of the parasites in place, a lot of the corruption, but you don't want children holding the wheels. You don't want the children have to be in place, and a lot of the adults, men and women, are acting like children for a long time. Plus, you have the corrupt people pushing everybody down to make things even more difficult and clogged. But in reality, we have the capabilities of doing a lot of progress in comparison with what we have in place at the moment. That we have a system. It's just that we're probably not using the machine as designed with the best version of it.
Isn't the reason, Gemsy, though, that a lot of people are acting like that, like children? Isn't that a part of just their conditioning, that they're conditioned to be childlike and stay in a childlike state, so that they, have to lean to their leaders for everything?
Yeah, but that is in place. But they're also not in. There's also the other option that you can start, in a sense, making decisions for yourself and figuring it out. But obviously, for me, the family is supposed to be there for that to be more in place with reality, because you need the family circle and then grow from there with the community that is family. But today you have the breakage of that, and it makes everything more difficult for everybody. In my opinion, that's my opinion. But it's still, the
You have father government. That's what you have.
Yeah, that's the daddy government.
Daddy government, yeah, daddy government.
But still, you can be an adult because that's what you are. You're not the product of a establishment in place. You're supposed to be the operator, the beneficiary, the creditor, the living one, the knower, the first-hand knowledge, the one that knows, the knower, the informer. Or the one that can comprehend the knowledge and utilize it to accomplish goals that can be benefits for family, community, yourself, God, all of it. You're not just one thing. You're not just a flat earther or a globe earther or whatever Google earther, whatever Google search earther. That's not what you're supposed to be. Or a Democrat, Republican, whatever labels. And also be a son, a brother, father, a friend, a pillar for your community and your family. You can be all those things as well.
Yeah, America's really scary too because like there's divides all around the country. Like every state is kind of like it's getting to the point where every state is kind of like its own country almost, like with their own laws and
Because
know.
people are in conflict. It's trauma-based behaviors that, from the foundation, the separation of the family, that is the opposite of what it should be, the union of the family, right? Under foundations that are in place and follow that, right? Now we have the opposite that is being promoted and incentivized, and it creates an environment where people, in a sense, are trying to get by. But there's a lot of crazy stuff happening too. Because people stay near their foundations, but not everybody can drive a 16-wheeler or carry a gun and use it correctly. Not everybody. Maybe I believe everybody's capable, but not everyone is ready for a lot of things that comes from the realist level and the environment in place. And that's why people want to be in a bubble, in a cocoon, have a dream. You gotta be asleep to believe it. And people like to stay on that state, that mind state. And then they make statements about their beliefs and believing of the lie.
Is it because they can't do it, or because they're being told that they shouldn't do it?
Yep, it's being promoted and incentivized to behave that way, have that mindset. But just as it's easily, suggestively pushed out there, you can also see it for what it is. Freaking lie. A lie. And you can choose to believe it or not.
Yeah, when I go out to the store, or when I go out anywhere, I carry. Here in Florida, you can conceal carry, and so it's because you never know. You know, the world's getting worse and worse.
Bro, you could be going to the store to buy milk for your family and bread and meat or whatever, or your veggies. You could be going on your transit, on your travels to accomplish towards that goal. And a snake or a freaking alligator can come and try to eat your ass. Well, you're gonna just fight it with the veggies and hit it with the meat? No, shoot his ass. Because if you don't shoot that threat, it's gonna do it to a child, maybe your child, or there's threats out there in nature. I mean, we have to try to stay away from it, but you don't know when it's gonna happen. Sometimes you have to do things. There's shit to do, bro. You don't want. It's not just the alligator. Now you have the police looking at you. Oh, where are you going? What do you have? You smell kind of funny, dude. Yeah, meat, bro. I brought meat. I got meat and spices. Trying to go home, eat something, cook. What's your problem, dude?
That's one of the things that bothers me too about America is I was born into, well, we all were already born into this whole system that was set up in place, and we never had a choice, and no one ever asked us how we felt about any of the laws or regulations or anything. We're forced to follow it all. So, but then we're told, we're the freest nation on earth. Well, how am I free when I'm forced to follow a set of rules that I had no say in, and and then the whole monetary system and the way all that's set up, it's there's no freedom. That's not being free.
Well, I think it's the freest compared to other places. That's what they're saying. They're not saying that it's free. Obviously, there's rules, but
you are the monetary system. You are the currency. You are the inputter of the energy currency into what is translated as value or wealth, because your input is gonna somehow create some wealth. How? That's up to you to put your efforts and your time towards.
I don't know if it's in Canada or if it's in the UK. I don't know exactly where it is, but supposedly if you misgender someone, you can like go to jail, or you can, I don't know, they can fine you or something. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, they're falling into the fallacies of, okay, in this book says something, and some guy wrote in the book that if you said the wrong thing, you go jail. I mean, that's just the globe-tard mentality,
Yeah.
the ball-tard, making problems where there's no issues.
I don't want to make this into a political debate, but or like into a political discussion, but do you think that there's a similarity between globalists and libtards?
It's being pushed by certain people. Not everybody's pushing it. You have average people out there that never think about globes or shapes of the earth, or they're not thinking about that. They're trying to accomplish things on the realist level. But then you have the people pushing it, the priests that are pushing the ideas, selling the products, selling you the t-shirts, selling you the globes that you put in the corner and the kindergarten or whatever grade, and on the back of the room or the corner next to the bookshelves, and you say, "Hey, everybody, listening to me. This is where you live, right?" You say, and some people believe it, but not everyone, because you don't really have to believe in the lie when you think about it fundamentally.
Yeah, I was kind of you kind of dodged my question, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. It's not even a good
Yeah,
question.
that's what I'm saying. The people, the priests, the libtards, or whatever you label it as, that's another label. Yeah, globetards, libtards, or whatever, because they are pushing an idea. So yes, it's a common theme between people that believe that way. But also the conservatards also push the globe as well, right?
That's true. That's true for sure.
There you go. There you go. So we know it's not black and white.
Yeah.
There's a lot of colors to the rainbow.
Well, it's that month, I guess.
So what's your favorite color? Rainbow. Oh, Jim is here. Everybody, please open the mic for Jim because he's definitely got to say something right now. Go ahead, Jim.
I have a song dedicated to Jimsy. It goes something like this. Parasite power, yes they do. They know what they're doing when they attack Jimsy. Parasite power, yes they do. They go rah-rah after Jimsy. That's my first stanza. I'm going to save the rest for later.
It's an honor. Hear some melodies made of the mind, especially from certain individuals.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
God bless those parasites, man. Jimsy and I would be total strangers if it wasn't for parasites.
You know, the sunlight is a very good disinfectant. Get some sunlight. Okay, Jim?
Get some sunlight for those parasites. Knock them right out.
This is not medical advice. I'm just saying, go out there and get the sunlight. Also goes through your eyes. You intake it.
Yes. Yes, get that sunlight through your eyes.
Through your skin.
That triggers vitamin D the fastest when it goes through your eye. That sunlight goes through your eyes.
That's the opposite of what they sell you. The black holes, right? Is the intake of the light. It's going in. Might not see it, but you do see it. But that's how you know.
I want you to know, Jimsy, light travels. And it travels a long way, like 13.7 billion years or 86 trillion, 600 quadrillion miles, 18 zeros behind it, just so it can see Jimsy's eyes, so he can get more vitamin D into his body.
Jim, what's the topic that you're going to be talking about in relation to what you like to talk about? You got 3 topics?
I have 8, but we narrowed it down to 3. We're going to remove little g and replace it with something else. We're going to remove gravity from the equation. We're going to remove the motion of the Earth around the sun, and which is the heliocentric foundation, Earth around the sun in an elliptical orbit. And then we're going to talk Newton's third law of motion.
Sounds cool. Looking forward for the conversation. If the opposite side believer joins and wants to talk about it. I'd rather not hear much about the globe until someone wants to kind of like wave the flag and gotta just take it from him and smack him with it.
Once the eyes are useless when the mind is blind. We're all born into a prison system we cannot see, therefore we cannot get out of. But once the veil is lifted, there's no turning back. I'm going to tell you right now, once you realize the globe is fake, it just gets more stupid by the day that anybody believes in it. But that's what indoctrination and lots and lots and lots of money will do for you. It will buy you an entire belief system.
I agree with that, but then also sometimes I wonder, or I think that it's amazing that any of us can wake up with the amount of control and the amount of tactics they have now to come at us and really disease our minds.
You got that right. I'm telling you what. I call it Globerville. I grew up in a town that had VILL at the end of it. And so, Ville means village of or town of. And so we have a town of Globerville, that their three head council people are Loon McToon, Not Professor Dave, and FTFE, and they take their marching orders basically off of those three. That's who we get to talk to. It's a real pleasure to talk to Professor Parks. He's talked to Austin. I guess he's going to be in here on the 30th of June, and he's going to be on Troubling's podcast this coming Monday. He starts on YouTube and then goes to Zoom on. And so it's nice to talk to him, but we need like 8 or 10 more like him, so we don't get stuck with the Root Hefs and the Brendas and all those people. It just gets annoying.
There's a story to tell, I know it well, won't you listen? It's a one of a kind to open your mind. Can you hear me? I try to show you the warning signs, but you live your life from TV. Yeah, you're not aware of who you are, let alone where you might be. Think you better stop and wake up. There's no revolution yet. Oh, oh. Revolution, yeah. 'Cause there's poison in the water, poison in the sky. Every day another war where children have to die. So why, oh why, there's no revolution yet? Wanna do everybody tonight? Say it with love to them, 'cause the truth hurts. Oh yeah, 8 inches from my old square. So you should have a look first. Finger point at me when you're too blind to see. There's a war to be won, a race to be run, and I'm winning. Oh yes I am, and I fight it for you. If you wanted me to, would you feel it? Oh. Happy with reality created for you. That is why, oh why, there's no revolution yet. So what are we all gonna do? Everybody tonight, say it with love to them, 'cause the truth hurts. Oh, 8 inches per mile square. Told you should have looked first. Your finger pointing me when the truth can set you free. So tonight, say it with love to them, 'cause the truth hurts. And the universe is an illusion. Baby, now I'm still the same old someone that you knew. But I had grown to learn to find the truth. Oh yeah, on my own. Because the truth hurts. Ooh, yeah. 'Cause the universe is an illusion. 'Cause the universe is an illusion. 'Cause the universe is an illusion.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam, crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You went out and educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
So far away, the moon isn't what they say. Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what they say. 600 miles using stars around the compass was our arm. The lies and love too much to bear. Tell the story, make it fair. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The thinker thinks he's on his own. The song adjusting to the tone. And dreams of revolution's dome. The clouds they hide the mystics home. The sun is not so far away. Everything isn't what they say. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. rise, and the Harlem poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away, the moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what they say.
It's fly, yeah. It's fly, yeah. It's fly, yeah.
We the best music.
It's fly, yeah.
Another one. DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure, and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and flat smacking down all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog, C-top far less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel race with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the age of the sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth right in front of me, a global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to gravity, you don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity, that's just a simile. Science cannot see, it's pseudo actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity. Hell bent on vanity, you gave it for sanity. Freedom lost rapidly, you gave up happily. Truth has validity, lies fear scrutiny. Objective reality, a global fatality. Public pageantry, lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny? Me, public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave and daughter flee. Fury stolen from the heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? The soul in your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free, don't die or work a bee. You cannot lie to me, no knowledge sets you free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see, it's just a 43. What's in bigger, take a knee, stop the we and top the plea. Open eyes, see the point is 3. Undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality, this genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. The
Time
to rise up, come together, teach each other. Time to rise up, break the bonds for one another. Time to rise up, I believe in you. They lied to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain pride, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie? The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into a socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, its history. Behind the UN as well, so mystery. Do the research, stop the faith. It's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
The earth is flat. The earth is flat. Flat.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help nudge that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraform on Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah! I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is Earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste to see somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the ESP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears.
After this song, move.
So let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this
What up, guys? I just wanted to spark some conversation. Like literally, like anywhere you go on the live stream, like Flat Earth servers. At least maybe I didn't check them all, but Geo's has been dead for quite a long time. I tuned in here, and you guys just keep playing fucking old ass music. Not bad though, Helio. That was good music. Hey, play some butthole flurfers. You know, throw that up there. But dude, seriously, like I just wanted to spark some conversation. Anybody? Like, why is it that every place is dead right now? Take a look at my last message. That would be a funny reason to explain it. Because I will tell you that this conversation is led on both sides by the controllers. All the important people, all the influencers are in their fucking like once a month, their once monthly meeting, and that's why every place is dead. No, it ain't about the trolls, man. Dude, the trolls have advanced. Like the trolls have been initiated by the CIA at this point. Like they've gone through initiation and training, and like they know their OSHA safety rules and all kinds of shit. Like they're all like ready to go. They don't send you like the little scrubs at the bottom anymore. Like that's a couple of years past. So now you're dealing with people who you think are legit, but they're literally just controlling everything that you say. They know you, they know me, they know everybody here, and they know how to fucking push our buttons. These people are better than that. They're not that stupid. Even though Biden, who rules them all, like looks so stupid, he's not really ruling anybody. You know, he's just the guy you throw away every 4 years. You know, like the government isn't as inept as we would like them to think they are. Anyhow, that should have been enough to spark a fucking conversation. I'll go on mute for a minute. Somebody, you know. All right, I get it. You guys are in two different places at once. You have to pay attention to the meeting. Fuck it. Like, dude, the CIA is telling important information. Like, you guys got to fucking listen. It's your job. Glad you like my humor, Flatlight, right? I still like your name, seeing as how I came up with it. Anyway, so what's the deal? Like, are we winning too hard? Like, give me the inside scoop from the fucking intelligence agencies. Come on, somebody speak up. You'll be the first to fucking break the silence. Like literally, like I said, like it's dead everywhere. Like any live stream, flat Earth, at least the ones I checked, gone. Nothing going on. Like complete silence everywhere. Somebody speak up. Don't type. Speak.
Hey, what's up, Lou?
What a fucking brave individual you are.
Well, the only reason I didn't get on sooner is try to put this little one to bed, but she didn't want to. So I was like, F it, I'll just talk. Maybe she'll fall asleep.
No, she's thinking too hard right now.
She's just enjoying walking. She started walking yesterday. It was a great moment.
And realizing how flat the Earth is.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Or at least according to some globe doctors, they figured out the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, they're just they're becoming adapted to the spin of the Earth, adjusting to it. Yeah. No, thanks for speaking up. I had to break the radio silence somewhere, somehow. And I'm calling people out as shills.
Yeah, I guess that's one way. I was just thinking maybe it's the timing, you know. I don't know, did something happen in the news or something? I don't watch the TV.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm waiting for the insider to tell me, you know?
I'm just waiting for my TV to turn on and be like, aliens have arrived. And be like, oh, I mean, I have one just in case, but I figured it'll just turn on itself. If it's really important.
I don't worry about that whole alien thing. Like, even the fake alien invasion, like all that, it's just too set up. Like, it's when or if that ever happens, I can be 100% sure, like not 99.9, but 100% sure that it is set up because it was finally in place. It's all fake.
Right.
Like everything else. Like there is no alien invasion about to happen.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, the only, I guess, evidence you could say that makes me feel a little like, well, that's kind of weird, is if Warner von Braun really did say that to his secretary, you know, about like the last card they can even play, you know.
Well,
but it's like Albert Pike's 3 letters, you know. I don't know.
It would be a card. Like, we have no reason to think that any of these things exist. Now, yes, you could be surprised because of the ultimate unknown, right? Like, you could be like 99% sure, or 99.9% sure, or 9.99% sure, and you can keep adding nines, and you still have that little bit of unknown. You know, like, it's never happened before. Why would it happen now? And then all of a sudden you're surprised. You're like, oh shit. You know, but like
I mean, I used to think the world could never be flat, you know, and
yeah.
But yeah, you're definitely right about
the way things are now. Like, if something like that ever if something like that happened now, I would hope that everybody, but at least everybody in, you know, the truther community would not be fooled.
Right. But you know, 70% of flat earthers are going to be like, look, everybody's, you know, awake to flat earth now. Let's all be one world people. And, you know.
Yeah. And then there's me, who I could still be fooled, right? That 0.001% chance. Like, I've been telling people don't fall for it, you know, because it's going to be bullshit. And then what if it's real?
Right.
What if it's fucking real? What if aliens came from fucking Saturn and fucking destroyed us?
Yeah, well, my grandfather used to say, Chris, if's a big word. If my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle.
Yeah, it's just all we know is like stay true to what you know and what the government and the media and the corporations what they try to feed to you is always bullshit. Like not even like I used to think that like most of it was bullshit, but that's not even the further I dig, like, no, literally, it's always bullshit. If they were not to feed you bullshit, they would be wasting a moment of time.
No, it's true. Like, I mean, I don't know, because it's one of those things where, like, I don't know, even like in a textbook, right? It feels like 66% maybe, or, good 2/3 of it is trash, right? But there's this 1/3 of like, well, the water boils at a certain pressure at sea level, right? And that's true,
Well, okay, you're talking about the stuff we learned in high school. Like, that's not the
On the
media,
media,
or the corporations,
honestly, I
or the
haven't caught up.
government.
Yeah.
Like
when they released those DIA documents during lockdown.
1/3 is real. 1/3 is real. Sure, like 1/3 of what you learned in high school might be real, but like 100% of what you're fed on the television is false.
Right. But what about the dog that was saved at the park? The little puff pieces that are actually somewhat positive,
Even still, they put a spin on that bullshit.
Yeah, it's true.
The only thing that you might be able to rely on is the weatherman, where he says, "I think this is going to happen," and you're like,
no.
"Well, like, like."
At least in the state of Texas, there's no weatherman who knows.
He's not sure, but at least he's trying to be honest. Like nobody else is.
Yeah. It's a danger to our democracy.
No, you are a danger to our democracy.
What democracy? I've never voted. I mean, I've never also had to go to jury duty because of it. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, no, dude. I just moved. I bought a house and I moved. And when filling out my change of address, like with the postal service to get things forwarded to my new address, like they tried to automatically feed me to this thing that got me registered as a voter.
Yeah. They do it every time.
Fuck out of that. I backed the fuck out of that. I'm like, I'm not registering as a voter. I did my fucking thing. I want my mail. I don't want to be registered as a fucking voter. Fuck you.
Exactly. I get text messages even like, can we ask you a survey about this? And the first question, are you a registered voter? I said, no. You have a nice day.
No, you get registered to vote, and then you all of a sudden get fucking like summoned to the jury.
Yeah.
And now you're working for free for like a week or longer. No, fuck your system. Like, do you think that me, the free thinker, in a jury is going to like? I mean, I guess if you want to like believe in democracy and the system that we have, like, I might be the person who like sways all other 11 fucking jurors. I'm like, nah, listen here. Like, use your logic. Like, I could
imagine being that guy on the panel of the jurors and be like, guys, the earth is flat. And they'd be like, get this guy out of here. Because you know how they ask you, like, is there anything wrong with you? Are you racist? Are you anything that I'm a flat earther? Be like, yeah, get the hell out of here.
No, I wouldn't even say that. I would beat them with logic every step of the way because I'm a flat earther. I wouldn't tell them I'm a flat earther,
Yeah.
But I could probably win that panel. I could probably win over 11 people. No problem.
Yeah, especially if it was like, my people, my San Antonians. I don't know. People listen, especially I think a lot more in person.
I don't want to do that for free, you know. Like I don't want to like. No, my life depends on a lot more than your $7 per day for fucking or whatever it is, you know.
Right.
Let's get a whole bunch of homeless people to fucking decide who's right and who's wrong. People who
I don't know.
or better than homeless. not homeless. In a home, but one that is subsidized by the government. They're on disability. They're on Social Security. They're on. You know, let's make sure that you're dependent on the government before you make a decision on what's right and wrong.
I mean, not to be all technocratic, but I've been thinking about it recently. Like, why isn't there just, some damn app on our phone that's like, okay, you want to vote for this person, that person?
I cut you off there. Because with that, we haven't yet been completely like blockchain validated and verified and fucking identified.
See, that's where I wonder if they're creating these problems.
No, that's not a good thing. Like, that's not a good thing.
Exactly.
We want anonymity. We do not want to like what Elon Musk is talking about like authentication being a human right. That's a disservice to human rights. Like, your human right is to be a person and to be free and to be anonymous when need be, to have privacy, to have this and that. But no, they need to authenticate you, not just by like, see, authentication is not the same as verification, and it's not the same as identification. In order to be authenticated, you have to go through the other two first steps. So to be authenticated online, it has to do with first verifying your identity. So that means an ID or like an energy bill or so on and so forth, and like or both. And that's just identification. Being verified means saying that like you are who you say you are. So you've now been identified, and now you need to say that you are who you say you are, and you need to prove that. To be authenticated means that you have jumped through all of the loopholes that they might possibly throw at you, like a social credit score, or not being delinquent in any bills, or like you if you're authenticated, that means that you're trustworthy to them. Like, it doesn't mean that you are who you say you are. It means that you're allowed to speak. Essentially, like, this person could speak outside of the box, outside of the peripherals. He is no longer worth authenticating. He might have proven those other two things, but he's also been banned from here and banned from there. He's not allowed to speak here. You understand? So authentication should not be misconstrued.
Well, see, that's what I mean. Obviously, it's not a good thing. Would completely agree with that. But I wonder if that's with this, the problem, reaction, solution kind of thing.
Oh, there's no going backwards. All this stuff only gets worse. It won't be long before you have to use biometrics to log into anything.
I mean, it's already on all the electronics,
Yeah. They've been trying to slowly institute it, and soon it will be the requirement. Not very long. Like, seriously, very soon it will be the requirement. You're gonna have to use your retina scan or your fucking palm print or your fingerprint. Or multiple fucking bioscans. See, that's where they're going to take it after. It'll never be enough.
Right.
They'll tell you you can use one of these. and then they'll tell you that you need to do 2. Then they'll tell you that you need to do 3.
Oh, you were talking about Flat Earth? Yeah, you have 0 credits now.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're not authenticated to speak in this forum. On top of actually paying bills, like what Elon Musk has done with Twitter, where you get to like pay a fucking like a fee to be able to be like a.
Oh, right.
I don't know. I don't use Twitter, but like,
I don't
how does it
know,
work?
like a premium or
Tiers
something?
or whatever. But yeah, he wants everybody to have their own identity connected to their credit card, like where they pay a bill in order to speak.
Yeah, that's where it gets kind of crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I used to really hate credit cards, just because I think, they're kind of a trap if you've never been told how to use them. But like once you honestly throw away your debit card and just use your credit, and just kind of pay everything off, even if you have a business and you create like a business credit, it's like it's pretty sweet.
No, it is. They make it that way on purpose.
I wish somebody told me when I was 18.
I went out of my way for years to never use any credit, to only pay for things that I can afford in this moment, to never borrow. But at this point, they're making it so that you cannot live without credit.
Well, I realize it's not even real anyway. You know what I mean? It's so. Of
course it isn't, but it's only real because it's part of the tracking system. It's part of how they understand how you live, what you buy, where you buy it, when you buy it.
So they can advertise.
Like, good credit should be the fact that you don't need to borrow. I don't need to borrow anything. Therefore, I have good credit.
See, that's how it should work.
That's not how it is.
Exactly.
The more you borrow, the better credit you have.
Exactly.
You literally, in order to build good credit, have to
pay off your credit card every month.
Utilize your credit. If you don't use enough of your credit, if you don't borrow enough, your score goes down.
Or if you don't inquire enough, or there's all kinds of little. See, I wonder who made TransUnion in charge and Equifax and all these credit people. Who made them in charge?
And what's the third one?
East or whatever.
There's Equifax, TransUnion, and damn it! I've actually been following this because I recently bought a house, but I can't think of the third one right now. I can go into my Credit Karma app and see. Shit. But yeah, they keep. What's funny is you have these apps on your phone, and then they try to tell you, oh, it's Experian, Credit Karma, and Equifax.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are the big three. But yeah, you can build your score if you follow their advice and so on. But they want everything about you. They want to know. They're trying to collect every single bill that you pay, whether it's by credit or not. They want to know what you pay in cash on your rent. They want to know, like, how.
Oh yeah, down to every dollar. Especially if you're buying a house.
Plug one of those things into your fucking car, so that they can see how you drive, so that they can see where you are at all times. They want you to always
your phone does it in airplane mode.
Yeah. No, in order to be highly credited, you have to give full transparency to them.
But see, that's what kind of has me on the front about, really speaking up about Flat Earth, is just because, kind of what are the doxing effect. Right? But that's kind of what
It's
they're
not
counting on.
doxing.
They want you
It's
to
not
hold on
doxing.
to the
I
thing
mean,
that doesn't.
you can trust the creditors. Are you kidding me? Come on, it's not doxing. They're going to be safe with your data and your money.
Right. I mean, sell it to the guy who doesn't want flat earthers. You know, it's like, dang. Or possibly just sell to flat earthers, you know. Because I see that all the time, at least in my Facebook feed, because I do still have that one. And it's NASA article after NASA article after space this, space that. And I don't know, maybe it's because I laugh at them all or I comment on there. But, you know, clearly something knows I'm a flat earther. It's like, apply for NASA and stuff like that. But again, I don't know if it's just because it's an algorithm.
Ads. See, I don't get that. I did at one time like apply for like Jesus Christ, this was a while back. Like I got certain ads that sort of seem like basically okay, I got a lot of Homeland Security ads shortly after it was created, which is funny because I was very widely outspoken against the Homeland Security Act. After 9/11, but yet I get a lot of Homeland Security freaking ads, like saying like you know, you can do this.
Interesting.
It's just funny. Homeland Security is not like legitimate, by the way. It's not constitutional. It gave
the whole PSA thing.
Yeah, it gave our government the right, that along with the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act allowed Homeland Security, and the two combined made it so that militarized forces could actually use their resources that we pay for to make you all citizens a suspect. So like we pay to be a suspect.
Damn.
Yeah, so now it's because of that shit that your emails aren't safe, that your communications aren't safe. You have no right to privacy. The Fourth Amendment is completely gone. It's because of that, because of the war on terror and domestic terrorism, that now all people, no matter where they reside or how they pay their bills or if they fucking follow the rules, they're all suspect. And they're now able to turn the intelligence agencies, which were intended to go against foreign adversaries, like foreign possibilities of threat, right? It doesn't matter anymore. This is now 23 years old or 22 years old, but they've been focusing their efforts on our people instead of those outside of our lands. They've been focusing their efforts on those who pay their wages. It also goes in conjunction with like 2013, Obama repealing the Smith-Mundt Act. Propaganda was technically, even though they had been doing it, it was technically illegal for them to propagandize the American public.
Oh yeah, and he made it legal again.
Right, and they said no, that we're repealing that, or they didn't repeal it. What they did is they adjusted it. I forget the technical word for it, but they basically changed the Smith-Mundt Act in order to say that it's okay for them to propagandize the people. which previously was considered an act of war. You could only use propaganda as an act of war against a foreign adversary.
Well, all they have to do is declare what the enemy is, and there you go. Just like, the Congress asking Google, how are you going to address these flat earthers on your platform?
Well, what they did after 9/11 is determine that the people of the American people are the adversary. The American people are the threat. The American people are the problem. And we're the suspect. And that we really don't have any rights when we are a threat.
Yeah. Well, I think that's kind of why they want this chaos thing.
Well, that's what what they did is actually what they did in doing those things was literally, even though it might not seem so clear, what they did was declare war against the people.
Yeah, silent weapons for silent wars. That was a document from NASA too. And a lot of people don't a lot of these globies come in, they're like, oh, I trust NASA so much. And I was like, have you read some of the documents they put out? Like their agendas, 2030,
Listen, we as people don't have to follow their rules if that's the case. They're only their rules. It is not law. It's not constitutional law. You don't have to follow them.
Very true.
It's your job to stand up for the Constitution and your rights. If you don't do so, then you give them to them. You decided to go to just bow down at the knee to your new rulers, your new totalitarian friggin' oligarchy, whatever the fuck it is.
Typically just call them the managers, the slave owners, the corporation holders, the president.
If you don't like it, you can leave. If you don't like it, you can leave, but they have no grounds to stand on, not legally.
It makes me wonder too, like with flat earth, space, and aliens and kind of thing, it's always kind of boggled me that, the Simpsons, of course, have this amazing reputation of almost like predicting the future or predictive programming. And there's one particular episode where Homer, takes off the mask of two politicians. Of course, those politicians have passed, like Bob Dole and Reagan, I think it is in the episode. But I still just wonder, will something like that happen, or do they kind of just put stuff in there to maybe mess with us a bit? But I don't know. I was just trying to tie it back to flat Earth again.
Well, stuff like what happened?
Will these politicians be revealed to be something that they're not? Because a little bit of how Lunatic and I were talking about this. We were talking about the maybe speculation, of course, of a fake alien invasion. Similar to Wernher von Braun's sort of message to his secretary, or kind of just again, just speculation.
What was the message to the secretary? Sorry, I just got here 30 seconds ago or so.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you haven't kind of just heard the story, I wasn't there to kind of hear it, but supposedly Wernher von Braun had told his secretary, and his secretary had told somebody in an interview, a video kind of surfaced recently, that she was saying that Wernher von Braun told her that kind of the last card of at least this global elite, if you will, is sort of
essentially the whole takeover, the worldwide takeover. Like, so no longer having sovereignty as a United States citizen or anything like that, but like once the New World Order fully took over, like one of the last cards would be this. Go ahead.
Right.
I've always thought that they could do that type of thing without anyone actually ever seeing it happen in front of their own eyes. It's just like everybody, you got to stay inside. It's happening in blank location. So everyone
they could just put it on TV.
Yeah,
you don't even need the planes. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. So, but here's the thing: is again, the whole. There's been so much warning and so much official business. Like whenever they do that, in my experience, because I've been doing this a long time, whenever they do that, it just never comes to fruition. Like, what it does though is create a whole bunch of hysteria, and it creates a whole bunch of people like us who like tout the idea and say this is what's about to happen, and then we look foolish when it doesn't happen. You know, like they're good at that shit. So like, when it comes to the alien invasion, I personally, and I know I'm a vast minority in our community, but like, I really don't think they're ever going to do it. Like the Project Bluebeam, the fucking alien invasion, all that stuff, they've done way too much to get you worried about it for it to actually happen. They just need to make you look foolish, and then they win. So like, they say, look, all those crazy extremists, they thought this was going to happen, and look, here, everything's fine. There ain't no alien, right? And that's a way for the normie to discredit anybody like us, any whistleblower, any freaking free thinker, any freaking, you know, like you're not thinking freely if you're basing your future on what they've told you, because what they've told you was a plant every time.
True, but I can just hear my globe friend going, "See, Chris, the Earth is not flat. There's an alien," and everybody just, kind of, double down on the globe again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't completely discredit the idea that it could happen, but I'll put that in that, like.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said I just don't know.
I'm 99.999% sure that it won't at this point, because we've gotten all the warnings from the official sources. So go fuck yourself.
What?
Why would you, like, look, we discredit everything the CIA says. We discredit everything the fucking FBI says. We discredit everything the president says. But as soon as they say something that sounds doomy, we're like, oh, that's going to happen. That's fucking going to happen.
Oh, that's so true. I'm glad it feels less that way, though, because, I mean, even 5 years ago, I'd hear something and I'd be like, man, this sucks, and I'd let it really ruin my day. And now I'm just like, whatever, that can't be real. And then, of course, think about it a little bit more than I would have let it sort of impact my life. But, I think everybody kind of has those black pills, especially in these topics and, things like that, because the mind does wonder, that question we always get, why would they lie? You're never going to get the answer.
No, here's the thing about the black pill. You're never going to get doom, but you will get ever so slowly eroded away towards doom. You will ever so slowly lose everything that made you and made your family wealthy, or like they will continue to just scratch at you and take away just a little bit at a time. They will do that.
And with that in mind, that I think that's why it's so important for us to find passion and do things that are very in our control and in our sphere of influence. So like, for me, it was, I realized it's like, man, I've spent decades watching videos and reading about conspiracies and figuring out shit that only people like us in this room would know anything about, right? But then I realized not once did I spend a minute, let alone an hour or anything, researching how to grow plants or what grow zone that I live in. Like anything remotely that could directly benefit the like my child's survival and my own. And so that was kind of just in the past 6 months, that was real important for me to, like, okay, if I spend, X amount of hours hanging out with you guys, I got to go spend X amount of hours doing something else, whether it's tilling up some land or researching how to get some chickens or just anything where I can feed myself.
Yeah, that's all good. I think that's really good. But honestly, like, I really think as long as you watch a TV or use the internet or like, I kind of think you're going to fall for their trap. Like, there's really not much getting around it. It's just, it might take longer for you.
What trap exactly?
All of media, and that includes like the TV, that includes all of the internet. They clearly have a full grasp of it, and they use it to manipulate you and manipulate your children. So like, you can do so much now, but your children will be still in their hands. Like, because your children will rebel against you. They're gonna look at the things that whenever you told them not to look at, they will look at it.
I think that's a pretty ignorant way of viewing things.
No, dude. Children rebel. Look, I
definitely get your point, though, Lou. Especially about the children, but you can also teach them to, like, hey, you can look at this, but to teach discernment.
I've got a very good, valid point here. So, like, the things that they do now, we think that they're affecting us, right? But it's not about us. It's about our children. Everything that they did, like the masking, the distancing, the indoctrination, like the way that they're introducing like the metaverse and all stuff like that. It's not for us, okay? It's not for you and me. It's for them, and they don't know what they're doing.
Why would you not just speak to them about what is going on in the reality around them?
Because it doesn't matter. You don't have that as much of an influence as you think you have. They have much more of an influence.
Do you have children?
Yeah, I've got a 9-year-old daughter.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure.
I've got 2 of my own as well.
Yeah. So I have a 7-year-old daughter.
How old is yours?
7. 8 and 10 months.
Congrats.
8. Okay, so your 8-year-old is probably already starting to talk back to you and tell you about the things that they learned in school and whatever else, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. See, like, and around that age,
she tests her limit.
And around that age, the indoctrination starts to set in, and they start believing their teachers who don't have children.
So you don't put them around teachers, for starters.
Well, see, that's where it gets a little different because she runs everything kind of by me because I happen to be a teacher too, so it's kind of like, well, I can believe this teacher or that teacher.
The institution over you.
I just feel like this acceptance that you have is just very defeated, really.
What I'm just saying, it's not an acceptance. I completely do not accept this. I do not accept this.
Then
I'm just talking in a realistic view. I'm saying that children disrespect their parents for a certain period of time. They might come back around. They might come back around, but they will never Like they will always rebel. They will always think.
No, see,
especially
hang on.
in those teen years.
You've already fallen for the scam. That whole teenage childish rebellion stuff, that never existed before the 50s, 60s, and 70s. That was a brand new concept that was introduced by them.
It's real now. It's real now.
Then you have complete control in teaching your child what is and isn't acceptable behavior, though.
Only if you shelter them from society.
Well, you shelter them from people that aren't like-minded, of course.
You want to have complete control about who they talk to and who those persons are, like what their parents think.
Absolutely.
And, all right. Well,
that's my role as a parent, to ensure that they know that I know who they talk to. I know what the types of parents are. I know what
you do understand that no matter how much controlling you try to do, that they will find people outside of that box.
Yeah. And then once they're ready to make those types of choices on their own, absolutely. And they, having raised them correctly, they'll immediately follow their intuition. Like, this person is not godly. This person is disrespectful to their parents.
I personally think that the more controlling you are, the more likely they are to rebel.
Again,
there's a balance.
This is all just acceptance. Like, the rebellion thing is not real. It is just as fake as the globe is. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it really never existed. It is a construct that does not have to influence you or your children's behavior in any way.
It doesn't have to, but it does. If you're going to keep them connected to the internet or talking to fucking public school kids,
which you don't. Again, don't. Like, that's what I'm saying. Just don't. This is when you say you haven't accepted it, it's just reality. Like, that's literally, you've accepted it and you've said, okay, like, I'm not going to bring my child up. I'm going to let someone else. I'm not going to make sure my child believes or make sure my child behaves in a certain way. I'm going to let someone else. It's never too late, but that in its own shows that it's been accepted.
Well, but you're trying to shelter your kid and put them in the cloud, and they will recognize that, especially if you've done a good job.
That's not
If you've done a good job of raising them, if you've done a good job of raising them to give them a free thinking mind, they will question you also.
As they've been taught to, of course.
Yeah. Well, if I could jump in, I was just going to say you guys are both bringing up really good points, and I think kind of the two sides of this coin, because I would say it's going to sound cheesy, but you hold on loosely but don't let go, right? Like that one song. Because it's a balance of teaching them critical thought. Like, for instance, with my 8-year-old, she knows about the earth. She doesn't call it flat earth. She's just like, it's just the earth. It's not a big deal to her.
Same.
But she also learns the globe. I teach her everything about the globe and what all these other people are on, right? And school starts to make a little bit more sense. I even tell her, like, don't worry about science class. I don't care. Like, I'll teach you real science here. We do stuff all the time. We 3D print together. I teach her 3D programs and things like that. And, so it's not everything on the computer is bad. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot that's bad. But, it's that discernment that you have to. I mean, how do you teach your kids critical thought? That's the hard part.
Well, yeah, you can only guide them. Here's what I've done a really good job up until, like, my daughter turned in third grade, beginning of third grade. Here's a good example, and I've said it before, but like,
yep, she just got her third grade.
In the beginning of third grade, she was like proud to agree with me, but quiet about it. Like, she would only come to me because she had heard me talking. I didn't hide it. I would talk online with you guys, and she would be in the background listening more than I ever thought she was listening. And she came to me. She understood that I don't believe in, like, the mainstream. She knew the mainstream already, but she went, but you know what? It makes a lot of sense. And she's smart. She's a really smart girl. She's the top of her class. Like, she's actually she reads and does math like 2 grades above her level. So we've done a good job that way, you know. But like, you know, it's for her. You know, she's just taking in information from all angles, and I wasn't trying to tell her disregard this information, but listen to me. That would be fucked up. You know, like I told her from the beginning. I was like, you're gonna hear 2 different sides of everything.
Yeah.
You're gonna, you know, and I have my own personal, you know, like what conclusions, whatever. Like these might not be the words that I use with her, but essentially it was I've made my conclusions. But I mean, even still, I'm still open. That's the truth too. I'm still open. I have more information, but
I'm dubbing this the Flat Earth Dad Hour.
I have my beliefs. I have my beliefs based off of the information that I have, and you will be given a whole bunch of information. And my point was about helping her to have the ability to discern information. So when she started saying, like, to me, like, oh, you know, okay, there was this kid, what was his name? Like Damien, not Damien. It was someone with a D though. Like kid in her class in the beginning of the year, where the teacher pulled out the globe the first time she pulled out the globe, and she started like showing how we live here and people also live here. Like Australia is opposite of us, and blah blah blah. Like this, I think it was Damien. Actually, it's funny that his name is Damien. It's funny, yeah. But he stood up in the class and he yelled out of turn and said, "No, it's not, because the Earth is flat." And she's the one who told me this story, right? And everybody started to laugh at him, and the teacher tried to scorn him, but she was so proud to tell me, that she just really wanted to like stand up and say, "No, he's right. It makes a lot of sense," but she didn't do it because I told her that this would happen, and I said, when it happens in school, just leave it alone. Talk to me about it. I told her. I said, like you don't want to be on the cutting block. You don't want to stand out like that. Why not exactly? It's going to happen, but talk to me about it. And she was so proud to tell me about it. But now, towards the end of 3rd grade, all of a sudden they forced her to do a book report on Sally Ride, the first woman ever to go to space. And now, when I talk with her about it, she says, "No, Dad, you're wrong. People have been to space. In fact, this woman did it," and so on and so forth. It's a huge turn in just 1 grade.
Because they got to her.
Did you just let that happen, or what's your plan on interjection?
I argued with her. But I don't want to break what I said from the beginning. I told her that she would have to make her own decisions. So
why would you? It's a child.
No. I'm not going to force her to come to her own conclusions. Like that's listen. I told her, like, I said, "No person has ever been to space." She says, "Yes, they have." I said, "No, they haven't." She said, "Yes, they have." I said, "No, I'm pretty sure they haven't." And she said, "No, they have." And I said, "Well, you and I disagree. And it might take time for you to understand this, but it didn't happen. And, you can believe what you want to believe, but and you'll learn a lot more." Like, she's just too young to make that decision. I wanted her to understand that she still doesn't have enough of the information or enough of the cognizance to really make that decision. Eventually it'll come back. because it'll always be in the back of her head. If I push too hard, she will say, "No, you're wrong, and I'm right, and it'll always be this way," right? But if it's always just digging at her, like that doubt, like this is what they're telling me, but some people think otherwise, then she will always be willing to learn. She'll
Is it
always
not
be willing
just
to,
like the conversation here, where it's like, okay, someone's been to space. What's your evidence? Like, what is your proof? Your teacher told you that's not evidence. First of all, we're even talking about going to space. How do we prove the existence? How do you prove the existence? You talked about how do you get someone to think critically? It's right there. Like, okay, let's analyze every part of this sentence or claim that you're making. Because we don't even have to worry about a woman going to space or the first woman. Let's go and back it up to even the existence of space and seeing the proof of that.
She's too young. She's still too young for this stuff. Okay, but like
she's being taught. She's not.
If I fight her too hard, she will close down and become closed to the conversation. She will just like I've seen this too many times with like noobs that come into this server, where you offend them and they just completely now they have to take the opposing view.
Well, even just the way you're saying, fight her. Like you should never be fighting your child anyway. Like y'all are moving through something, bro.
Right. I don't want to do that. I want to guide her, not fight her.
Well, you were the one going nah, and she was going nah, and you were going nah.
Yeah.
No. Look. We had already agreed in the past. That's the thing. We'd already agreed, and now I said, well, no. It's not that I said nah. I said no. I'm pretty sure. I said no. I'm pretty sure nobody has ever been to space. And she said, yes, they have. And I said, well, I don't, like it was more like, yeah, well, I don't think they have. And she was like, well, they have. And I was like, well, I disagree. And now you're going to have to determine this.
So in that moment, though, I feel like that was your opportunity to, I don't believe that. And here's why. Like, if you're talking to it's not that they're, in my opinion, children are so much more capable of a lot of things compared to adults. Obviously, they don't have the wisdom that comes with age, but in of understanding, I think that we parents are the only ones that hold a child back ever with the belief system of they're not capable. Like, I feel like if you take your time and explain it correctly, they can understand.
Maybe you had to be there. Maybe you had to be there, but literally, I did a good job of letting go of that conversation instead of pushing it. So she was getting emotional about it. Like, yeah, of course, women have been into space. Like like she was getting all woke about it. Like I was like, look. I settled it by saying, well, you and I disagree, and I think that someday you will figure this out. But, there's two sides to the conversation. Like, there's, I'm not trying to tell her what to think. This hasn't been a thing since she was 3 years old. I kept telling her, I'm not going to tell you what to think.
If you don't tell her what to think, somebody else will. That's unfortunate.
No, I'm not going to tell you what to think. I'm going to teach you how to think.
Yeah.
What do you think that means? That means that you're telling her how to think.
No, it means how to discern truth from fiction. It means how to discern reality from lies. It will take struggles. It will take struggles. She's going to go through phases. She's going to rebel at certain times, but I will be consistent throughout. Okay. Like, I'm not going to tell her that she's not allowed to think a certain way.
It's not that she's not allowed. It's just that it's wrong.
It might be wrong, but she has to figure that out for herself. That's why she's super intelligent. She will figure it out.
Children are like sponges, man. They absorb everything, and if you're not there to instruct her on day-to-day things, she's gonna absorb it from somebody else.
And that's my concern, because I feel like, I don't know when it started really, but it was like, oh, I want my kid to I don't want to instill any beliefs in them, and I want them to do this, what do you say? I want them to be like a blank slate, so they can just go into the world and be open to new experiences and blah, blah, blah. And I feel like that's what's got us into this mess now.
It's that liberal mindset.
Bro,
if I can be consistent and supportive and teach the right foundations, then eventually everything will come into place. Like it's going to be rocky, of course. Like they're going to go. They're going to make wrong decisions here and there. They're going to think things here and there. But when they can always come to you, and you can always be consistent in the way that you give answers, and you can like that it'll take time. It's a long haul, right? But that is how you really prove that what you're saying is true. They have to find it for themselves. You have to guide them, and they have to be able to rely on you to be consistent.
You're just making the journey so much harder for them.
Yeah, agreed.
When I could just tell her what to think.
Yeah, somewhat. That's what a child needs.
I mean, okay,
you are the shepherd. It's not
you
so
have
much.
no idea how fucking smart she is. If I tell her, she'll go the other way.
I have a 7-year-old who's reading above a high school level. So, like, I get it. But even she, as smart as she is and intelligent as she is not that fucking smart compared to other kids. So that's one thing, like, how smart she is doesn't matter. Lots of kids are fucking smart as long as you read to them and talk to them a little bit. But when it comes down, like, where do you draw this line of, oh, your teachers are right, but whenever I disagree, I'm not really going to fight. I'm just like, well, I disagree. And then your kid's like, well, I believe my teacher. My guidance counselor said I'm a dude. And are you just like, well, I disagree, but go on. Like, where's the line get drawn?
It goes farther than that. But like, so like, it's not like I'm just like all like, fine, that's what your teacher said. It's not like that.
This rebellious nature is kind of like what happens is, right? It used to be like the parents were the authority, but now what happens is the teachers become the authority, and the parents are just kind of just there, And they don't really respect you because of it.
That's all the empowerment that they're trying to give to the children. They've done this for like a decade now, at least, maybe 2 decades. They keep trying to tell the kids, like, even look at like a Nickelodeon back in the late 90s. Like, it was all about sliming your parents and how the kids would, the kids were better than their parents. Their parents are a bunch of just dumb idiots like a Homer Simpson, right? Like, they've been doing this for decades. And now they're empowering the kids into a point where they're telling them so much that they are the future, and they're politicizing them. They're trying to get them to go into protests and shit like that. Like, in elementary school.
Dreadful.
It's horrible. You don't have that much control as a parent. If you're going to allow your kid to be in public school and be in the real world, you don't have that much control. So you have to fucking try to play the game a little bit.
But at that point, you've already like, hey, this won't work. I've got to make sure I'm just handing over the reins to my kid's brain. Like, oh, y'all can have it. I'm comfortable with, I don't know anything about the kids in there or the parents or the way they raise them or the teachers, etc. But yeah, I'm okay. Here, take them for 8 hours. Go right ahead. Like, that's frightening.
They've done that because it's very hard for your average parent to, even if they're married and have because I'm a single father, I don't have my daughter full time. I got her on the weekends, I have very limited control over what she thinks and does. But even if you do have like a nuclear family, like a mother and a father, like in order to survive, you have to be pretty well off, or somebody has to have a really good job in order to have a stay-at-home parent that might be able to homeschool, that might be able to, like it just doesn't happen. So 90 what I don't know, probably 98% of the fucking country, like literally has to hand off their kids to the public school system and the government for 8 hours a day.
Choose to do that. They don't have to, but they choose to. Yeah, that mindset of
how do you make the ends? How do you make the ends meet?
I work remotely. I'm very blessed and fortunate. I'm also, I guess you could say, a single dad. I get my kid and get her back to her mom every Monday. Do a week on, week off, but she right now is at a Montessori school, and she does do that, but that ends in 2 years for trade out for a homeschooling co-op, which they've made those types of things very beneficial.
That most people can't afford. Most people cannot afford that. To pay for a Montessori school on top of your property taxes that pay for your fucking public education, like you're getting taxed through the shithole for something that you're not even receiving a benefit from, and then paying on top of that for private schooling, and then like dude, most people, your average person, see, like you and even you're better off than me, and I'm still better off than like most people. Like,
I know I've had to sacrifice a ton because her education is far more important than I won't, like, there's no reason for me to buy alcohol, nicotine, drugs, any of that stuff. I have sacrificed, if you call it that, like poison, because that's where most of our money goes, right? So we end up spending it on that, but instead, like, and they have scholarships for private schools. I don't know what the like vouchers and stuff like that look like anymore. But here in North Carolina, there's definitely opportunity scholarship to help out with this.
A lot of the stuff has to do with personal sacrifice and like how much you're willing to actually put in effort and so on and so forth. But that's also part of what, like, the whole idea of society, and like it isn't like, and paying any taxes and all that stuff is supposed to have to do with, like, having a government, having a public education, you shouldn't have your kids destroyed by the public education. You should be able to send your kids to public education and have them learn valuable things, not be indoctrinated by a whole bunch of politics.
That's what it's designed to do, though. So to say, like, oh, it shouldn't do that, that is what public education is designed to do.
No, not from the beginning. That's what it's turned into.
You don't think it was? I mean, when did the Rockefellers start the general education?
Well, I mean,
what was it?
Okay,
early 19?
There was a little bit of it. I'm sure there was a little bit of it from the beginning. You're probably right. It probably, but it's gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
It's always been to design to create sheep.
It's always what? Sorry.
Look, all you have to do is look at your parents. In the 60s, what did they learn? They focused on like arithmetics and friggin', things that would get them into jobs, like actual life skills and stuff like that. History would have been where they might have lied to them and indoctrinated them, right? But who gives a fuck about history? Like, now it's all about literally, like, what political affiliation do you want to fucking stand behind?
I've not noticed that yet. My child's not quite there. But my thing is, no one's going to surprise my child. That's always been I'll speak to her the same way I talk to you all. Even talk about flat earth, anything. Like, to me, it's, and here's the evidence. Here's why I believe what I believe. Here are the questions I have. What questions do you have? You know, it's more, to me, it's all about, like, when it comes to some of this gender type stuff, she knows what it is. We see someone dressed up. Yeah, why is that guy wearing a dress? Let's talk about that. It's not like, oh, I've got to keep this secret from her or hide it from her, or just be like, oh, sometimes boys want to be girls. Like any of that shit. It's absolutely not. Like, we're about to sit down, make time for it and a space for it.
Have you told your daughter that it's a mental disorder?
I've told them, yeah, they've definitely got something wrong going on mentally. I think they're very hurt. I think they're lacking God. Like, there's a few things to tell them. And there's just, and also that they're being
Have you tried to explain to her the nuances about how people are controlled? So like how some people, it's not for an 8 or 9 year old. But the fact is that some people are meant to be led, and some, like steered, let's say. So this whole idea of transgenderism and shit like that is not a natural thing. When they think they're transgender, it's not because they chose so. It's because they were told to be so.
Yeah, they were. I mean, imagine if every person took and ran with the first random thought that they had. Hell, but yeah, that really the old Rona did a great job. You're talking about when it started, she was 5 or something. School closed. The whole world telling her to be afraid. Everything about the world was telling her to be afraid. So our job, number one for parents, is to make sure that they know they're safe. They know that there is risk in the world. So that's why very first thing, I went and met up with a like-minded doctor to make sure she could have a mask exemption. Does that mean that she had to sit outside and be different? Yeah, she's going to be different for the rest of her life. That's understood.
Though I might be losing in a couple of areas when it comes to like the indoctrination from the public school system, I definitely won there, and that's something that's going to stick in her mind. Is like, because she still stands adamant about it. Like the whole Corona thing, I told her from the beginning. I told her before it even really became a stink. I said, this is what's going to happen, and don't fall for it. And she saw it the whole way through, and she will still, tooth and nail, tell me how stupid people are for wearing masks and blah, blah, blah. She's like, that Corona isn't even a thing. That Corona isn't even a thing. That is just the flu or a freaking cold or whatever else. And it's not because I told her that that's what it was. It's just that she saw the pattern. She literally was able to see the pattern. Like, it's literally just people being paranoid. Like, and if she can see that, then I have faith that she will come around to everything else.
And I think even that is just something to, like you said, you get that one, you grow off of that. People aren't stupid for wearing masks. People are ignorant and controlled for wearing them. And here are 3, 4, 10 studies that show why. That show Corona's not. Here's the graph that says that every single child who ever supposedly got this disease lived. Not every, but you know. And then it's like, and the ones who died, look what issues they have. Yeah, it's like, and look what they have. Children can understand these concepts. And then if they don't, the thing I love about it, because they're actually listening to us, very shortly, whether it's a day or a week, 2 weeks, hell, maybe a month, whatever.
Careful when you're talking about the subject. Just try to talk in Morse code.
No, dude, listen.
Thank you for the reminder.
Server rules, but this shit has been like opened up to the mainstream nowadays. You're allowed to talk about this on Fox News and CNN.
No, not on YouTube.
I understand that, but mine was just showing. Like, they'll come back a week later and just, hey, Dad, what do you mean by that one thing you said? What exactly did that mean? Because a kid, they've got no shame. They're not going to pretend that they They're not going to pretend that they do. Hey, man. Good evening.
By the way, I've seen plenty of people talking openly about this on YouTube as well.
Yeah, we're good. It's definitely been interesting to even watch that. Another topic of conversation to have with the kid. Look, people weren't allowed to say this at all.
Yeah.
People weren't allowed to say a single word if they wanted to continue using the platform. But it's these are, I think, whenever it comes, one thing about being a child, or that I've found to be important, and who knows, I'll botch it too, and hopefully she'll do a little better job than me, was children are, how do I say this? Children are capable of so much more than we supposedly tell them. Like, oh, they're only 8. They can do this. They're only 9. They can't understand.
The problem. I have to stop you. That's why we shouldn't tell them that. Look, that's not what I tell my daughter. Like, think of it like the teacher and the student, or the apprentice and the master, right? Like, an apprentice, if you're a good master, you will teach your apprentice everything you know before you ever knew it, and he will surpass you. You will never stop him from surpassing you. You will give him the tools to surpass you and to prove you wrong in certain instances, right? Like, so if it's your daughter or your son, your child, you don't want to tell them what to think. You want to teach them how. You want to give them the tools. You want to teach them how to think, like how to discern and how to be better than you.
100%. Yeah, but it is up to you to guide them on what to think as well. Like, there's a balance there, I think.
Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong.
I look at it like someone didn't help you think. So now you are passing on this virus
if you tell somebody they're not allowed if you tell somebody they're not allowed to think something, then you're holding them back.
What if it's like, what if it's something that could harm them? Like, are you still gonna allow that to happen? What if they're thinking something? What if they're thinking something harmful?
Can thoughts be harmful?
Oh, well, they can manifest into reality. Sure.
The actions that result from them, absolutely.
No. You're allowed to think what you want to think.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Dude,
that's fair. And this is kind of my whole thing, where the way that, God used to be at the center of everything. Education, politics, whatever you want, whatever it was like God's the center. We try to be so much like him that's essentially our whole goal in life, is to be as godly as possible. But now it's like, oh no, let's not be godly. Like, it's okay to even just like run with it. And yet you're sending a child out into the world, and someone is going to tell them what to think and how to think. And apparently they're going to come home and tell you that you're wrong.
Yeah, let me put it this way. About trying to tell somebody they're not allowed to think something. If you disagree with me about this idea of like allowing them to think what they're going to think, like, you really have zero control over that. Like, and especially if you tell them they're not allowed to, then they will think harder on that thing. You have zero control over what they think. That's
yours. Say yours specifically. Like, this is one of the things you don't get to speak for myself or any of our kids in here. Say my child. Talk about it like it's more, because this is your unique circumstance that you're going through. I'd appreciate. There's no reason to like put it on me
as a child myself. Like, I'm talking about what all people do. Okay, nobody like stops their mind from running. Okay.
You know what the problem with this? You know what the problem with this mindset is, and if it was like this in school, I would agree with him. Let's let the child, let the child do, like, come up with what's right or wrong, right? But that's not how it works, right? Because it's either you teach your child or somebody else is going to. And I don't know. I mean,
you guys seem to think that your children are made out of clay. Like, you can literally just mold them into whatever you want. That's not how it works.
A huge portion of it is. Now, I could understand, because I know how it goes with all the parental stuff and the custody and whatnot. If you have your child 2 days a week, right, then there is going to be a little bit of a lack of what you can and can't control. But when it comes to you can teach them what to think and how to think simultaneously. We believe this because we've done the research, we've looked at this, and this, we've gone to the opposing viewpoints and looked at those. Like, in that brief instance, you're not only giving the lesson on what to think, but you are giving the lesson on how you got there, how to get to the next one, how to ask the questions the next time.
You might be able to manipulate a person, but is that right? Like, do you think just because it's your kin, does that mean that you should mold them into your fucking play figurine, your friggin' Gollum?
People do that all the time with athletes.
Just because they do it, is it right? Does that make it right?
Again, we're talking kind of in black and whites here. I think that there's a balanced viewpoint and a balanced outcome that you can get. I support my kid all sorts of shit. Whatever she wants to do, she gets to be herself, etc. But we don't chew with our fucking mouth open, right? There is some sense of modicum, there's sense of decency here. Like, this is how we behave, because the other type of behavior is unacceptable. Now, will you make some mistakes? And will you think whatever? And will you do whatever?
Guaranteed you will make mistakes. You are human.
Absolutely. That is 100% shown.
So
and we talk about our own.
Why not allow your child to supersede you and to do better than you? Instead of becoming a clone of you or a figurine that you made, a creation of you, why not allow them to learn from you and learn how to learn from you?
That is taking place. I think I didn't like draw a line with how much they could learn and what they could learn. I didn't accept, they get to come back, talk back, do whatever. Like, this is acceptable. I think there's a way that you can push this and it be still like filled with unconditional love and understanding and talk about it. Like, of course we get to disagree. But like with anyone who disagrees, if anyone disagrees, you better show me why. Why do you disagree?
It's this whole idea of like saying like you're just a child and you could never understand what I know. Like, what if they can surpass you? The same people will tell me how young children will say the most amazing things and they'll such insightful things and so on and so forth. Like, what stifles that? What stifles that?
What that? Sorry.
What stifles all that insightful shit that young children say when they start talking and so on and so forth? And I will continue this, what I was about to say, it literally is your personal biases and beliefs that stifle them. And yes, you're right. People aren't wrong. Like, if you don't stifle them, somebody else will. If you don't stop them, somebody else will. If you don't indoctrinate them, somebody else will. But all I'm talking about is gentle nudges and guidance and real learning. Like, I want somebody who I want my creation, my daughter. I want her to be able to do better than me.
So that's why you have to teach her, because you made mistakes in your life, right? And you don't want her to make those same mistakes, right? Or do you?
Actually, I want her to have a lot of the same mistakes. Yeah, because in my learning,
Why?
my learning has
Mistakes are just a bump in the road, you know. They just delay somebody.
wrong. You learn nothing. You learn nothing without making the mistake. You only learn from mistakes. So
you
That's
can also
not
learn
true.
from somebody else
No.
who made those mistakes.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't really learn them until you've experienced them firsthand.
This you only learn from mistakes comes from the globe mentality 100%. That's like only mistakes can teach you something wrong, completely wrong.
Yeah, that is completely wrong.
You're thinking about it in a globe tard drunk mentality.
Globe cards.
Oh yeah, you do learn from mistakes, but that's not the only thing you learn from.
No, dude, the only mistakes. Listen, people can be warned 1,000 times. They don't learn until it happens to them.
Yeah, but
It's
not
not
everything
true.
is a mistake. Not everything is a mistake. Not everything that you do in life is a mistake. So you don't only learn from mistakes. What are you talking about, Lou?
Look, Jemsy, it's just like when we talk about can you prove it? Like, have you experienced it for yourself? Can you validate it? Right? Like, you don't know it's true. You don't have knowledge until you have been there.
So you can observe other people making a mistake and you say, they made a mistake, I'm not going to repeat that mistake, right? But that doesn't mean you made a mistake.
Yeah, I think our ability as humans, we have these superpowers, as far as I'm concerned, that are empathy and intuition. And I think one thing that the globe does and parents, we do or can do, it is getting a child to not follow their intuition. And even as parents, it's in the smallest things. You go to the ice cream shop. Okay, Dad, I want vanilla. And then what are the parents like? Oh, you sure you don't want strawberry? Sure you don't want chocolate? Sure you don't want mint? Like we do. It's in these small, subtle things that we don't think we're hurting. But in reality, it's just like, well, my intuition said vanilla. But now my upbringer, which is basically like a deity to them, right? Oh, well, now I need to second guess myself. But it's not always going to be vanilla. It's going to be, what do you say? Hey, do you want to drink this? Do you want to smoke this? You want to go drive around while doing those?
How do you know you don't like mint? Try it.
And that's not saying they don't, but it is right now. They said, I want vanilla. I'm not arguing that they might like mint. I'm arguing that right in that instance, that is what it is. It's like the kid's intuition said something, and then we're like, no. Question your intuition.
Hey, can I share something real quick on this topic of an experience that I've had in my life about mistakes? Because I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, and not all of them I learned from, because I repeated those mistakes multiple times. And it took me multiple times doing the same
telling your kid. That's absolutely true. But it takes many experiences sometimes to learn a lesson. But it's about the experiences. Like, if you think telling somebody that they shouldn't do this is going to teach them the lesson, you're wrong.
Did the other guy finish his point? Go ahead.
That's okay. I was pretty much done. I just wanted to throw that out there. And, that's not some mistakes I learned from immediately. And I don't know, take that for what it is. But it was just my personal experience.
I would have loved
it. It would have been great had I learned from it the first time. I wish there would have been some way, where I didn't have to keep repeating it.
I would have loved it. I would have loved if I would have had somebody when I was young telling me some of the things that I was doing was a mistake. I wish.
Yeah, no, listen, here's where
I try to make.
I'm not trying to say telling isn't good. Like, You can give the warnings. You can heed the advice. You can do all kinds of things. You can say, if you do this, this is what will happen. Like, and hopefully you've taught your child like how to recognize patterns and stuff, right? Like, so if they see a friend who starts taking drugs, you've told them like drugs are bad. Like this is what's going to happen if they start doing this. They're likely to do this also. And when they see those patterns happening because you've warned them, they go, "Oh, Dad was right." Like and they back away, right?
I try to make 2 to 3 mistakes a day just to keep myself in line.
Never stop learning.
But you can't be the iron fist. You can't be like a totalitarian government over your child. Like if you do that, they will do everything.
Talk about your child. Please stop saying they and yours. Talk about your own.
I'm telling you, even your child. If you rule that way, they will rebel against you very hard.
Best not to be a hypocrite. I've noticed with children, when you follow your own rules, then the children tend to listen to you more. Like if you say, if you tell your child don't do this and you do it yourself, it's counterproductive. Whereas if you follow your own rules and you live by them, your children pick that up. That's my own experience.
I don't think you can just say don't do this either. You really have to back that up with truth and honesty. Like drugs. Hey, drugs are great, but they also come with a lot of baggage. And sometimes you don't realize it until it's too late and you can't get rid of that baggage. You have to be, you can't just say drugs are bad, drugs are terrible. You know what I mean? Because they're going to still want to experience it themselves.
When children,
that's where when it comes to
children, they're not of age. They need adults to correct certain behaviors because that's why they're designed. They're called children, and the adults have to be in the room and teach and say things and teach them stuff. This is like.
Don't you mean kids? Don't you mean kids?
Children.
You gotta indoctrinate your kids with truth in a loving way.
That's it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
You're gonna be like, "Oh, my child daughter wants to go to a party with adults." Sure, but it's gonna go well for you because she wants to be free.
Even if we look at drugs, chemicals in general, the reason that anyone does them is because for some reason, they're not okay feeling the way they are feeling in that instance, right? Yeah. There's something where they're able to say like, oh, I don't feel, and it might not even be dramatic or serious, right? And this is someone who I've had felonies and done the whole thing and been a fucking idiot my whole life. And I got told drugs are bad and that's the end of it. Never said another word. But it very quickly, I think the only reason I ever did them was because I wasn't just happy and filled with joy and all this sort of stuff. Because, you hear some people that talk about getting real drunk or smoking weed the one time. They're like, they didn't like the way it made them feel. And to me, a lot of that, obviously you can have some sort of just allergy, if you want to call it that. But really, those people who are well put together and don't even really think about it, they just look at it like it's natural to them in the way of, I feel so fucking good. Like, why? What do you mean I should get high? Like, I'm already as high as they come.
My personal experience, marijuana was very stigmatized and considered like heroin, and nobody told me the truth really about marijuana. So then when I tried it for the first time when I was young, I thought, this is okay. There's nothing bad about this. And then so it got me curious about other drugs, and I thought, hey, if they lied to me about marijuana.
The same as with LSD.
Maybe they lied about
dude, they told us back in the day that if you take LSD once or if you take it twice, that you will be schizophrenic for the rest of your life. Like,
you jump off a bridge and think you can fly.
Yeah.
And then you take LSD, and you realize God is all present. There is no death, and this is all imagination, and everything is so beautiful. And then you think, hang on, what else have they fucking lied about? I think that can backfire massively when you say, oh, drugs are bad, but you don't explain why. And then they take drugs, and like you said, they say, oh, this isn't as bad as they say. And then before they know it, they try crack, heroin, or whatever.
Drugs are fucking bad. They're
Cheers.
I mean, drugs are
Drugs
bad.
are
but
bad if you can't afford.
I think we need to define like pharmaceutical. The things that the pharmaceutical industry wants to put you on are
Also
not labeled as bad, but those are very bad.
Those are bad too. Yeah.
No.
Absolutely.
Even worse.
It's like when the reporter asked Steven Tyler, "Do you have a drug problem?" He said, "Not anymore." He said, "What do you mean?" He said, "I can afford them now." So as long as you're not spending your rent,
if your doctor wants to put you on a lifelong prescription of a pharmaceutical drug, that will alter all. You're taking it 2 or 3 times a day. That will alter all of like what makes you. Like they are now, like you are like taking some recreational drug here and there is far less, even no matter how fucking strong it is far less damaging than taking a very passive type drug that controls your state of mind.
But neither have to take place. You don't have to do either one, right? Not saying that we all don't and haven't.
For the normie, if your doctor says, "I want to suggest that you take this," they don't consider it a drug. It's no different. Like they consider LSD and marijuana drugs. If you take a psycho. What do they call them? A psychoactive drug that the doctor prescribes. It's not a drug.
Well, to the normie though, that we're not talking about them. I don't know about any of y'all, but if we have a conversation with your child, when you're talking to your kid, like they're capable of understanding the evils of big pharma. At a very early age, like there are ways that you can discuss these things. Like Rockefeller couldn't make money off oil anymore, so he had to come up with a new way to make petroleum.
We're very lucky right now because if you have a child now and they just grew up through the maybe they were age 5 and older when the pandemic, the scamdemic struck, like they will be way more prone to understanding you when you talk to them about that topic, but they're still not ready for it.
I don't want to, in my own life too, with my daughter, I don't want to stigmatize drugs in such a negative way that if she does try them, she doesn't feel safe coming to me if she needs help or just telling me about the experience that she had and that she did try them. I don't want that to happen. But I also will never be the parent that says, "Hey, if you're going to do this, I want you to do it here in the house with me." Like, I'll never be that parent.
Yeah. And I think that's a part of a much bigger way of thinking and understanding is that it doesn't have to be drugs, right? It's anything. Letting them know you will make mistakes. And when you do, we should talk about them. And that's the thing of building that trust.
I've already told my daughter, which she started crying one day when I told her that caffeine was a drug. Like, like she wanted soda, and I was like, no, like you've had, like I let you have one earlier today, like I don't want you to have it. And she's like, why not? I'm like, because it's got caffeine in it. And she said, well, what's wrong with caffeine? I said, well, caffeine is a drug. And she started crying. If they enjoyed this part, let me know down in the comments. She thought she was a drug addict.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
See, I would be that parent. If you are going to do drugs, you have to share them with me.
and just
I'll
take
tell
them
you
and
if you
do
got
them
some
all?
good shit or not.
I would
Hey,
think
Luke, can I ask you how old your daughter is?
She's 9 now. That was probably at least a year ago.
Okay.
I would think it's bad because of the sugar, not the the caffeine.
Well, I mean, it's both. But that was just the way the conversation went. I mentioned how caffeine is a drug. She was like, "What's wrong with caffeine?" And I was like, "Well, caffeine," because she does a good job of asking the right questions. You know, I say caffeine, and she says, "Well, what's wrong with that?" And you know, like a good flat earther does. You know, like, what's wrong with that? But you know, well, because it's actually the most addictive drug. It's actually caffeine is more addictive than heroin, according to all studies that we have.
I don't know about
I
that.
thought sugar was the most addictive.
I mean, how are we defining addictive?
I thought the synthetic sugars were more addictive than.
Sugar is more addictive than cocaine. I read a study they did on sugar where they found that cocaine and sugar actually stimulate the exact same receptor in the brain, the DOP1 and DOP2 dopamine receptors. The only difference between sugar is that it stimulates it 10 times less. Otherwise, it's the exact same effect. And in fact, rats actually prefer sugar over cocaine. And if you give sugar to rats, they will eat themselves to death. Just like when they give cocaine to monkeys will inject themselves. Like they put syringes in with monkeys. The monkeys will inject themselves to death on cocaine over food. It's quite interesting.
Are we talking about natural sugar? Or are we talking about synthetic sugars?
Chemically, think about okay. So, like as a chemist, caffeine, that ene part. Focus on that. So, like, what other drugs have that ene on them? Like
amphetamine,
dopamine,
cocaine,
crack, rockamine.
Yeah, anything like these are very highly addictive
morphine.
Female mean.
What is ene actually? What is that in entomology? What is that?
It's not about entomology. You would want to go. I mean, yeah, you might want to go there also, but I would look pharmaceutically, like in the pharmaceutical definitions of the ene.
It's an indole alkaloid.
Can you in endo-alkali? Sorry, I don't know much about it, so I'm just kind of curious here. It's considered what alkali?
Alkaloid.
Alkaloid.
I would.
What does that mean?
Ene had to do with like dopamine, or like for some reason opioids. Like because a lot of opioids end with ene.
What is an alkaloid? Speedy, come. Come here.
Alkaloids are more. I'm not good at this stuff either, but the
alkaloids are nitrogen-based
alkaline, which is about pH. A pH
it's
acidity.
Nitrogen-based compounds that produce psychoactive effects in humans.
It's actually something that comes out of you after you drink Alka-Seltzer, right?
No.
Alkaloid.
Alkaloid is a nitrogen-based substance which causes psychoactive effects in human beings. So, like for example, DMT would be an alkaloid. What was I gonna say? Morphine would be an alkaloid. Cocaine would be an alkaloid.
And If in that
just
same
forget
vein, what
about
is the
those.
opposite of alkaloid?
Cannabinoids.
Oids?
Cannabinoids. Canna stuff from the cannabis. Cannabidols. That's from the letter C. Because you got, I guess, alkaloids is from the A, then B, and then C. Cannabidols. Just give me the whole plant. Don't separate them.
We'll figure out something. Something to do with it.
Alkalinity has to do with acidity. So on an acidic level, if you're alkaline, you're on one side of the scale. If you're acidic, you're on the other side of the scale. So you're like pH balance.
Yeah, we're mostly inside our body. We're mostly alkaline. We're not. We're like 7 point something. I don't know what the hell it is.
So is that why they say that like alkaline water is better for you?
Yeah. Optimal pH for human body is 7.6.
Most water is like around 7.5 to 8.4, something like that.
Most what are? Sorry.
Tap water.
Acidic, your stomach is very acidic to dissolve.
pH 2 in your stomach. Stomach acid is pH 2.
Beatty. Sorry.
That's very acidic.
Beatty. Shit. I'm gonna mute it. Sorry.
Like grapes, like alkaline batteries. Think of that. Maybe it doesn't really relate to this, but like alkaline batteries, the Sumerians back in the day created that like 0.5 volt of electricity using.
That was a lemon battery, though. That was an acidic
into a copper cell it's the alkalinity that came from the grape that created that potential, right? So it's the alkalinity of that side of it, and then acidic. So like battery creates like acidic acid.
Here's the thing: like most fish, the most acidic they can live in is like 5 point something pH, right? Usually in nature, we usually see like anywhere from 5 point something to like 8 point something. Where you see life.
Like the Dead Sea is a good example where it's so it has so much salinity. So like salt also has to do with like the pH balance, right? Like it has so much salinity that like the reason why they call it the Dead Sea is because basically nothing lives in it. It's fucking it can't live in it because it's so acidic.
That's why you can float on it as well, because the salt and content in the water makes the density so high that you can float on it.
Given that you already have that acidity in your stomach, right, to help break down what you digest, so wouldn't you want to make sure that what you put in there isn't also acidic and alkaline? Because I would think you don't want to have an over acidic, body. I would think you would want more alkaline or healthy balance,
Yeah, I think you're right about that, but that's a very complicated issue because your stomach biome is it's contained, it's separate from like the rest of your body, and like yeah, for breaking down materials, I think that's why we do have this more acidity in there, but it's also contained from the rest of our body where it would harm us extremely.
Something interesting though is that certain acidic things, when you consume them, turn alkaline. So if you take lemon, for example, in the morning and you squeeze lemon into warm water and you drink it, there's something that happens in your stomach with that lemon that actually turns it alkaline. So it alkalizes your body. It's pretty weird. I don't know the exact process, but it actually, yeah, so it's acidic, but it turns alkaline when it goes in your body and reacts with your stomach acid. So that's a good way to alkalize your body. Every morning, have squeeze some lemon into like warm water.
I'll tell you guys this. I've been I started working out, but I've also been in the middle of a move, and it's also summertime, and I'm in construction, and I changed jobs, and I'm not like packing a lunch instead of going out to fast food during lunch. But in the last 4 months, I've lost 30 pounds. I've been a lot more conscious about what I eat. I've been taking certain supplements as well, it's been working. Yeah, I'm down to under 210, where I was almost 240 in the last like 4 months. Doing small changes can really make a difference in like
how many kilograms is that?
How you burn calories and so on and so forth. Like, it's just big.
How many kilograms is that, Ron?
I don't 2.2 times like, I don't know. What's the conversion?
So you said you're 210 pounds, and what's your height?
I'm under 210 now, and I was 240, almost 240.
Look at
like 4 months ago.
And what's your height, Ron?
6 foot. I used to be 6'1", but I'm 41 years old, and I shrank an inch somewhere. I don't know how that happened, but I did. Oh.
Did I hear you say you're moving? You moved, Lou?
It's bad posture.
No,
are you still in the same sort of area, Lou, or did you move?
Compression of the spine and shit, like from doing hard work, carrying things on my shoulders, stuff like that. Compression of the spine. That's my guess.
You work in construction?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. It's 95 kilograms, by the way. I just looked. 210 pounds.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at now. And I was 30 pounds heavier like 4 months ago.
You're a rougher insider, right?
It literally took like very small changes. I just had to stick with it.
Lou, you do roofing and siding?
Yeah, I do siding. Yeah, siding for the most part, like wood siding. I'm a carpenter. I'm in the carpenters union.
Oh, okay.
I don't do roofing really. That's for the Mexicans.
Shit. I don't have any Mexican. Well, actually, that's not true. My foreman is half Mexican.
Keyword half.
But no, I mean, I'm still dropping rapidly. The thing is like, I'm a little bit concerned because when I was like 18 years old, I was like 200 pounds, and I was in good shape. Like, so I'm like 10 pounds from being where I was at 18. If I keep doing this and I keep dropping so fast, like, it's not going to take long before I'm lower than that. And I'm going to have to start eating shitty food again. Like, because I don't want to be like underweight or anything like that either.
What are you doing to lose weight again?
Well, for one, I've been packing light lunches, cutting back on carbs big time, sugars, instead of eating like shitty fast food and stuff like that. A lot of fish actually for dinner. I eat like once, maybe twice per day. But I've kind of always done that. It's just that now that I'm 41, like my metabolism, like it doesn't burn it the same. So now if I eat, 2 or 3 times a day, like I gain weight. But I always like, no matter what I did, I could eat as much as I wanted, and I wouldn't gain weight. Like now at 40 plus, like I do gain weight if I do that. So
have you tested your testosterone levels?
I was gonna say, because as a man, your testosterone starts dropping after you're 40, so it becomes harder to build muscles increasingly after 40.
Yeah, well, no, I haven't tested, and by the way, yeah, that's probably absolutely true, and there's not much I can really do about it, like other than changing diet and so on, which I've actually been doing, which is probably why I'm also burning weight so fast.
I'll recommend the supplement I take if you want that. It's a natural supplement and it increases your testosterone levels. I take it myself because my testosterone levels fluctuate because of I take opioids for chronic pain, so that lowers my testosterone levels. So I take supplements.
In the United States, like opioids are like totally illegal for anybody.
No. This is a natural supplement. It's a completely natural supplement.
It doesn't matter how natural it is. You can't get a fucking opioid in the United States.
Oh, no, not opioids. No. I take opioids for pain, and because of that, it causes my testosterone levels to be lower. So I take this natural supplement that works really well for increasing my testosterone levels. It's just a natural supplement with like B vitamins and different things, but it's specifically tailored for...
I'll tell you guys some of the stuff that I've been taking. I've been taking a lot of different supplements, actually, honestly. So, like, I've been taking... at night, I take magnesium, zinc, and N-acetylcysteine. NAC. Okay. Let's see what else. There's one other one. Well, I think that's about it at night. But then during the day, I also take iron. I take B2. I take
If you're taking a D, this is Sydney. If you're going to take a D, make sure you're taking potassium or K with it. That will help the absorption.
With N-acetylcysteine? Actually, I also take some. I don't do it all the time, but glutathione, which I think is kind of it goes really good with N-acetylcysteine. Potassium, I haven't really been taking. But yeah, that's the other one. The one I was missing. At night with the N-acetylcysteine is glycine. Glycine, zinc, and N-acetylcysteine, and magnesium.
It's not a bad combo.
Yeah, it's a good combo, especially at night. Like it helps you to get a good restful night's sleep. Also detox through the night.
Yeah, I take lysine every day as well. That's a good one.
Yeah, you can take that a couple times. You can take it through the day as well, right? Exactly.
Right.
The magnesium and zinc helps with stress and stuff like that. So, like, you can even take that also throughout the day.
I take L-theanine too. That's not a bad one either. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I apologize for that. I used to manage the Whole Foods like body care, like supplement section. So I just kind of like am a walking bank on it. So sorry, I'm happy for you.
Look, I'm a noob on it. Honestly, I've like just watched a few videos from like certain YouTube doctors and stuff, and kind of like. Yeah. Built up a bit of information. I'm not a dummy, like I go like, well, this sounds like a good combination. And what time of day?
I'll send you a DM about it so we can talk maybe more about that. Just because, I have a lot of experience in that. So, congrats on that.
Lou,
thank you.
I sent you a DM with a link for that supplement. I couldn't post the link in the chat, so I sent you a link for it. It's really good. It's called Wellman Conception. Completely natural. It works brilliantly. If you take it, you'll start noticing effect within, after a week, 1-2 weeks, you'll start noticing something.
By the way, I can't rave enough about N-acetylcysteine, honestly, NAC. Friggin', you guys all should be taking NAC if you can get it in your country. Like in the United States, we can get it, but they tried to take it away. In Canada, they can't. I don't know about your country, but like this stuff, it's like it's a huge preventative towards you getting sick. Like
What did
if
you
you
say
just
it's
take it
called?
daily in a low dose, you will probably not ever get sick.
What
If
is
you
it called?
do,
NAC.
N-acetylcysteine.
I think I heard of that. I don't know.
You can order it online, but like he's exactly right though about why they try to make it hard to get. Yeah, for sure.
Somebody write it on.
Just look up NAC in all caps. N for like non-acetylcysteine. NAC.
November Alpha Charlie.
Yeah.
But
it would be under like a supplement or something like that.
Yeah, it would be a supplement. And here's the thing that it does. Okay, so like, is it glutathione? So glutathione is super important for your body to fight off viruses and whatever else. We can debate about what a virus is later. But essentially, the way that a virus works is that it has to get into the nucleus of a cell in order to replicate and then destroy the cell and pop out and infect other cells, right? Well, the idea is that the glutathione in your body actually creates a stronger cell wall so that the virus cannot get into the cell, like into the nucleus. And NAC, N-acetylcysteine, helps you to naturally create, and it's cheap too, by the way, glutathione. Like, whereas you could take like a glutathione supplement, but it's extremely expensive over time, and it's not very efficient. So like most of it gets pissed away, essentially. So like, but your body can naturally produce it using NAC, and none of it gets pissed away, and it's cheap. So if you just take like a low daily dose, you're highly unlikely to get sick. If you do get sick, or you think you're getting sick, you can up that dose. It's not harmful. You can up that dose, and it'll either it'll either keep you from getting sick completely, or it'll at least reduce the effects of you being sick. They even give it in like IV drips in the hospital. Like that's one of the reasons why the FDA tried to freaking like get rid of it, is because they wanted to say it was like a pharmaceutical drug. Like they wanted to make it by prescription only. But you can get it over the counter in the United States.
I just posted something on live stream voice. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes. Yeah, the same stuff. Yeah. But you want to take more like 1,000 milligrams a day. As a 1,000 milligrams would be good as like a preventative dose. If you think you're getting sick, maybe up it to 2,000 or 3,000. And if you are sick, you could up it all the way up to like 6,000, 8,000. It all depends on your weight, though. And that pairs really well with, like she said, it pairs really well with glycine also. Glycine and L-glutamine, or what? Not L-glutathione. Yeah, L-glutamine, which helps to create the L-glutathione or the glutathione.
I think that's a great combo, and I would also add. I know it's a lot of pills, but I mean you can kind of just do it all in one go in the morning, like I've been trying to do every day. But I would always say just recommend an omega-3 with a K with a D, and then those three together they help each other. Or fish oil instead of the K.
Absolutely.
But
In fact, I've got a one that
I'm like a
I
walking
take.
FDA thing. I probably shouldn't have said anything. I'm trying to contain my excitement, y'all. But I'm gonna put a little recipe or two in the when I get back home into the chat, if that's okay for anybody that wants like a detox or autoimmune issues and other things. That really helped me out too.
Yeah, it really makes you feel better. Like honestly, like I mean, if you're young, you might not notice the difference, but if you're aging, you're starting to age. Like this N-acetylcysteine, like it helps for like mental acuity. Like it almost basically reverses the aging process. Like people who take NAC on a regular basis, they actually in studies show that they like revert some of the aging process a little bit, and it's so it fights in all old time. It fights Alzheimer's and all kinds of stuff. Like there's so many benefits to N-acetylcysteine. Just go look on YouTube, type in NAC and look for benefits.
When you say reverses aging, do you mean aging of the brain?
Yeah. It basically keeps you from freaking aging. Yeah, like mentally anyway. Not completely, but it slows down the process of aging.
Yeah, I'm always interested in stuff like this because, I know the FDA does try to control natural products that help you.
Yeah, no, dude, it's one of those things that they definitely don't talk a lot about. Nobody's really heard of it, but it's so beneficial. And whatever they say about like warnings, like there's like literally nothing there, even for their warnings. They just tried to take it away from us. That's it.
I find that certain essential oils are a good alternative as well to say like over aspirin or ibuprofen for headaches. You can use certain essential oils that will help alleviate those
like
types of
methanol
symptoms.
or like pain relievers, let's say you can get it from eucalyptus, and you can get it from there's a lot of them. But I find because as a person in construction and aging, I'm a person who gets pains here and there, and I find that if you just like rely on like the natural remedy, it's just like honestly like doesn't really seem to do much. It's like, damn, okay, maybe it was at least slightly, but so you have like minor aches and pains, cool, like that'll do it. But no, it's just really not enough. I have to take ibuprofen and freaking Tylenol, a combination of the two, like pretty often because I have back and shoulder pain and so on and so forth. But like, and that shit will keep me from sleeping. Like you're just looking for a natural remedy for general aches and pains. Go ahead.
I used to be on a really strict vitamin regimen myself, and I always thought that I felt better when I was taking them, but I'm really not sure if that was placebo or if I actually felt better, honestly.
Well, I can understand your thing there, but I do know this. If you're just like buying stuff from your average grocery store, like, and you think you're eating diversely, but maybe you're, no matter what, you're going to be missing something. You might over supplement, you might supplement things that you don't need to fucking take, but there's going to be something that you're lacking in today's day and age. Unless you're like really eating super diverse with like natural grown foods in super rich soil, like, and you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know what you mean. And at the time I was on this regimen, I don't know if you're familiar with, but I was on the Dr. Sebi diet for like 4 months. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a very strict, natural, limited diet. I couldn't eat a lot. Very limited. I might have the actually list of foods that are. I might be able to post.
I mean, I would love to be able to just like cook all day and friggin'. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I would hate that. But like, it would be nice to have the convenience to like not have to go to work and worry about waking up the next morning, and to just like prepare 2 or 3 meals a day that were very diverse and nutrient rich, and I could grow my own garden, and I could, like raise my own fucking chickens and my own goats and my own cows, and like that would be cool. It's just it's not.
No, I'm with you because when I was eating that way, I was at the grocery store almost every day buying fresh produce and stuff. Almost every day I would have to go to the store.
Yeah, you spend a lot of money trying to be healthy. Either way, and I'm just saying, like, so you do your best when it comes to what you eat, and then you also figure out what you're lacking, and you might need to supplement. Like in fact, most likely, it would be wise to supplement somewhere in your diet. Like you're probably lacking something.
I could have been very well over supplementing too, because I was just taking. I should take a picture of my drawer. Actually, it's just filled with supplements. I just thought, oh yeah, this is probably good. I should take this.
Well, the thing is with most supplements, it's not really a worry. So like, if it's water soluble, anything that you can't utilize in your body, you'll piss it out. Okay, so like, and anything more than your body needs will just get pissed out in the toilet. But when it comes to like oil soluble stuff, like what is it? AD, K and E, I believe. So those are all oil soluble. Like those things you can actually over supplement and do damage with. So you have to be careful with like oil soluble supplements.
Yeah, unfortunately, I broke my arm and got lazy, and I got fat again and quit working out and quit taking supplements and started eating shitty. But I'm 45. I gotta get back on track. It's tough to get in that mindset to actually do it. Once you're in it and doing it, it's easy. It's that first steps that are really the hardest.
You know what? Yeah, exactly. Like it really does. Like I was saying earlier, you want to change your body, change your health. Like it really doesn't take that much once you've done it for a little bit. It really just, I would suggest small changes at a time, just working towards that goal. You're like, I'm gonna just decide I'm gonna stop eating frozen pizza. Or pizza in general. No pizza.
Yeah, that's actually that's how I started originally. I just started slowly, like you said, just cutting certain things out.
Right. Just do that, and watch some shit. Like learn more, and go. Well, I'm cutting that out next, and I'm gonna start doing this more also. Like I take every morning. I wake up and I fill a pint glass full of water. I just fill the cap of Bragg's apple cider vinegar. I put that in my water, and I drink a pint of water with just like an ounce of apple cider vinegar. Boom, huge fucking
I used
output.
to do
Like,
that same routine, but I also did a spoonful of honey with garlic. I would swallow that raw garlic and honey.
Yeah. No, I mean you can't be like looking for fast results. You just got to change. You got to slowly change your habits. You can't. You can't like you're going. Oh, this isn't working, and just start eating fucking cake. You know what I mean?
It is funny. Do you have this experience when you're doing that and you're in that mode? Do you one day just wake up and realize, holy shit, I'm in good shape and thin? Like you don't really see it as it's happening until one day you just realize, hey, I'm wearing a medium-sized t-shirt, not an 2X.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, because I don't feel different, and I don't feel like I look that different in the mirror, honestly. But I step on the scale, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm 30 pounds lighter than I was 4 months ago. Like, I'm like,
yeah.
I mean, I do notice in the mirror. Yes, I like my stomach looks thinner. My daughter also, she was like, I pointed out, and she was like, yeah, you don't have a big tummy anymore. I'm like, yeah, okay, so you're noticing, because but yeah, in your own eyes, you don't see much change. Like you don't see yourself getting fatter. You know what I mean? You know how when you were getting fat, you didn't notice it. Well, the same thing happens going the other way. It's hard for you to see your loss also.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't notice when you're getting fat, and then all of a sudden, until you are actually fat, and you're like, fuck, I'm fat.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right.
I feel like aging is the same way. I feel like one day I looked in the mirror at myself, and I didn't recognize the reflection that I was looking at. I was like, holy shit, who is that guy? I'm fucking old.
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't say that out loud.
We basically have beer goggles on all the time. Like when we're looking at ourselves. Like we're just like, oh yeah, I'm still just me. I'm the man. I'm the guy that I always was. You still think you're the high schooler that you graduated with?
Okay, now I just read here. Apparently, the fattest man in history weighed 1,400 pounds.
That's hard to believe.
That takes dedication.
Some American guy, 1,400 pound. Yeah, John Brower Minnock, an American man who was the heaviest man in history, weighing approximately 635 kilograms, 1,400 pound at his peak.
Yeah, I mean that's like a beluga whale or some shit. That's fucked up. Like,
well, there was a guy here in the UK that they were talking about. Some guy who weighed half a ton. Listen to this. He hadn't left his house for 8 years, and they came to get him to take him to the doctor's appointment, and they couldn't get him out through the door. So what they had to do was they had to remove the window frame and lift the guy out with a crane through the window.
Remember the movie What's Eating Gilbert Grape? No, nobody.
Say that again.
The one we had a mom that was like
when he was
600
really young.
pounds. His mom was like 600 pounds.
Yeah, and he decided because she died of her fatness and they couldn't get her out of the house. He decided to burn the house down instead of face the embarrassment of his fat fucking mom.
You know what's funny too for me, from high school probably to my mid 20s, I would eat like a savage. Like I never ate before, and I never gained a pound. I never had a six pack, but I was never fat. I was always just in shape. But then as I started, getting into my mid to late 20s, I was still going out all the time, getting drunk, and then I come home, eat a whole pizza to myself, pass out, and then I just kept doing that. And eventually I woke up one day and was like, fuck, where'd this belly come from?
Yeah. Well, now you got a habit. Like your metabolism was able to burn it when you were young, right?
Yeah.
The same thing. That was the same story that I have. So when you were young, it didn't matter. Like I had an active lifestyle during the day. Like I could pretty much do anything to my body that I wanted and not see any fucking thing. Like nothing happened. But as I age, like it starts catching up with you, and eventually comes a time where you go, oh shit, why don't any of my clothes fit right anymore? I look like shit in this. Like I'm either throwing this stuff out or I'm gonna do something about it, right?
Were you ever in the bar when you were young and you were talking to like an older dude and he was telling you you feel invincible and you don't really feel any pain and you can get hammered drunk and wake up the next day and go to work and you're fine. And then you're talking to an older gentleman and he'll be like, and you'll be having these talks and he'll be like, wait till you turn 30. Wait till you turn 30. You're going to feel parts of your body in pains that you never felt in your life. And sure shit, the moment I turned 30, I was feeling all types of shit. And 40 is even worse.
Yeah, it's absolutely true, dude. When I was like 19, 20 years old, like I was before 21, not even going to the bars. I would go out and get smashed and party at a party house that I fucking hung out at, and like I would literally get like 2 hours of sleep and then go wake up and fucking like have an 8-hour day of work, kicking ass. Like,
it didn't phase you. I get hammered like that now. It takes me 4 days to recover.
But hey, by the way, a little cheat. When I was talking about the N-acetylcysteine in combination with glycine, it's sort of a really good hangover drug as well too. So like if you're drinking the night and you got to wake up in the morning, like take that at night before you go to bed with a full glass of water, like good glass, and it's a huge like, dude. It when you wake up in the morning, when you're used to like feeling like shit from doing the same thing. You're gonna freaking walk that shit off, no problem.
Have you ever heard that somebody told me that you can do the same thing with activated charcoal pills? That before you go to bed.
Yeah, I bet that would help somewhat too. You could probably add that to the combo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the NAC with glycine, it really helps with getting restful sleep. So that's kind of a big part of it. Your body does a lot of detox during the night while you sleep.
It doesn't have the it doesn't make you ever feel like groggy when you wake up, does it? Because like I can't take
no.
What's a sleep aid that people take, the natural
magnesium is a big one for that as well.
No, it's not magnesium, it's something else.
Zinc? No.
Oh, my fucking fiance takes it all the time. What the fuck is it? Anyway, it's some natural supplement that's supposed to help you get a deeper sleep. But every time I take it, I wake up feeling like shit.
Yeah, the ones that I mentioned, you can take them at night and get a good restful sleep. So like zinc, magnesium, glycine, and acetylcysteine. You take those and typically, dude, this happened actually like yesterday. I freaking was drinking the night before, and I went to bed somewhat late, but I did take that stuff, and my alarm goes off I got a first alarm at 4:30 in the morning. I got a second alarm at 5:30 because like I don't know, but I literally like woke up on that 4:30 alarm. Usually I'm like, oh my god, no, and I shut that shit off. I woke up at that 4:30 alarm and I was just like, yeah, I'm ready to go, but I still have an hour, and I silenced it, and I was waiting for that 5:30 alarm, and it was like in my head. I just never fell back asleep. I was like, this 5:30 alarm is never gonna go off. Like, what time is it? Like, I kept checking. I'm like, kept waking up and checking. So I was like wide awake, basically, just trying to sleep, but I couldn't because I knew I had to get up soon. And it yeah, I was fine. I was well invigorated and ready to go for the day. Like you're gonna get good restful sleep, so you feel energized without necessarily sleeping so long. You know.
I wonder. You think if I should throw these supplements away? I've had them in here for years. Do they go bad?
Yeah, they do expire if you've had them in that long. They'll still work, but they'll be less. They'll be less effective.
Trying to find that sleep aid I was talking about. See if I actually have it in here, but I don't see it.
Shelf life is kind of a thing when it comes to like natural supplements. Like you know, they just you want them fresh.
Yeah, damn. I don't. Wait, what's this? Oh well, whatever.
You know what's fucked up though? So like I realized that I've lost 30 pounds in a matter of months, and I still turn sideways in the mirror. Like if I just, you know, if I'm like, I can look like I got a flat belly, but if I like really let it out, I still got a fucking belly. Like I'm like, dude, I'm only looking to lose maybe 10 more pounds. I'm like, is that enough to fucking get rid of that belly? Like, like,
that's a struggle too. When you reach a certain point and you've actually done like you've done and lost 30, if you just want to lose like 10 more or 20 more, it's extremely difficult.
Or it's already slowed down big time. Like it took me about 2 or 2.5 months to lose like 20 pounds. And in the last same amount of time, I've lost maybe another 10, but that's like it's been kind of the rubber banding thing, like where I lose 3 and then I go up 2, and then I lose, like it's you lose on average like maybe a pound per week. You know, like once you get rid of the bloating and the so that's a big thing too. We were talking about like the gut biome and stuff like that. I've been also eating nutritional yeast, like and a lot of sauerkraut and stuff like that, fermented things to help with the gut biome. It helps you to digest things better.
Like kombucha, you drink kombucha?
No, I haven't been doing kombucha. Yeah, but I mean, I'm already doing other things too that kind of do the same effect. But once you get your and it's going to take a difference with you. It's going to take time for you to change that gut biome, right? Like you have to change your diet, and you know you might find that your shits become more solid. At first, they're going to be diarrhea. You're going to start shitting out stuff like you're going to be like, "What the fuck am I shitting so much for?" But like you get your gut biome good, you get the right color and the right. I don't like talking about this, but like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know.
You know, all of a sudden you're getting solid shits that are the right color and they seem like more regular and blah 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 blah. Like that means things are going good in your stomach.
There is nothing better than taking a good healthy one. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
and it gets regular too. It's so regular you can set your watch to it when you're healthy like that and you're eating right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be running for the toilet. That means there's something wrong if you are.
You shouldn't be straining either.
Yeah, you shouldn't be straining. Right. That means like it's kind of the other problem.
Mm-hmm.
And it should be controllable. Like it should be on a time, like you're saying. Like I can go before work and I can go after work. I shouldn't have to disrupt my work in order because I just have to go.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like a lot of people don't understand and are not informed about is certain things like IBS, for instance. A lot of that can be controlled with just changes in your diet. You don't have to take a prescription drug for things like that.
Well, that's part of what the apple cider vinegar is good for in the beginning, in the morning. You wake up, you take that, and before you leave, dude, it only takes a few minutes. You drink a freaking glass of water with apple cider vinegar, and guaranteed, give it a few minutes, you're gonna freaking go to the bathroom. You're gonna, and then you should be good for an 8-hour day. Like after that.
I was amazed too when I started doing all this fitness shit, how much energy I thought I'd be, wore out and exhausted after a workout, but I never was. I had so much more energy after the workout. It really surprised me.
Yeah. By the way, one of the things that I've suggested for pairing with the N-acetylcysteine is L-glutamine. That's also a really good pre-workout and after-workout supplement. Like, it helps to keep you from like feeling sore and stuff like that. Like, yeah. So that's
you do any
that's what
protein
it's usually advertised for, huh?
You do any protein shakes or anything?
No, I don't. But I don't work out that hard. I mean, I'm not trying to get into like a cut shape or anything like that. I have functional strength because I work in construction. Like, and I'm also of a certain age. I'm not like worried about like getting girls and shit like that. It's not about getting a certain body shape. It's about just like feeling healthy and being able to get through a work day. So
I wasn't doing nothing too. I wasn't doing anything too crazy. I joined a yoga class, and I joined a boot camp class for the mornings, and I had a yoga class in the afternoon. And then once in a while at home, I do a couple hours on a treadmill. And as I was on the treadmill, just to entertain myself, I would lift dumbbells and stuff once in a while. But nothing heavy.
I've been doing something like that, a dumbbell routine, and essentially,
yeah.
But I mean, I have a shoulder problem right now. Lifting fucking big heavy guns, like pneumatic guns and shit every day, like has it hurt my shoulder. So like, I started all of this because my shoulders were really bugging me, and I was gonna do some light shoulder exercises, and then I started looking into it, and one thing led to another. It's like, well, if you want to do this, do these exercises. Well, if you're doing these exercises, well, then do these other ones also. If you're worried about that, then check out what you're eating. Check out your health, and so on and so forth. And next thing I know, like I wasn't ever planning to lose weight. And all of a sudden, 4 months later, I'm fucking 30 pounds less.
Yeah, I had the main goal. I was trying to lose weight. I had a goal in mind, and that's what got me going. But yeah, I joined a fucking taekwondo class, and I was going too hard and broke my fucking arm.
Yeah. So I mean, when it comes to especially if you have a shoulder problem, you're not like worried about trying to look cut like a 25-year-old, or you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah. No, that's.
But I was doing this protein thing, and it was more of a it was supposed to just help recovery after the workout, not like try to gain.
Yeah, L-glutamine would be good. Is it good before and after? Like about 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after a workout. So like it'll help you I forget what the before is, but after it helps with to help with like soreness and stuff like that, recovery,
Right.
so that you can do it again the next day.
When
Yeah.
you're getting your supplements, do you try to go as natural as you can?
I don't worry too much about that, but yeah, of course, like when I'm buying them, I I'm not like smart enough to know exactly all of like the differences because there's so many products out there, you know.
Or like, do you grab always GMO, anything that's non, GMO and
Yeah, if I see one that is supposedly non-GMO organic, blah blah blah, and it's a comparative price, I'll go for it. But then again, a lot of the ones that do claim to be that are twice the price, and it's like, well, no, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna spend twice the price because you claim this is fucking organic.
yeah, and even I noticed that even in the organic ones I bought, there's still this one fucking thing in there that what's it called? I'll have to look it up, but it's in every goddamn pill. I swear, every pill you buy, it's in there. I think it's just one.
Basically, it's the capsule. Probably it's the Vega something or another. It's the the capsule itself has to be like this. Like that's why a lot of people take the supplements in powder form because they don't like what the capsule is made of.
Yeah. Yeah.
I lost about 180 to 187 pounds within 5 minutes. But that's only because I stuck around for about 4 minutes telling her it's me, not her.
Dude, you blow a big wad.
Okay. I thought he was going to try to work flat Earth in there somehow.
No, it was all about his wad.
Is magnesium stearate? I think that's what I was thinking of. Does that sound right?
Dude, Platter says that you lose pounds, but he's talking about money, right? As soon as you sign up for a gym membership. Like, I lost 30 pounds the last 4 months without signing a gym membership. I didn't go to a gym once. Like, you don't need a gym for that shit. You can do it in your own. You literally don't even need dumbbells. You can just do this with your own body weight. There's plenty of. Just look on YouTube, like body weight regimens and stuff like that. Like, in fact, you should not be lifting any weights until you can lift your own weight.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm lazy, so I knew that's why I had to join that boot camp, because I knew if I joined that boot camp, there'd be somebody there to push me and hold me accountable and motivate me, because I can't. I'm terrible at motivating myself in it when I'm working out. Awful.
I would have thought I was like you until I don't know. I'm one of these guys who once I get set on, I don't know. I don't know if it's a certain like type of disorder, but like once I get set on something, like that's all I'm like. I'm very focused. You know, like it's hard to maybe get me there, but once I get an idea in my head, like I'm going to do this. That's what I do, and I do it till I do it till it's dead. It's fucking like it's what makes me a perfectionist at work too. Like if I'm gonna, nothing is worth doing unless it's worth doing right. Like I'm a perfectionist in that way.
That's good too. When you're doing siding, it is better to do it right the first fucking time versus wasting material and doing it shitty, and then somebody coming by and saying, "Bro, that looks like shit. You got to redo that."
Dude, the worst thing is getting a callback. Do you know how hard it is to fix somebody else's bad work?
Oh yeah, dude, I live it. I own a. I don't. Me and my father run a siding and roofing company. My father's the president. I'm the CFO.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, bro, but like months ago, I took some time off from here. But I told you, if you're ever in my area and you need a job, bro, my door is always open for you.
Where are you at?
I'm in Madison.
I mean, I'm pretty well set where I'm at, but where are you at?
I'm in Madison.
Jesus Christ, that's right. I'm in Milwaukee, friggin' area. Yeah. We're our company's now out of Eagle, but yeah, the Milwaukee area. Dude, we should just join forces. We'll just become a bigger company that services both big cities in the state.
Nobody's looking for work anymore.
By the way, I'm a union sider now. I'm a fucking union carpenter.
Yeah, so you're fuckhead. Fuck you. Fuck unions, bastard. Fucking sellout.
Dude, I'm not a fan of them either. But dude, it means better wages and better benefits and fucking all kinds of stuff. It means that it also means that it's harder to land jobs. But we also offer like the highest level of quality, like that you're gonna get.
Doesn't the higher pay though? Isn't that kind of negated by the union dues?
Not entirely.
No.
I mean, there are dues, yes, but no, it doesn't like cancel them out.
Okay.
On top of that, dude, seriously, like name a cider who has a fucking like really good health insurance plan.
Oh, me. We have really good health insurance. Dental. You can go anywhere you want. It's it's not
completely paid for. Like,
oh no. We pay half. We pay half for the employee. So for the employee, it's like $50 a week.
Right. No.
Which with the plan we have, that sounds expensive, but it's actually really good.
It's not. Health insurance is, dude. I'm paying because I just recently joined the union, so it hasn't really kicked in yet. So I'm still paying $340 per month to have health insurance for myself individually.
Holy shit! Yeah. Oh.
Wow. Right, but soon I'm going to have the union health insurance, and I'll pay $0 per month. That's a $340 per month raise immediately.
Yeah, bro, that's shit, man. Fucking the industry is so crazy too right now because there was like for a year, I swear, we must have interviewed so many people every week, and we'd hire them, and they would never show up.
By the way, once I do have this insurance through the union, it doesn't matter if it's me or my daughter, or if I have 5 more kids. I pay the same amount of $0 to have them all covered under the same good insurance.
What the fuck? Fuck you, because I just had to put my daughter on my insurance, and so now I'm paying actually $100 a week. But
yeah,
fuck you.
Yeah, Platter, exactly. Dude, once I got this insurance, I'm gonna fucking start hitting the fucking park again. I'm gonna fucking start doing them jumps and them rails, breaking wrists and shit.
When I was in the field, when I was out working, busting my ass doing roofing and new construction and shit, I used to want to be a brick guy so bad because I would see those guys come sit on their ass all day, just going as slow as molasses, putting bricks down, getting union pay. I hated those fucking guys.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, I think as far as union cider goes, like I think I'm like one of in the Carpenters Union. We're like literally the only crew, as far as I know, so far. It's a rarity. Like, but that's what the union needs is actual carpenters, like people who like work as wood and like they have no exterior guys. They do steel studs and commercial environments. You know, like
so you can do framing too.
Well, yeah, I'm going to learn everything. Like, right now I'm an exteriors guy, but I'm going to be actually forced because I signed on as a journeyman. Like, I literally have no formal training. I'm self-taught, but like I signed on as a journeyman, so I have full union wages and benefits. But I'm going to be forced to take the classes to learn drywall, to learn steel studs, to learn like all kinds of things that I kind of have a general knowledge of already anyway. But it's what's going to keep me working during the winter when we would be laid off. It's what's going to also
you don't side in the winter?
a better because my deal is to be a foreman. Like the idea here is that as we expand out, I have to train a couple of crews, and I'm going to be the foreman of multiple crews instead of my own.
Right.
And so a little less hands-on and a little more oversight. And
a little more window time in between job sites.
What's that?
A little more window time in between job sites, checking on crews.
Yeah, exactly. I'm basically going to be getting materials, dropping them off, checking on jobs, things like that. But it's going to take some training. Like the problem right now is that we don't have any apprentices. So like we need to get these guys in that are like locked in. Because what I've done for years already is train a guy, get him almost ready, and then he decides he doesn't like it anymore or whatever else. You know, or as soon as you train them, they want to go and start their own company. Like I found out that I can get side jobs and I can do this on my own. As soon as you train them. You know, like
we've had that too. But funny enough is, you know, we teach them that skill of how to do the trade, but I didn't teach you how to actually make a profit doing this and what your sales point should be and what your overhead should be and how to calculate
the profit. The profit, you can make a profit very easily because, dude, the going wage, like, you don't even have to be that good, and you can make way better than what you're making working on the clock. Because
but it's difficult for people that don't know how to price a job to be competitive and make money at the same time. And a lot of them too, but their first thing they do is they take out a fucking business loan, buy a bunch of brand new vehicles, and you know are in debt right away before they even made any money.
Well, that's the same story of the guy who wins the lottery. You know, they don't know how to manage money and shit. Like we don't. Do you think the union's teaching people how to manage money, or that you are going to teach as a freaking foreman of your company how to manage money?
Right. No, I'm not. Yeah. No.
Yeah, people might get head over heels, you know, and all of a sudden it all falls in. It's like, well, I had a good streak and I was feeling big headed about myself, and I was, you know, like, you know, but then all of a sudden they realized like the guy that they were getting the jobs from is no longer there to support them because they fucking ditched them, and you know, like. It's like, yeah, I was stealing jobs from this guy. I think I'm working on my own, but you're not. Now you need somebody to give you leads. Now you got to do both the selling and the work.
Yeah.
Now you have no employees. Now you are lacking equipment, and you got to try to borrow equipment or buy your own. Now and the jobs get bigger and bigger. Like, oh shit, I can't handle this job. You're willing to take it because of the money that's in that big job, but you can't handle that job.
Yeah, exactly. You know what's funny is I have an employee right now who, when he first started working for us, like the first, I'd say 6 months, he was amazing, on time every day, never late, never called in, always put in 40 hours and busted his ass. And I told him one day, I pulled him outside, I said, hey, don't think that what you're doing, the hard work you're putting in, showing up every day, don't think that's going unnoticed. And, keep it up. And we can talk about, upping your pay, and there's a future for you here if you keep this up. Tell me why. As soon as I told him that, it was like a switch was flipped, and he is terrible. He doesn't put in 40 hours anymore. He fucking doesn't show up some days. It's like, okay, I'm never doing that again with an employee.
How old is he? I'll tell you this, dude. Doing what we do,
he's in his 30s.
Putting in a 40, or especially if you have a family or anything like that, like putting in a 40-hour week is a lot of fucking drag. You really know, and like if you're gonna really hustle, doing siding, climbing ladders all day, running around the house, dude, like in the sun, in the cold, whatever else, it is draining as fuck. Like this is not a like.
It's a young man.
This is not a meek man sport, like it's
it's rough, man. And but the thing is too is they'll bitch that they're not making enough. Motherfucker, if you want to make more, put 40 hours in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. At least the thing is when it comes to carpenters, like carpenters union, they're like averaging like 60, and here we are joining as siders. It's like, dude, you understand that like rain comes in for a day here and there, right? Like we're gonna miss a whole day out of the week.
I'm surprised you get laid off in the winter doing siding, because we work all year round doing everything.
No, we could work. I don't necessarily get laid off because of lack of work. I get laid off because of it's not fiscally reasonable. So what happens is that because we do mostly resides. So we're really talking about like quality work, working directly with the homeowner. A lot of them get scared off about whether or not the job can be done correctly, like with painting end grains and caulking things, and they also get worried about like as far as window replacements and stuff like that, opening their house to the environments, and so that's one aspect of it. But that's still not what stops us. The thing that happens is if you do have a rough winter, we work way slower. Our equipment freezes up. The compressor doesn't work as good. The guns don't work as good. We're always we have to heat up our caulk and stuff like that. Like we have to like keep it warm and
we got a cat here in a trailer to handle all that.
Half the efficiency. So what happens is the boss stops making profit and he starts breaking even. And we're struggling to get the job done. So instead, what he was doing is saying, "Fine, you guys go ahead and collect unemployment because I got the unemployment pool going. Like, go ahead and collect the unemployment. If we have a stretch of good weather and we got a small job, we'll do it, and I'll bank those hours. And so I'll basically work part time over the winter, collect cash, and also get the unemployment.
Okay.
But it like I said, I mean to try to just keep people working so that you can break even doesn't make sense to the boss.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at the same time, see, here's the other side of it. As a worker, especially when the weather's really bad, during those really tough times of the year, which we haven't had the last couple of years, but you might work 3 days a week or 2 days a week. That doesn't pay the bills.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, on those days you can work, you better put 10 hours in.
Dude, how are you going to put 10 hours in when you have 8 hours of daylight?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. I get. Yeah, in that time of year, you're right. It doesn't work, does it? It's been a while since I've actually been out there busting. I've been in the office for the last 10 years. Yeah,
It just doesn't work well. Yeah, I mean, you can get out there the moment the sun cracks, and it's fucking negative fucking 4 degrees. Like nothing works. By the time you get shit working and going, you're freezing. Like it warms up to like 12 degrees.
Yeah, them compressors freeze up fast too. But like I said, we gotta, we always keep in the wintertime. We make sure we have a trailer on the job site, keep the compressor, and we have a gas heater in there to turn on and warm the fucker up.
Yeah, no, it just. Or we'll
have guys
people
bring
do
them back to the shop.
We've done it. We've done it. It's just the thing is, it just kind of found out it's not really worth it.
Yeah, it is tough to actually be productive in that environment because even you're working, but you get cold. You gotta warm up, and so then you're not working. You're trying to get your fingers back warm, then go out work some more. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we do get, like I said, the last couple few years, whatever. Like we've had pretty mild winters here in Wisconsin. But that's not going to always be the case. It never was. And so basically, because of the last years, it was like what we did is work through Christmas and then got laid off for like 2 months, and then we'd be back 2 or 3 months, depending on the weather. Collect unemployment, maybe work sporadically here and there on small jobs. Bank those hours.
I'm actually surprised with the way the economy is right now and the way prices of materials have skyrocketed, how busy we actually are right now. It's kind of crazy to me. I thought we were going to have a couple of bad years these last 2 years, but we haven't. We're extremely busy.
You know what I think? Yeah, because the way that materials and labor costs are going through the roof, all of us keep jacking our prices way up.
People
you expect it to slow down, but it's really pretty much stayed the same. They like prices compared to only a few years ago are like a third higher.
Fuck yeah!
So, here's my theory on it: is that these people know that it's only going to get worse. And they're just trying to get it done before they can't afford it anymore.
Good point. Sure. And, new construction is pretty much dead for us over here too. Everything we do is resides or re-roofs. I mean, we have a couple of builders that we work with, but most of it's like additions and shit.
You have more stability because people who own a house, they have really no choice. Like if it needs it, it's got to get done.
Yeah.
So they're looking for the best time to do it. Yeah, like the best time would be during a recession. So if they can hold off, good. But right now they're worried about the raising prices of labor. They know there's no laborers out there. They know that there's no the materials keep getting raised. Like if you were to go back to the 2008 recession, a lot of people actually capitalized on that. They waited and they got their shit done pretty much for free. Like labor was free. It was paid for cheap materials and they got it done. And they had a million
that year,
right?
Yeah,
that's not happening this time.
No, not at all.
This time, inflation is destroying the market. They're just watching the numbers on a daily basis. Like the cost of lumber, the cost of labor, the cost of freaking. It's like, oh my god! I just checked this a month ago, and now it went up like $8 a fucking square, or whatever it is.
Yeah, dude. For a while, it was every week we were getting new price sheets. Every fucking week. It's kind of leveled off now, but it was insane. We couldn't. It was hard because you get contracts signed, and you're not going to get to that job for sometime months. And so, how do we tell our customers now? Hey, that contract you signed.
There's no laborers. That's because there's no laborers. Every crew that does this type of work is lacking in labor. Like we have tons of work to do. We just don't have the people to do it.
Yep. Same with us, dude. Same with us. We got work. We turn down jobs right now.
Yeah, you have to. That's why the price keeps going up.
I mean, I hate doing that too, though, because even if it's something small, that later on could lead to something big. So I hate doing it, but we have to. We just don't have the manpower to do piddly shit sometimes.
Yeah, but dude, this is not a fucking inciting. Like, especially if you're doing expensive homes with the homeowner, and you're doing high quality materials, and there's a high expectation. If you're looking for skilled labor in a risky situation where you're climbing ladders and freaking setting, dude, in exteriors, there's literally nobody out there willing to do it.
Yeah.
Nobody. I mean, it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. The people who are willing to do it are charging more and more, and there's nobody new coming in. Nobody.
Yeah. It used to be a great summer job to have for teenagers and shit, fresh out of high school or still, 18. But them kids are pussies today, man. They can't.
No. Have no fear. AI robots will be here. They can climb, they can fly, they can move things.
They're waiting on 3D printing your fucking house out of fucking insect shit or something.
The future is approaching. Why are these numbers not?
I can tell you this. One of the last jobs that is going to be replaced. One of the very last jobs is going to be replaced by AI and machines and 3D printing and all that stuff is what we do.
Bro, that's what I used to think too, man. There are bricklaying machines out there. That's why I stopped bricklaying. This is 6-7 years ago. They got a machine that can lay bricks. They got a machine that can build pallets. I was in the warehouse too, and I'm like, I better go look for something from the future. But you know what I mean? When you're just barely breaking even, I mean, there's got to be a reason why, and what's the next, how do we make a profit? And I think AI
might be really hard to create some sort of AI that could be as meticulous as you need to be when you're doing siding.
Yeah, no, they won't. It'll be generic little huts and shit like that, stuff with no character, stuff with no real
prefab shit. The wall, all the siding will be just kind of pasted onto the wall at once.
Every house in the subdivision is going to look like a beehive.
You work with SmartSide?
What? Say that again?
Do you do any SmartSide?
Oh, that's what I primarily do is LP Smart Side. Yeah.
Dude, when that shit first came out, I fucking hated it.
Oh, I love it. Oh, it's way better than fucking cement fiber. God.
No, I mean, I like the vinyl. I love putting on vinyl. So fucking easy.
Oh, dude, vinyl sucks though, dude. It looks like shit and it holds up for shit, dude.
Well, yeah, it looks terrible, but it's easy to work with.
Yeah, of course it's dude. That's what everybody starts out with.
When that fucking LP shit, when that shit first came out, I had trouble. I was always blasting my nails through the fucking ports.
Well, your compressor is set at way too high a pressure. If that's true. Way too high. Like you can be at 120 pounds and not blast through it. Like that's what we pretty much run at 120. Like if you're blasting through the boards, you're at like 150, 180. That's way too high. Why is the compressor like that?
Well, and I think this was years ago when that shit first came out. Nobody was really using it, and I think it was It was more brittle. In the earlier days, it was fucking shit.
I gotta show you. I gotta show you some pictures of the job I'm on right now, dude. It's a tough job to do, but we're doing an immaculate job on this thing, and we're trying to impress because this guy is a restaurant owner and he has a lot of connections, and so we're kind of going all out with him. Yeah. But and he's got a house that was an original, plus it had an addition put on it, and things are kind of funky in that way. Mm-hmm. But we're making it, dude. Look so clean, so nice. Like all the lines, like full starter rows on the second floor where it steps out and so on. Even though it steps out at two different heights, both floors are gonna have like the same 7-inch reveal all the way around the house. And then we're working down where he had too much cinder block showing, and we're now like actually siding over the cinder block for 2 rows. Giving him where he had a step, he's now got a clean line. We're framing around his glass block windows and siding around it, whereas it was just cinder block before. Like it's such a huge change of what he had. Like, but it takes a lot of know-how and effort to actually do it.
Yeah.
Like even his electrical mast, like we took a wire wheel to it and we ground all the fucking all the rust off of it. We primed and painted it to match the siding color and freaking like it like just everything is just gonna be brand new on this thing. Like so clean, like total tear off. We did all new windows, 16 new windows around his house. On top of complete teardown and Tyvek and reside and all the details you could ever imagine.
And then if you do a good job for somebody like that, that can lead to years of work. Because we actually had that situation where we got a contract to work for a property management company that owns a ton of condos in the county we live, our businesses in, and that's been giving us so much work, dude, for the last few years. I mean, we could almost just not do anything else sometimes, and just because these condos are huge.
Yep. Yeah, we're already in with one condo association, but this guy. Honestly, I think the thing that we're really good at is doing these single family homes, rich people's homes.
Yeah. They're always cut up pain in the asses, though, dude. Them homes are always the way they're designed.
Yeah, they are. But there's hardly anybody who's willing to do them or do them right.
Yeah, I always hated doing those fucking roofs on those houses. It was just such a pain in the ass.
Dude, we did a job last fall. That was a single family home, $130,000 job.
Yeah. The fucking builders, dude, I swear, on the roofs, they're like, they think you can make like water go uphill. It's like, It's so caught up in
the architects. Especially when it comes to chimney chases. Dude, what makes you think we can just create a dam here that's not going to create a problem?
What the fuck are you doing?
No, well, as a roofer, if you're doing roofing, if you want to really go to the next level, what you do is create you bend a freaking diverter, a big doghouse kind of thing. If they give you one of those situations where water's going to freaking pour down and dam against, you create an angle and build that into the roof with your flashing.
Right. We're actually trying to get out of roofing. We're trying to not take as many roofs. We want to mainly do siding, and luckily it's been working out that we're not getting a lot of calls for
leave the roofs to the unskilled. Seriously, leave it to your illegal Mexicans and shit. They come in with 20 guys to knock it out in a day. Just leave it to them. It's brainless. They do it day in, day out. They just work their back and that's it.
Tail light warranty.
Yeah. No, if you, dude, shake your body a little bit, use your brain a little bit.
Oh yeah. What do you expect from a nation of workers? What, thinkers? Can we make this job easier? Bruh, just work. Stop thinking. I think we can use these exoskeletons, with that chip that Elon, can you just put that on me? Save my back so I can do this real quick. I know you got those.
So you're a lot of the things you guys are doing are multi-story. You're using a lot of
we're usually doing
60-foot ladders and planks.
We're usually doing 2-story or 2-story with exposed basements, so up to 3.
You guys got pump jacks or ladders and planks?
Yeah, most pump jacks for them almost exclusively. Well, I set up. We have a lot of pump jacks and planks, so I will set up the entire house. In fact, the house where I'm on right now, you can walk 3/4 of the way around the house just from scaffolding. Without going to the ground, you can jump from one to the next to the next.
I always hated that part, having to set all that shit up. I used to love being on the plank, dude. When I was young, though, I'd be running all over that thing. But
Dude,
as I got older,
I would much rather be on the planks than on the ladder, dude. Fucking A, especially because we got the back plank and everything. We have the 24 wide bodies, the 24-inch wide body.
Yeah, I forgot they got the back planks now. Yeah, when I was doing it,
we got a fucking a bench all the way around all the way around the house.
I suppose being union too, you got to follow all OSHA compliances and harnesses.
We're supposed to, but no. Look. We're still just residential siders. If you want to follow all OSHA, you're not allowed to use ladders. Technically, they'll say you can, but they'll be watching you and be like, if OSHA's there, they'll be like, yeah, you're allowed to use ladders, but you can't do work from them.
So what do you guys do when you get a lead job? Yeah. Is somebody lead certified that you work with to handle all that bullshit that they do now?
No, look. Like I said, so here's the deal. I was working for a private company for my whole life, practically. That guy retired. He sold to my sister and brother-in-law recently. So now I joined the union. I have not even taken orientation yet. Okay? I don't have any certifications. I'm still just the same non-union guy that I always was. We're still doing the same thing that we always did, but I'm getting paid union wages and getting union benefits.
Isn't OSHA a scam? Be safe, work safety first. But damn, man,
it's just a scam to milk us out of money.
Yeah, I know, right?
What they do is they set up a set of rules that you cannot comply with, and they watch with binoculars from 1/4 mile away. And they wait for you to break those rules. And then they come and find both you, the offender, and the company.
Yeah, it's usually a disgruntled employee that gets them on you, too. That actually
Like,
happened to us. We got hit hard.
OSHA doesn't show up to residential properties. They do is they watch the commercial properties and the city development. Okay, so like, yes, we're in that also, but not my crew, not what we do.
Yeah.
The lead certification and the lead shit that you have to do now, that's fucking horseshit, dude. That's a fucking scam.
Everything's a scam.
No, dude, they literally seriously set it up so that you cannot comply. Like, check it out. Like, you have to always keep 3 points of contact while you're on a ladder. You also have to have a ladder tied off at the top in order to fucking climb it. Now, how do you do that?
Exactly.
They have what's called a first man, last man rule. So, like, you're allowed to, the first guy who sets up the ladder is allowed to climb to the top and secure the ladder. But after it's secured, even still, you're not allowed to perform work without keeping 3 points of contact. That means either 2 feet and 1 hand, or 2 hands and 1 foot on the ladder, which means that you're always one-handed. So let's say I have a guy who's working up there and I have to climb a ladder. I can carry something on my shoulder and hand it to him with 1 hand, but if it takes 2 hands, I break OSHA rules. if like, if I have to hold a nail and hammer the nail, I have broke OSHA rules.
Well, ladders are a bit. I think ladders are. You gotta be a little, pedantic with ladders. I would do like a 2-man thing to set up the ladder. One guy to hold it.
You're not allowed to hold a hammer and a nail while on a ladder.
Yeah, it's the other petty shit. Yeah, it's the petty shit. Yeah, exactly. Wow, these are nails.
That's a false sense of security too, because the man at the bottom, he's not holding that ladder. If that ladder was the tip, he can't stop it from going on. If it's a 40-foot fucking ladder extended out,
set up degrees, right? The ladder has to be angled at a no more and no less than 50 degrees.
All right, so essentially, you're not allowed to do work from ladders, according to OSHA. They'll let you do it. They'll tell you can do it, but if you do it, they're going to fine you.
I bought this lift so that OSHA can leave us alone. No more ladders. Fuck it. Like, holy shit! How much was that?
All right, I got fined. I got fined a few. It might have been 10 years ago now, but I got fined by OSHA. We were working on a big commercial property, like 4 stories tall, and I was like the foreman and the safety dude. And I was setting up harnesses and setting up scaffolding and also doing tons of other work. And when we got done with the wall, I had to get the harnesses off the roof. And I went up there and I went from the farthest to the nearest and I took all the harnesses down. When I got to the ladder and I caulked all the holes that we left in the roof, brand new building. I caulked all the holes as I did this, but I had a caulk gun in my hand. And when I got to the ladder, I had a harness mount that was right there at the ladder for myself in order to comply. And when I disconnected the harness mount and caulked the holes and came down, all of a sudden the OSHA guy came up and said that you performed work while unharnessed. I got a $500 personal fine, and the fucking company got a $5,000 personal fine because I caulked the holes while unharnessed. And I said, well, what are we supposed to do? Like, how am I can't leave holes in the roof. And he said, not our problem.
Yeah.
You broke the rules. He watched this from a quarter mile away with binoculars.
He was waiting for me. He knew that I had to break his rules in order to do my job.
That's crazy.
So, and then in fighting with him, I started saying, like, what do you think you are? Like, what's your jurisdiction? Do you think you're a cop? And he's like, well, we basically are. And in fact, we're better than cops, you know? They're they have no jurisdiction. So you know how the state patrol is shittier than your sheriff, and your sheriff is shittier than your local police?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's a fed, okay? He has no jurisdiction. He can go anywhere and find anybody for anything. He's like the DNR.
Yeah, I was going to say DNR is the same way.
In fact, he actually used to be a cop. And so I had another spot on the building that I didn't know how to deal with without breaking OSHA rules. I said, all right, it's like this turret on top of the building. I was like, how do I properly set this up? And he goes, it's not OSHA's responsibility to tell you how to do your job. It's to tell you when you've done it wrong.
He's a dick for not just giving you a warning for that, dude. That's crazy. Because we have an experience too where guys have come up to us and given us warnings for like little shit like that.
Right.
Yeah,
literally. So before I did it, I told him, I was like, look over here. How am I supposed to do that and follow these rules? He said, it's not our job to tell you how to do it. It's our job to tell you when you've done it wrong.
That doesn't make sense. So how do you... Yeah. Jesus Christ.
So like, yeah, if I want to comply to their rules, they don't have an answer.
Exactly.
If I say, I don't know how to do this and comply, they should have the responsibility to say, here's what I need you to do.
Absolutely.
But they don't. They only are there to tell you when you do it wrong.
Shit's fucking backwards.
It's supposed to be all safety, right? Making sure people don't get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how to fucking set it up.
To make sure us bad business owners aren't, taking advantage of the poor employees and putting them in danger.
No, their job is to sit in a truck a quarter mile away and wait for you to fuck up.
Yeah, but why not find? Because if you find the worker, right, the worker has to work a whole week.
No, they find the worker. So like mine was $500. The employer was $5,000 for caulking holes before I made my last descent down a ladder.
Yeah, but that doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help the company or the worker.
That's fucked up too, because how can I, as a business owner, I can't. Well, and how can I can give my employees all the safety shit in the world, and I can say, use it. That doesn't mean they're fucking going to. How do I force them to use it? I'm supposed to be on the job site, the 8 hours a day at one job site, making sure they're using all this shit. As soon as I leave, they can unhook their harness. They can do whatever. So what am I supposed to do? You're going to find me?
Oh, that's where you make your money, right? That's where they make their money, right? No. Yeah, here's the loophole.
Yeah,
let's do it.
It's a money-making scheme. It has nothing to do with worker safety. It's a government. Right. It's a government scam. Yeah. Another way to create government jobs and take money from the private industry.
That's the same thing with how the seatbelt law got passed. Nobody wanted a seatbelt law, but the guy that came up with seatbelts, he wanted to force every auto manufacturer to have to install it so he'd make a ton of fucking money. So what they do? They had legislation passed to make a fucking law that they all had to have seatbelts in them. They didn't give a fuck about actually
I know I said it twice, but no, don't be sorry. I'm interrupting you, but I'm still, this is 10 years later. And this whole thing about that, when I asked him, how do I set this up? When his answer is so fucking blatant, this explains it all. When he says, it is not OSHA's responsibility to tell you how to do your job. It's our responsibility to tell you when you've done it wrong.
Shut the fuck
How
up.
blatant is that?
Fuck out of my face. Fuck off. I'm trying to speak to somebody, not a fucking robot. Speak to me properly, man. What's your name? You got any kids? Are you married?
It literally tells you that they don't give a fuck about your safety.
You gotta break him out of his, the professional guy. You gotta talk to the man, not the, it is not OSHA's job, responsibility to inform you of how you should be doing this task properly. It is not OSHA. Man, get the hell out of it.
Yeah. Dude, after he left the expediter on the job, he pulled me aside and he's like, look, I understand the problem. Just can you come in on Saturday and maybe do this? I don't think they'll be. You know what I mean? Do it when they won't be watching. He knew it was impossible.
I guess that's why you send out dickheads, assholes. It's like cops. You hire people who are really.
Bro, and he was essentially saying to you that it doesn't matter how you do it.
We're gonna find you.
I can find you no matter, how you do it. I will find some way to say that's wrong.
That's exactly how I started this conversation. They set up the rules so that they cannot be followed. That way they can find you at their discretion.
Why would they lie? Why would they do such a thing? It's not how it works. In my mind. It's for safety.
When I passed that lead shit though, that shit blew my mind. When was the last time you heard of people seriously getting ill from all this lead paint shit? Come on. Is that actually a thing?
Well, I mean, lead paint is probably not good for you. I don't think many people are actually eating lead paint, though. Or sniffing it or whatever else they're doing.
But when we do a
chopping lines
reside that has lead, when we do a reside that has lead paint on it, we have to lay down fucking plastic in the yard to collect every single paint chip. And before we start the job, I have to go around the house because I'm lead certified, and I have to vacuum the fucking dirt and vacuum the grass to try to pick up any paint chips that are already on the ground before we even did any work, to make sure that we're not held responsible. So we're not held responsible for that shit. I have to vacuum with a shop vac the fucking ground.
My daughter's mother, my ex, is actually asbestos certified, so she does asbestos abatement.
If I saw somebody vacuuming the lawn, right, I'd be like, "Hey, dumbass, what the fuck are you doing?"
Right. It is. It's insane, dude. And then get this. So we have to lay down plastic sheet. I think it's 10 feet from the surface you're working at on the ground. And okay, so if you got this thick plastic coating on the ground, how am I supposed to set my ladder up? On this, my ladder. So I gotta put a hole in this. It's just so stupid, dude. It's so crazy.
Yeah. No, they have to wear in a way where you have to.
They have to wear hazmat suits.
In order to follow the rules when it comes to ladders, you're just not allowed to use them anymore. You have to be in a lift, harnessed into the lift.
They have to wear.
Meanwhile, in Hawaii. Meanwhile, in some tropical island, some 12-year-old boy, right, shoots up the coconut tree, drops down 10, and shoots back down.
Meanwhile, they're spraying the fucking air with God knows what types of chemicals. And
Meanwhile, in other places,
poisoning
kids are climbing up mango trees.
water and food, and they.
Hey,
Like,
OSHA's gonna find us.
the
Come
pump
down the
jacks
mango
thing.
tree.
You're familiar with them, obviously. We use them. So, like, in order to follow the OSHA rules, like you in order to use pump jacks, you have to have the net in between the front and the back plank, and you also have to have stop gates at the ends of the planks, and it has to be within like 6 or 8 inches from the wall so that you can't step off of it towards the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And in that case, you don't necessarily have to be harnessed.
Set up trampolines just in case, just to be safe. Extra, yeah.
Yeah.
Parachutes.
But because it's impossible to follow that, we have to do that as well as harness people. So they have to have all of that safety shit. And then also, we just typically, we'll harness them to the ceiling, or to the wall every so often.
I'm gonna put my hammer.
Oh, bro, check this out. The
harness is, by the way,
pounds of safety equipment.
The harness is, by the way, our bigger safety fucking problem than anything else. You're gonna trip on your rope or get tangled up in it or fucking, dude, or like they keep changing the height that you have to be harnessed at. They keep changing the height lower and lower that you have to be harnessed at. So like now you have to be harnessed as soon as you get 6 feet off the ground. Okay? But
so safe, it's unsafe.
Check this out. The lanyard that you're wearing in your harness, once it breaks, it extends longer than that 6 feet.
Yep. Bro, check this out. When we're doing a lead job, right? I have to also go to the neighbor's house and inform them that that house that we're working on has lead paint on it, and they might want to close their windows that face that side of the house. What the fuck? Really? There's dust from what the lead paint chips is gonna fly over and go into the neighbor's house and get somebody sick? Fuck off.
At least you didn't, do something stupid like, I don't know, plug a hole with your finger in space. We find those guys a lot. Yeah,
no, that would be genius. That would be genius according to these people.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of fine that would be.
No, what they're gonna do is they're gonna tell you that if you use your finger, that's a $10,000 fine. You're supposed to use your dick.
You used the wrong body part. Not my responsibility to tell you which body part you're supposed to use.
That keeps your hands free to plug other holes if necessary.
Man, you know how many times I've stood on the very top of a 6-foot step ladder with one leg stretching out with both hands, trying to nail a piece of fucking soffit in, dude?
I just did it today. I was on my tippy toes reaching way out to fucking pound in a nail that the tear-off guys didn't fucking get so I could do a piece of soffit. And I'm like, dude, this thing is tippy. I'm like, I'm about to fucking break my neck to fucking pound this fucking nail in.
When I see a nail, I must pound it in. What if we fall? Focus on the nail.
You see the nail that sticks out, it gets hammered, right?
You have 2 arms. And I hang with one, pound with the other. Man, I used to do crazy.
You're not allowed to, on a 6-foot ladder, you're not allowed to climb more than 4 feet up.
You have to generate power from your hip. So you have to position yourself. So that means you got to put your leg up here, your hand up there.
You do know. I want something. There is something interesting fact. So like that people should know. So like when it comes to ladder injuries, ladder falls, and the most ladder deaths and stuff like that.
Yep.
The most dangerous ladder for you to climb is a 4-foot step ladder.
Oh yeah.
No, man.
You think you're safe?
Again, maybe add mountain climbing skills to the training, for carpenters or people who have to scale, certain mountain climbing, like cliffhanger, just be hanging there with one arm, you got your rope.
People think they're not that far from the ground. They get a little bit too secure, and they don't necessarily like. It's also very common. It's so like there's that too. Like, but yeah, the most ladder injuries and injuries. The most ladder injuries come from a 4-foot step ladder. That's where you're most likely to fall. That's where you're most likely to hurt yourself. And the problem is that it's not the height. So at 4 feet, you don't have enough time to adjust your body during the fall to land properly. So you land awkwardly and you hurt yourself.
Yo.
So it's the short. Yeah. Yo. Short heights. Hey.
What's up, y'all?
What's up?
Just talking about lights on the ceiling, how not to fall when you go change to them.
Oh, lights in the sky.
Yeah, if you're gonna be standing on top of a 4-foot step ladder, make sure to be ready to tuck and roll.
I do miss working on the job sites and hazing the shit out of the rookies.
Oh, dude, I've been having a blast with that. I do have an apprentice right now that I've been fucking just giving it to. It's fucking fun.
Yeah, it's a blast.
What the fuck has the union been teaching you? How do you not know this shit already?
Hey, go to ABC. And not ABC. Go to the trailer and give me the shingle stretcher, the siding stretcher.
Pick up all those nails. Pick up all those nails. What do you mean all of them? Yeah, there's like 10,000 of them. Pick them up.
Oh, dude, I used to just shoot nails all over the fucking yard. Empty my whole fucking gun in the air. Go get them all. I had this one guy. He was constantly taking his tool belt off.
The fun one
constantly
there.
taking his tool belt
Then
off.
you tell him to pick them up, and he looks at you funny and be like, and then when you're done picking them up, I want you to straighten them all out and put them back in a box.
Oh shit!
Do you guys do this? Do you guys do this to all the new apprentices, or just the shit one?
No,
just the shit one. All
that's
of
how
them.
you determine which. That's literally how you determine which ones are good and bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys.
I had this guy. He was constantly taking his tool belt off all the time on the roof. So I nailed the fucking shit out of it to the roof. He was so pissed. It was a brand new tool belt too.
Yeah, the one who's like, all right, you're like, all right, you might work out. I mean, also the guy who's like, that gives you the finger and is like, he just laughs. He goes, ha ha ha, I get the joke. He might be all right too. But like the guy who goes and attempts it, like that dude's a fucking numbskull. Fucking get rid of him.
So what about the good apprentices? What are they like? Like, how do they respond to the hazy, the trolling?
Usually they laugh, but they also do what they're told.
Yeah, you got to roll with it, man. Learn to have thick skin.
Yeah. Like, my son's a mechanic apprentice. I was just wondering what I would tell him if he came home with these stories like that. They told me to go get a shingle stretcher.
Well, yeah, dude. When I was in the electrical union right after high school, one of my I think my first or second job that I was on in the electrical union, like they decided to send me out. They said go out to the truck and get the green handled wire stretcher. And I literally got down from the ladder I was on, like 2 steps. And then I looked, and then I thought about it, and I went, yeah, fuck you. And I thought it was hilarious. Like, yeah, you know. Like,
how did you know it wasn't a thing, though?
I just knew because you ain't stretching no wire. It just took me a second. I was just about to do what I was told. But I took 2 steps, and I went, fuck you. And they like that. You know what I mean? So you have that going on. Like, you have to be with it. If you're with it and you get the joke and whatever else, like, you're gonna survive. But if you're so fucking dumb, naive that you fucking go out to the truck and search for 30 minutes for a green handle wire stretchers,
yeah. But fuck you is a big confrontation. You know? How about like, oh, it's missing. Oh, so and so is using it. He say you'll bring it over, like, you know, something like that might be.
yeah, go to the truck and get not the red handle, motherfucker, the green handle.
Yeah, and in the Navy, it's shit like it's like a bucket of steam. Go get a bucket of steam. A bucket of what? And you know, some people actually start, you know, moving to go get a bucket of steam, and everybody starts laughing. Really, dude? Yeah, that guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, no, if you're that naive, you're not going to make it. We can test you very quickly, like with your naivety, like how easily or uneasily, like you're going to be able to be trained, right? Like if you're that naive, you're untrainable, and it's sort of a weeding process.
Well, then you're not even really listening to what is being said to you. You're not processing the words that were just told to you. You're just running off looking, and you're not thinking, what did he just say? What am I looking for?
Yeah.
You know, you're not.
The problem hearing the words people speak, because English is my second language. So that's why I asked, you know, like I always say, oh, what was that? Oh, I didn't hear what you just said. Are you stupid? Are you stupid, Paul? No, I'm deaf.
Well, not only that, but also like any apprentice who's willing to say "fuck you" to the journeyman, like it will be respected. Like you can be like, "Oh, okay, he's one of us." He's, you know, like, as long as it's not like in a hateful way. If they get the joke, they're smiling while they say it. You know, like okay, I get the joke. Like, that's totally cool.
It's just the way that I say it always comes off a bit too, you know, smart ass sounding, you know, so I don't bother. You know, I just keep it cool. keep it respectful.
In the trades, it's not necessarily about. I mean, yes, you do have to follow orders, but you also have to be sensible. You have to understand camaraderie, and it's sort of almost military that way. Like you have to be able to take a little bit of shit and give a little bit of shit too.
Like say that friends, you know, like people I'm friends with, like you've already gotten to know. You know?
Yeah.
Well, not a lot of friends. You know, I don't like saying those to my friends, you know, unless it's really funny or you know, really.
In my opinion, that's what makes friends. Like, dude, if somebody you consider a friend can't take a joke, they're not really a friend. Like, they fucking. If they can't dish one back, they're fucking too stupid to be your friend.
Putting a nice thick layer of caulk on a guy's hammer is a good one too.
I like to save the power of "fuck you," so when I do use it, it has a lot of like, you know.
Yeah, no, fuck you. Fuck you doesn't necessarily mean fuck you. Like fuck you could be like actually almost like a endearment, you know, like I don't know. It's just like
I don't always.
I said "fuck you" to you like a whole bunch of times a couple hours ago when you told me you were in the union. When I said
Yeah.
"fuck you,"
Hey, did I take any offense? No, none.
I don't always say "fuck you," but when I do, ... I always make sure.
I'm used to being told to fuck off or fuck you or whatever else. Like,
and I didn't even mean it like that, but that's just always been a thing between trades. In the trades, there's a thing: union workers and non-union workers. It's always like this contention between the two.
Yeah, no, dude, and I'm not really I've never been a union worker. Like when it comes to this trade, it's like brand new to me. Like it's and even still, I have tons of issues with it. Like my worry is as I train apprentices that come from the union, if they have the option, because like what we do is much more strenuous than what they're have options of doing. They can decide they want to do drywall. They can decide that they want to do steel studs. They can decide that they want to, work indoors, whatever in climate controlled areas. We have much riskier, we have much more strenuous type conditions. So I could train a guy and he could go, you know what? I don't think this is for me. I'm going to the union and I'm getting a different job. He's going to keep his pay. He doesn't have to worry about it. He's going to keep his pay. He's just going to find a different company to work for.
Yeah, that's crazy. How does that work with you? Since you're just now getting into it, when you want to retire, how does that work with, them? Is it based on how long you've been in the union?
Yeah, the pension. So yeah, that has to do with hours put in. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, you should. It's not union versus non. I mean, aren't we all there for the same thing? Why do we have to do this? You know what I mean? I got caught in the middle of something like that where everybody was,
No, there's nothing serious. It's just bullshit. It's just bullshit.
Yeah,
because back in the day, it was a big thing where they used to have knockout, drag out fights between union workers and non-union workers, and it's just to me, it's just a running joke now.
Well, to me, the company gives zero shits about us. Whether we demand it or not.
Hold on now. I care about my employees, and I am very fair with them. I give every one of my employees $1 raise every year, and I am always there for them. I give personal loans to my employees.
I mean, corporations. Sorry, most corporate, big companies. Were for profit.
Let me ask you this: what are you paying your top guys right now?
30.
I'm making. You want to know?
It's probably double that.
All right, so take home 42, but with benefits.
Yeah,
it's
double.
Yeah,
it's fucking
Are you
double.
breaking even, or are you making profit, or breaking even? How's your?
Who, me?
Good. Yeah, your company.
Oh yeah, we're profitable.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, that's what it's about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always tell my son, happy workers are productive workers. That doesn't mean you got spoiled. Okay, you still gotta be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. If you think you're underpaid, you're gonna go. You know what? I'm paid per hour. I'm dilly-dallying. Blah blah blah. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, and
I can make this take longer.
I don't know. This actually hasn't happened yet, but if an employee came to us and busted his ass and wanted an advancement, I would be more than happy to let a guy go through the ropes and work his way up into sales. I would love to have that happen, but nobody's ever put in the initiative or wanted to.
Because some people put in a lot of work.
You know what? I know it might not be good for the live, but in DMs, tell me what company that it is that you are.
Okay. I'll send it to you. It's actually a name, a guy's last name that isn't actually us. See, my dad started his own business, and then he had it. It was called what the fuck was it called? Like Madison something. Anyway, so then he knew this guy who had his own business, and the name of the company was his last name, and he had a pretty good sized client list. So we purchased that name, the client list, and all the tools and trucks and everything, and kind of took it over. And then in the process of that, we kind of kicked around the idea of changing the name. We never changed the name. We've just figured, well, let's just keep it because it's got a
that was probably why
base.
Exactly. They had a certain amount of like reviews and a customer base and all, and a phone company like brand recognition is huge. It really is.
Yeah.
And we did the opposite.
Looking back, it was a mistake.
We had big recognition, and my brother-in-law and my sister, they decided not to take the name, but to use their own. Which means even though we're like one of the top guys in the area, we have no recognition.
Yeah, it was a mistake though, dude, because that guy, he was a scumbag, and he wasn't supposed to ever use that name again in business, and he started doing it and kind of giving us now a bad name, and people were calling us, getting us confused with him, and it was kind of a pain in the ass for a while.
Yeah. It's fucked up. But yeah, no, you're obviously not Semperfi. You're obviously not. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of some of the big ones that are on. Okay, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, the original guy's name was Tom. He's a fucking dick.
Yeah, I mean, mostly like you said, you're Madison area and Milwaukee area. It's funny how we're not that far apart, but yet it makes a big difference. Like, definitely locally, like when it comes to this job, like, it's a very local type of like territory.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, we have traveled to like other, for like we've actually done jobs that were like 2 hours away. If the money's right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. If the money's right. Yeah, I did jobs up in Appleton and freaking, I went farther than that too. But like we had jobs where actually we worked in Madison where our boss bought us a hotel room where we could just crash there if we wanted to. We could go home at night, but if we wanted to, we could crash in the hotel room. Or he even rented in one instance where we were working on apartment complexes. He like rented us an apartment,
Nice.
like in the place that we're working in. So, yeah, actually, back when I was in my early 20s doing this shit, we went from Milwaukee to Madison, living in the apartment complex, or not really living in it, but crashing in it. Shit, dude, I was a fucking
shit face in it.
I was a bad boy back then, dude. I was like fucking this dude's girlfriend, like under his nose, like literally he knew it was happening. Like she took attraction to me, and like from what I was working, and she was on the porch on the patio, and she like started shouting at me, and she told me her room. Like all of a sudden, I was just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go knock on that door. And I did.
He's come back.
He answered the door,
and he was already like really angry. You could tell he was like fired up right away. He was like, and I'm like, yo, what's her name here? I forget what it was now. And eventually he had to be like, yeah, she's here. And she literally told him to his face, like in front of me, like, yeah, I'm gonna just go and hang out. Like, I wouldn't bang this girl, like right in fucking, like. And then I did that like 10 more times, and he kept answering the door every time, and she would just be like, yeah, I'm leaving for a little while.
Oh, that poor guy.
Oh.
You're evil.
I used to be.
Oh, that poor guy. Oh, just a broken man.
Dude, I used to be oh my god. Dude, like, if you had a girl, like, you did not want to trust me. I'd banged a lot of dudes' girls.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
But not like even friends of yours too?
That happened once or twice, but very like that. I feel shame about that, not the other ones.
I mean, I guess it's situational too. I mean, if your friend is, well, no, because if he's your friend, dude, you should just tell him, look, you're fucking up and being a dick. And if you don't step up, I'm gonna step up.
Yeah, no, look. When it comes to that, like, if it's a friend of yours, like, that's a whole nother level. But dude, some dude you don't know, who fucking cares?
Yeah, I mean, she's the evil one.
Yeah, yeah. But
almost any dude would do
the
that.
idea with literally looking him eye to eye, where he knows what's about to happen, and she's just like, "Yeah, I'm leaving. I'm going with him."
Oh,
dude,
bro.
Dude, you're a fucking cuck, dude. You're fucking cuck. You know what you're doing. You know what you're allowing, and you're living with it. You can move. You can fucking dump her. You can do whatever. It has nothing to do with me.
Did you come back later and then ask him, so how do I taste?
No, I didn't do that. That would be another level yet. What was funny was, in his situation, what was funny is the way it started. They were both out on the fucking patio, and they were listening to my music. And I had like, I got a pretty good musical taste when it comes to rock and shit like that. And like, it's a variety too, and a lot of obscure stuff. And I had my own, like, this was back in the day when like you had to do it on MP3 and whatever else. And I had like this like list going that all of a sudden they were both like envious of it. Like, they shouted to me from like way far away. They're like, "Hey man, I really like your taste in music."
You were out there sweating, looking manly with your tool belt on and shit.
Yeah. Exactly. And I was like, "Yeah, thanks." And I just kind of went on with my day. But then she was still out there later, and she was like, "Hey, when you're done, like, I'm in 212." Like, okay. So like he like pretty much like he was there like cheering it on at first, but she was like, "Yeah, I'm going with him."
Wow. No. I'm like, oh yeah? You better not be coming back here.
I think that was literally the numbers. I think she was in 212, if I remember. But I went back there for like a month. Dude, we were in that project for a while. Like, dude, for like a month straight, like every other day or every third day, I would just go and like knock on the door. She would come walking out. I would take her down to our place. I would bang her and she would leave. That was it. Nothing else.
That's fucking great though, isn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Young and Yeah.
You didn't get really pissed until like the third week.
Wow. I'd have been fucking gone. Bastard.
Yeah, I mean, now looking back, like, no, that was not like the highlight of my life or anything, you know. But like,
no, yeah, absolutely. But you're young, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Young and whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I see that lacking too in today's youth. A lot of the, like, because I have two nephews that are, one's 21, one's about to turn 17, and they have no, like, drive or motivation. I'm like, they're always in the house. I'm like, dude, what are you doing here? Don't you want to get out of here? Don't you want to go get laid? Like, what are you doing? Yeah, I feel like a lot of kids these days, I don't know, man. All I wanted to do when I turned 16 was get out of the house and just get laid.
Yeah, that's what they should be doing at that age. Absolutely. It might not be right. You know,
Bro,
it might
my
not
whole
be right.
motivation.
Like,
It just, I wanted to get out of the house and hope I could find a girl that would let me touch her.
At the littlest whim, you're just like pounce on it. Don't be fucking scared. Don't be scared. You fucking pounce on that shit. Be a man.
Even younger than that,
like,
when I was like 14, 15, I'd ride my bike across fucking town to go to dry hump some chick.
Right. You know what? It might not be what's right, but like it's part of experiencing life, like and knowing your natural instincts. So therefore, knowing yourself, you know, like and also learning other people.
Exactly.
And it there's so much to it. You know, you don't need to keep doing that for your whole life, but it's quite the learning experience, and it's also just an experience in its time. It's something to brag about to the right crowd.
I look back on those times sometimes and almost miss that sort of stage of my life where I wasn't even having sex yet. You know what I mean? But I was doing everything but. I don't know.
Dry humping legs and shit.
Yeah, it was just different. It was different and not as complicated as it gets now with being an adult and relationship. Whatever. Let's not go there.
All right. Here's a good one. Like, remember back in those days, like when literally you just stayed up all night talking on like a wired telephone, hiding from your parents, and falling asleep on the phone with a girl. Like
it was the best too. It was just like it was great. Man. I don't understand why, like my nephews do. What are you doing? You're missing out on a major life experience.
Talking about all kinds of stupid shit. Like, no, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, I'm not hanging up. Okay, fine. We'll just both fall asleep together.
Huh. Or are your parents asleep yet? Okay, I'm on my way. I'm sneaking out. I'm on my way.
Yeah, there's tech. My big thing is often to bitch about technology, but like literally the technology that we have that's supposed to bring everybody so much closer together, it's really had the opposite effect.
Absolutely.
I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Did you all see anything about that Vision Pro and the 3D pictures and 3D videos?
The Apple.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of what it reminded me of, thinking that even in the thing, it was the dad wasn't there for the birthday or something.
Yeah.
But he's got it in 3D attached to his face. So that's good.
That's cool, man. Yeah. Just like being there, man. Dude, I've seen some pretty good comedy skits with the Apple Vision thing, man. Yeah. Pretty wicked. Yeah.
I like
the
the
Apple
idea.
Vision, here's the thing. I mean, Apple Vision, it's still not much different from like an Oculus or whatever else. It's cumbersome. It's this will not fly. Like,
No, but Oculus and those aren't augmented reality, though.
No, but it's
That's
similar.
what's the
It's still-
huge difference will be.
Like I said, I understand, but nobody's gonna be walking around with these huge goggles on. Like,
I just think about
they will slim it down. They will slim it down to something like a Google Glass, like given another 20 years or 10 years or whatever it takes. But like, the idea here is, and the price is also extremely high. It's like $3,500 for this thing.
New
So, like,
technology made by Apple. It costs what it costs.
the thing is it's not going to take off. This is going to be like Google Glass in what year did what was a Google Glass, like 2008ish, 2010ish? Like it was a cool idea and it was expensive and nobody really bought it, right? So like, really, this is something that, but because Apple's doing this one,
they didn't even.
It's going to popularize the idea, and the money that gets thrown into it will help to invest in the newer technology. The newer technology will be, instead of saying you're going to wear these cumbersome glasses, we're going to put it into your body. We're either going to give you an implant, or you're going to take like a contact lens or something like that. They're going to really streamline this fucking technology.
Lou, they've had the contact lenses for fucking
The AR contact lens has been around forever. NASA's been using it for at least the last 10 years.
At least 10, man, guaranteed. But 20, I'm saying, and they had it. Yeah, they perfected it 10 years ago, but they've had it for 20. Yeah, these guys are way ahead, man. You know that.
Yeah, they do the slow roll, right, to maximize, as much money as they can soak out of the shit.
And yeah, slow roll, baby, slow roll. We had the CD, we had a record, we had a CD, we had a tape, you guys know the progression, man. It's a slow roll, man, to get the digital. Oh, digital changed everything, man. You guys,
but what I'm saying about the Vision, the Apple Vision thing, is it's like, it's not meant to make money. It's only meant to popularize the idea, so that people.
Yep, I could say that. I'm definitely could see that happening. These guys can print their own money. They don't do shit for money, man. Fuck's sake, man. They can just put some digits in the computer and go, "Hey, I got $1 trillion billion fucking dollars over here." Yeah, okay, yeah, that's cool.
Well, because now look, Apple comes out with it. Now you have to create competition. Now Google has to come out with one. Now Samsung's got to come out with one. Now, fuck it, like, you're gonna create 2 or 3 different companies competing to make the technology more affordable and streamline it.
Yeah. And like you said, man, in 10 years, man, it'll be contact lenses for sure, man. But they ain't there yet, man. You gotta ease that stuff out, man. You gotta wear some goggles for a decade or so.
You can just see how, especially people who are on the computer often for work, whether it's graphic design, that type of CGI, where you can just see how it's just going to be an office full of that stuff, and they'll be able to walk around it and move around it and whatever.
Dude, offices aren't going to want it either. Like, it's going to be gimmicky. It's going to be like big sports fans who want it, that whole 50-yard line thing. Like, where you're just like, you literally can be on the sports field and fucking, like, be anywhere you want to be and watch the game happen. Like, it's going to be gimmicky shit like that.
What was the last thing Apple put out
that they used to give out with the phones? You could put your phone in it and it gives you like a VR experience. That was kind of real popular for a minute, but I don't know. I don't see anybody really using that shit anymore.
It's all gone.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
It's gone, man. It's gone, dude. But,
yeah,
what happened to 3D TVs? That was big for a second too.
Oh, even the curved TVs. The curved TVs was like a 2-year thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that moved more into, I feel like curved monitors have become popular then.
Yeah, no, it makes more sense for monitors. If you're going to do like a wraparound, like multi-display thing, it makes sense there, but that's for a single observer. To have a big, like a 70-inch curved TV in your living room makes no sense to anybody.
That's why I feel like something like that Vision makes plenty of sense, because it's as big as you want and it's perfect for everybody that's looking at it. Right? They're all seeing it from what would be center.
Yeah.
And it just, to me, like, I work with a few monitors, so it just makes sense that instead of me having all this hardware and shit on my desk and attached to it and, you know, the little arms and everything, it just makes sense that I would be able to put these goggles on and just have my 3 monitors just chilling right there. And I wouldn't even have a fucking keyboard, because the way it's going to figure out how your eyes are moving or some shit. But even that is just something projected.
Do you really want to put a big old headset on and just sit there? Like, your kid comes into the room and there you are looking like fucking, you know, something out of a video game yourself.
Think of it like this, Lou, man. When the parents like had kids and they had a television, I mean, they didn't know what to do with this thing, man. They just put it in their living room and the kids just gravitated to it, man. Like a fucking magnet, man. They just went balls out, man. And it was a life.
Okay, that's a good point. Here, check this out. So what happens when your 7-year-old, 8-year-old comes into the room and they want to try it, and you're like, no, it's only one person. Like, it's one at a time. You don't get to see what I'm seeing.
Get 2 of them.
Oh, how much are these things? $3,000?
35.
It's 3.5. It's like $3.5
I have them laying around the house, you know. Fuck. Yeah.
I mean, we all have phones that cost $1,000 or $1,500 or some shit, right?
Yeah. What's the difference?
I see kids in my neighborhood on those little one-wheel things. Those like one-wheeled skateboards. I don't even know what you call them. But I was thinking,
what do you actually do with the VR stuff? Like, what do you do? Like
VR, nothing. Honestly, you just feel more immersed in the same shit that everybody else is getting. With augmented reality, that's the next level. That's where they're taking you with this.
But
so
why not get even more realistic and just go outside?
No, it's not about being more realistic. It's about being immersed in the non-realistic.
Yeah. Oh. So even like this chat that we're having right now, we're all doing over our phones and headsets or whatever our choice is. Where if you have that, then it's like, oh, we can plug in and we're all hanging out by the fire or whatever fake ass shit they make, hanging out on the flat earth 2,000 miles up, however you want to do it. I think it's just, I mean, I'm not saying that it is proper. Like, the time that we spend on screens in general is unhealthy, but the way that the world is headed that way, it just makes perfect sense. Let me put it
this way. You know how you can have an avatar here on Discord, right? Or like you can have like your profile picture, or you can go onto a video game and have an avatar and whatever else, right? So imagine if you're wearing these goggles,
you no longer see the person for who they are. You see them for their avatar or who they want to be. Like if somebody wants to be Beauty and the Beast, like you get to see either the Beauty or the Beast. Like that's what you get to see.
That's too weird.
Hey Lou, man, I could never have imagined a place like Discord, man. You told me that shit 20 years ago, I'd be like, yeah, fuck off. No way.
And that you would willingly go there.
Here we are, man. This is like a fucking insane platform, man. It's crazy good, man. It's like
that the world is united as one.
Amazing, man. So I've lived through, like, not having a cell phone to having a cell phone. Fucking Discord, for fuck's sake, man. I mean, here we are.
Yeah, we're old. We're old. Wait till our kids and our great grandchildren friggin' adopt this stuff. This is going.
This is
you're
absolutely right, man. They're going to adopt it, and we're going to be sitting there going, "What the fuck are these kids doing?" And I mean, we've already seen it with the smartphone, man. My God, man, it's completely fucking whacked out the humanity, man, in so many ways. But yet, it's supposedly, like you said, it's really not connecting them to real relationships, man. It's connecting them to fantasy relationships.
That's right.
In the artificial world.
Artificial, yeah, there you go.
I think it shows, especially as more and more of the population move into urban environments, they don't really want to be outside anyway, and it's unsafe and the pollution and whatever. So it makes, and because I always wonder, like, what does someone in New York City spend their money on? Because I live in Western North Carolina, mountains, like small town kind of thing. Which obviously there's any hobby, pastime, anything you want to do, right? As opposed to someone that is going outside, hiking, kayaking, whatever it is not an option. It's like those are the people, and I don't know what percent of people live in a big like city or metropolis. Do y'all know that?
Right.
Or is anyone?
Check this out. Here's a good example. So Tool, I'm a big Tool fan. Tool is coming to Milwaukee to the Pfizer Forum, right? The Pfizer, not Pfizer, the same people that made the vax, but Pfizer with an F. They're coming here, and I was interested in I've been to Tool concert before, but I just want to see what tickets would cost. Nosebleeds are like $300 a fucking seat. To sit to be on the floor, you're talking $1,500 to be on the floor in front of them.
Yep.
To go see it per ticket to see Tool.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And you can imagine how the marketing deals work.
Hold on. My point is,
those are not real prices. You guys know that they buy up all the tickets first and then they resell it like at 2-3 times the actual price, right? To make it look like it's sold out, but it's just jacking up the price. That's what they're doing everywhere for everyone.
I think isn't there a law supposed to be being passed about this?
I don't know. But look,
go on.
My point being is that when you get vision goggles or whatever the fuck they are,
right?
You can experience it for $20 or $50, like a pay-per-view event, and be like you're there.
I was the first person to ever buy a pay-per-view. I'm it, and it was the Who was playing a live concert at back then it was called Universal Studios Theater, I think it was. And it was just a small theater, and they live streamed this thing, man. And you could pay for it. And I had like hooked up the killer stereo, man, and had all my friends over. We watched it on like a 27-inch television.
Big time,
you know. It was tight, and it was, basically like, I had to pay per view, bitch. I had to pay it. It was like $100 back then, man. It was like 1988. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy shit, man.
That was a lot of money in 1988.
I had all my buddies chip in.
Check this out. I saw Tool in after their 10,000 Days release, which was what, like 2005 ish. So, and I bought tickets 5 minutes after they went on sale, and I bought best available, and they cost me $140 per ticket. And I stood. I ended up 5 minutes after they went on sale at $140. I was like way out there, way out there.
Yeah,
that was $140. Now it's $1,500.
Yep. Yeah, well, that's inflation, man. It's very, very high. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I have. And shit, I'm paying like $5.50 a gallon for gasoline, man. Fuck's sake, man. That's crazy. Anyway, inflation.
Entertainment. The entertainment.
Here's my big criticism that it's not the first time anybody said it, but especially when it comes to like rock and metal, like metal bands, like the fans that you built your entire thing on, like the people who supported you all along, you are now pricing them out of going to your show.
Not them, Lou, man.
Like,
not them. I just read an article about the band called The Who. Maybe you've heard of them, but they said it's too expensive to tour America. We can't do it. We're done.
Just the venues and everything.
Well, there's no profit in it.
I mean, the travel, the venues, the trucking. It's just
touring is hard. It's hard, dude. Yeah, and it takes a toll on the artists because. The demands and the schedules.
You're gonna see a lot more bands like saying "fuck it." We can't.
Look, if I was Maynard from Tool, like I would make sure that the floor tickets were like $60 a ticket. I would get every fucking hardcore metal fan in there that wants to mosh and beat each other up. I would want them up front. I would let them have the best seats in the house for the cheapest price. If they can handle the mosh pit.
This isn't the 90s, bro.
That's not how the system works, man.
Isn't that all handled by the record labels, not the bands? I thought the record labels controlled all that shit.
You're gonna have OSHA there watching,
unions, dude. You don't understand, man. You go to like a stadium, I mean, all the guys that like move your equipment onto the stage. These guys are all fucking these huckster union guys, man, making like, $80 or $90 an hour. And they're like lollygagging, And
did you see what Kid Rock did? He said, how are we gonna make these concerts cheaper? So he said, all right, all the beers, I'm gonna take a pay cut, and all the beers are normal price. None of this concert shit. He said, I'm going to give up half of my earnings. What's that?
And they're not Bud Light.
Is that no.
So yeah.
But that's good. He goes, I make shitloads of money anyway, so fuck it.
It's different in Chicago than it is in New York and than it is in LA, man. But at the most part, man, there's this group called the Teamsters, and nothing gets moved or in and out of the building without the Teamsters, bro. That's it. I mean, you don't get to set up your
lose in with them now.
Your fucking gear at at the price of $400 an hour. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It's just like, dude, are you kidding me? I mean, I did some trade shows, man, where I had to move shit in and out of the building. I could have fucking carried it in there, man. And no, we're going to charge you fucking $380 to have that guy carry your shit to your booth, I'm like, fuck, really? I'm like, it's fucking extortion, man. It's...
What if the tours What if the tours were about music and not about money? I mean, that would be cool, right? Imagine a world.
Imagine that.
That would be.
Well, that's especially the thing when it comes to a band like Tool. Like what I'm saying is they've never been really that mainstream. They've got a few songs that hit mainstream, but for the most part, most of the stuff has been unplayable by the mainstream, and they did that on purpose. They played songs that are way too long. They never.
Unordinary beats.
Like it was supposed to be about the fans. He's got a song like about being a sellout. It's literally called Sellout, and he's like, you call me a sellout. Well, dipshit, then you bought one. Or a ticket, then you bought one. Blah blah blah. So I get it. It might have been about money even then, but the thing is that he had his fan base that built him up. And when it comes to metal in general, I expect the people in front should be there, should be your core fans, not your fucking suits that just were able to afford a ticket.
That's called that's called the cockery of the business, man, where the suits get to sit up front. The rest of you fucking shit bags get to have some nosebleeds if you're lucky. Hey, speaking of...
Or watch it on YouTube.
Speaking of metal, man, we got a guy in here named Eddie Gold, man. I love that, man. What's up, Gold? Welcome to the server. He's VC verified. Eddie Gold, man. Eddie Gold, you there?
Eddie's from Germany.
He's from Germany, yeah? Yeah.
More gold.
Check it out, man. There's no surfing in Germany, yeah?
You can never have enough food.
No, we don't surf. We eat the bugs. Hey,
that's with you, I'm the sense of humor. Hey, man, it's 10 o'clock, man. I'm supposed to be here, man. I came a little early, but I'm here now. Welcome to the server. You're from Germany. What brings you here, man? What the hell brings you here? I want to know.
When you're early, you're on time. When you're on time, you're late.
That's it, man. I make up for it, man. If I'm like, you know how it is. You know how it is, man. I'm like a lot of days I'm late, and a lot of days I'm so it works.
Nah, that's what a chief told me in the Navy. I was like, good one, chief. I'm gonna remember that for the rest of my life now. Great.
That's it, man. Once you get settled into a certain rhythm, man, it's kind of hard to break it. But what's up, Gold? Talk to me, brother. Tell me some precious metals. Tell me about what brings you here. Precious metals? Oh.
No.
No.
Sorry, guys. I wasn't really listening. I was just it's early in Germany. I was just waking up and doing stuff here next to you guys talking. I'm pretty alone, so I enjoy you guys talking about all of these topics. David Weiss brought me here. Because of him, I realized there's a lot of lies going on, and the thing we cannot talk about that goes on the last 3 years changed a lot. So yeah, that's why I'm kind of here. I lost kind of all my friends, and I'm searching for people to socialize.
Well, don't lose your friends, man. This shit ain't worth it, losing your friends, man. It's like
I was not flat earth. It was the thing that went on before.
Mistakes were made. Friends were lost.
2020 thing. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Don't worry, man. You'll find some more. You'll find more. More of your type.
They weren't real friends.
Yes, they weren't really your friends.
You found out.
I was together, I was the part of narcissism who's bending always and not knowing why. It's in my family and everything. So I'm kind of doing a lot of soul search and healing trauma and stuff like that. So all these lies have to do with narcissistic things and smear campaigns and straw manning and stonewalling and all. You guys deal with narcissists on a daily basis. That's what I think. This is the place for me to socialize and find people like you are, friendly and not fake and phony. You know what I mean? That's the main reason I'm here, man. For the people who are not phony, who are genuine.
Well,
I love that, man.
you've been here for a couple of months now, so you're always welcome, mate.
Thank you, guys.
We could probably hook you up with some kind of a role that says like, you know, truther or flat earther or looking. What I mean, there's a lot of roles, but I'd like you to be able to.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's level. It's totally level. I mean,
hey, Bong, can you hook him up?
Yeah, I'm having a look. I'm just wondering why he hasn't had why nobody's given him. Yeah, verified.
I don't think it's been. I don't.
He's I do recall he's been here for a good couple of months, and I haven't heard him say anything silly.
Exactly. Yeah.
I wasn't here for the last 2 weeks because I had teeth problems. So yeah, I'm in a lot of pain. I had some antibiotics and stuff. Yeah, it totally it's
pain, man. That's debilitating, man. Fuck.
Yeah, that's the worst, dude. Tooth pain is
fucking shit.
Yeah, it's the worst.
I gave you Flat Earther. I gave you the Flat Earther role. Are you able to see the live stream text channel where we're posting things? It says live stream, voice text. All right. That's where we're posting stuff we're talking about. The one you see on YouTube.
Hey, Gold, man.
Hey, nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
Thank you, Bong, for hooking that up, man. But Gold, I'm gonna just call you Gold because I love Gold. But anyway, what's your favorite evidence that you live on a stationary plane, man? What's your favorite evidence for that?
There's not really one. I think it's them. They
Come on.
I would say the vacuum part, man. Without a container, there's no vacuum. It's so fucked up. Like there's space without nothing, and yeah, come on.
I love that one, man.
Isn't it funny how everyone's got a different one? You know.
Yeah, that's my second favorite one.
Pretty
What's
hot.
your first? Water.
Yeah, my first is no measurable curvature on the surface. That's always my first.
Or vacuum, man.
Yeah.
You could flip.
Yeah, the curvature comes next. Yeah.
Sure. Depends who I'm talking to. Yeah. What are you into? You're into sailing? Okay, let's talk about water. Oh, you're a vacuum specialist. Oh, let me talk to you. Hey, are you a vacuum door-to-door salesman?
Mine always has to do with building, but I suppose that's because I'm a builder. So always got to do with levels.
Yeah, I like that.
Whenever I think of levels, I just think of a flat plane, and I can't think of anything else.
No.
Always level. Doesn't matter if the building's the slab's a kilometer long or a mile long.
That's a good one.
There's a curve on that.
I'm taking it from there. I do like personally, by the way, I love the vacuum one, but being in building, like plumb lines.
Yeah.
Plumb lines more specifically. like that, not a single plumb line could ever be parallel with another plumb line if you lived on a mall.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And if there is more density in one part of the earth than the other, then those plumb lines wouldn't be straight anyway.
So I've heard recently, man, that there are physicists out there that have problems with the realization of their mathematics through the magnetic field and the Big Bang. And there's a lot of problems with all of the mathematics behind like the Big Bang. Basically, is what I'm getting at. There's a lot of problems, man. I mean,
I would need to understand it more before I can comment on it. But yeah,
man, I don't understand it, but apparently there is some big time confusion amongst the physicists in the world about where we live. And
isn't that why they invented dark matter?
Well, yeah, there was a dark matter. There's like, there's all kinds of crazy things that are being, substituted in different areas to cover for different things. And, a lot of it's, math magics, most of it.
Background radiation. That one fucks me.
Radiation.
Wizardry.
Yeah, the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light. And we know this because of background radiation.
Actually nail down these physicists to their core beliefs, man. They have to fucking squirm, man. It's just one fallacy piled on top of the next fallacy, man. It's insane, man. And I'm just starting to, finally see it for what it is. And I think it's fascinating, man. I think it's like super hot to watch these guys try to squirm out of it. The best of the best. I mean, these are PhD guys, man. It got physicists, they got their physics degrees and yeah, man. And they're
dude, it's the old saying. It's the old saying about lying. What happens when you lie? You have to create another lie then to back up the other lie, and then another lie to back up that one, and another lie to where you can't even remember all your lies.
You can't remember all your lies, man. Yeah, I love it, man. I think this is where we're going to really, really, really nail these motherfuckers down, man. We're just, we've seen it over the years. I mean, we've seen them try to back up their lies and lies and lies. And, they're like, well, it's a Coriolis effect, like, oh, fuck. Fuck off, man. Come on. At this point, but, there's still these stragglers trying to, push those stupid ideas. But, yeah, there's some heavy-duty guys coming up now that are trying to get it past us, man. And it's not working, man. And it's fascinating to sit here and watch it. And I'm just glad to be part of it. And don't kick me out of here, man. Fuck, please.
Well, it's happened a couple of times.
Oh yeah. I learned a lesson. I got third time. Shame on me, bro. I mean,
well, you know the story.
Oh yeah.
Shame on you know the story.
But I'll keep it on flat Earth, man.
Hey,
and
I just got to point out,
I'm 100% if I keep it on flat Earth, man. I do not have to like deviate, man. I love to deviate, but I don't have to. I can deviate elsewhere, man. You know what I mean?
You know how you said Coriolis effect?
Yeah.
And but the really sly ones, they like to say Coriolis force.
Ooh.
Don't conflate the two, and don't allow them to be conflated. Okay.
Well, the Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection from straight because you're moving. Yeah. The Coriolis force would be the spinning of the Earth affecting a physical thing on the Earth. Yeah?
Yeah, when they say force, they're being strategic. They're already implanting this presupposition of a ball Earth that is spinning.
Yeah.
So what's the observable phenomenon of the Coriolis force?
There is no Coriolis force. There's only the Coriolis effect. And the Coriolis effect has nothing to do with balls spinning in space.
Yeah, that's the that has nothing to do with balls spinning, period. The Coriolis force, man. Yeah, fuck off, man. you talk about forces, yeah, centrifugal. Yeah, we can get into forces, man. We love
Well,
those.
wouldn't that mean there's no Coriolis effect either?
No.
It
no,
isn't-
because do you understand? Look, listen, Coriolis effect can be experienced on the playground. So
yeah, I know, but with
the
the
same
Earth.
thing with like with a I mean, you might call it a roundabout or whatever. We call it a merry-go-round, right?
Yeah.
So a merry-go-round. Let's say you have two
roundabout.
observers on a merry-go-round, and then a third observer or third person throws a ball over the top of it. Or sorry, it doesn't take two observers on the thing, but the person on the merry-go-round sees the ball deflecting, right? But it's not really happening. It's taking a straight line. It's holding like it's momentum, like according to Newton's laws, right? Now, so this isn't an actual effect, but it's an effect, meaning that it's only what you observe. It's not what's actually happening. It effectually it looks like this is what's going on.
Yeah, it's
In
a
reality,
perceived curve.
it's going straight. Right. Effectually, you're seeing a curve, but it's not really curving.
Yeah, but this
Now,
doesn't. This also doesn't.
if you try to claim that there's a Coriolis force, you're saying that there is something making it, forcing it, pushing it to deflect.
Yeah, but this Coriolis effect has no like real life to do with the Earth. Has nothing. It's just with roundabouts and shit like that. Yeah.
At best, it's considered to be a pseudo force, which is a fake force.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it doesn't exist in the realm of the Earth because it only exists on things that spin, i.e. roundabouts, merry-go-rounds, things like that. Not the Earth.
It's fine because it's not a force. It's an effect. Okay. An effect you can see it observationally from any perspective, right?
Yeah.
But when they start to try to turn it into a force, when they say it's not an effect, not Coriolis effect, but Coriolis force, now what they're saying is that it's actually turning it, or it's actually moving it, or it's actually spinning it. And they have no way to prove that. In fact, it's wrong.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's wrong, man. You're right. Hey, guess what, man? I got a double blind. Hold on. You got to see my meme here. First of all, man, you got to see that. It's a double blindfold slit Falcom pendulum Cavendish experiment.
Oh.
Come on.
double blind Foucault's pendulum Cavendish experiment.
That is funny, guys. Come on. I mean, have a laugh. You know, take a piss occasionally. Yeah, it won't hurt you. I promise. So yeah, we can get into some nutty shit around here, and we can get into some serious shit. But there's a few people out there that can really take on the PhD guys, man. I mean, I'm not gonna do it, man. No fucking way. Lou
they'll start using words I don't understand. I fucking.
Yeah, exactly, man. Well, what about the so-and-so experiment back in the?
Who's doing that noise? Akachi.
Yeah, but there are there's some guys out here that haven't read that shit and said no. I mean, he was just guessing. He didn't have the math. He was. I'm not that guy, man. I for sure, man. I'm more of like a cheerleader, you know. I'm not like quarterback of the team, man. Fuck that, man. It's too much responsibility, man. At my age, like fuck.
That takes a lot of energy. I got a lot of respect for you guys that stick it out and do that, because man, that's a lot of energy, dude. I'm with you, dude.
Yeah, man. I'm not here to fucking be the fucking smartest guy in the class. But there are some people in here, man, that are way smarter than I, and I would.
What do you reckon? Sorry to interrupt. What do you reckon the PhDs would say though that we would struggle with? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, they love math.
The way they talk.
Those guys love math, and that's their thing, man. They love math. We've all had them in here. I've talked.
They use wizardry and doublespeak.
Yeah.
I would argue that the big problem is that as soon as they can figure something out mathematically, if it's agreed with by the mainstream, they now can claim it's reality. It doesn't mean that it's reality. Math is not reality.
Exactly, Rulu. Math is not reality, man. I got to back that one up, man. It's not reality, but they'll stick to it and say, "Well, it works." It works. And like, oh fuck, man. It works both ways too, man. In reality and in mathematics. Doesn't prove shit. Fuck all, man. That's the problem, bro. Because
they would use a giant. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we observe a flat stationary plane, but yet all your mathematics say that we're spinning, shooting through outer space at 1.4 million miles an hour. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, fuck off. Fuck off.
You know what? It'd be fine if they said that, except for that'd be a lie, because not all the mathematics say that.
That's where we're catching them, Lou, man. There's smart guys up in here and going, no. I mean, even the guy that came up with the mathematic thing said, no, don't trust it.
There's mathematics that say the inverse to whatever it is that they're claiming, no matter what they claim. I don't give a fuck what the claim is.
Yeah.
If you want to say mathematically it can be proven this way, there's also math that can prove it the other way.
Well, because math can just be manipulated, because it's just a language, right? It's a form of language.
Here's the crux of it, man. If you just take Newton and Einstein, and you can work out the math for both of them being right. You can. 100%. But it all works off a flat stationary plane too, man. How about that? That's a fucked up realization, man. I just kind of got that recently, man. Actually, it's like, oh shit, yeah, their math will work on Newtonian and Einsteinian math. Both work, but they both work on a flat stationary plane too. Oh, isn't that interesting? That's interesting. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, fucking smart guys. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks.
Those PhDs do too. They will use these really big, complex words that you may never heard before, but have absolutely really no meaning at all. They're just used to try to frighten people from the subject. And they count on hoping that they don't understand that word or never heard it before, and then the person will just kind of concede and be like, "Oh, okay, he knows something I don't know," but the word really doesn't mean shit.
Yep.
To prove, whatever they're saying.
Yeah, language is a big thing, man, when it comes to conveying information, man. And we've all experienced that, especially in the last 3 years, that, somebody will say, "Hey, man, this is good for you." And we're like, "No, man, that's not good. No, we're not going with that. I'm going to skip that one. I'm good. I'm good without you." So, yeah, manipulation's out there, man. We're being deceived, man. Miggy fucking had a killer rant in here this morning, man, where he was talking about the deception.
Yeah, bro.
It was
my head was spinning after that.
Yeah, it was really good. Thank you. Shout out to Mig, and that was great. But yeah, I mean, reality is what you've been presented, and yeah, somehow they tricked us all, man. And you know, we all the evil side, man. I call them the evil side of the people, man. They all tricked it, man. They tricked that shit, bro. Fucking bastards.
You know what's you can take comfort in though is in the end they're really only tricking themselves. Because we will be victorious.
Yeah, the thing is that they don't care about themselves or us because we're all chosen on a side. Like we're they know that we're set in our ways, and you know they're set in their ways. Their goal is to intercept and to stop anybody who is new to thinking about this topic from thinking about our ways. All they have to do is convince a noob that they know what they're talking about and that we don't. That's their goal.
I was thinking on it a little deeper level where their main goal is to deceive because never mind, I don't want to go there.
I don't think it is that deep. I think you're giving them too much credit. There's no deep reasoning for it other than stopping people from thinking and using their mind.
Well, yeah, but that is coming from somewhere, and that has been in existence since, going back since the start of it all. There's always been this driving force that has been here trying to manipulate our minds to control us for their own purposes. And
that would be fine for the institutions, but what about your normie Glober that comes in here?
Dude, they're just deceived. They're just
volunteer their day to just intercept people and say, no, believe the experts.
Their mind has been poisoned.
Because that's the majority of who we deal with, actually.
Yeah, they're not our enemy. They really aren't.
Well, I would say the anti-flat earther is our enemy, but
no, dude, they're just like us. They've just been deceived.
No, that's a Glober. A Glober has been deceived. An anti-flat earther has taken it to the next level. They are the enemy.
Yeah, that's a whole different level of deception and dishonesty. So yeah.
Can I say something?
Absolutely, sir.
I think the anti-flat earther are so-called flying monkeys for the narcissistic agenda that is the globe agenda. So it's totally normal that people who are themselves in their life unhappy, traumatized, not worthy in their own opinion, go and become entitled to be someone who fights back against so-called stupid flat tarts or whatever. They call us names and everything. Everybody who's supposed to be lower and do not understand that we know this stuff since Copernicus and Galileo and whatever. So you must be so stupid. They become entitled from this, I don't know, gaslighting from the agenda, from the concept of the narcissistic smear campaign and gain of control. And it's easy, divide and split and put these things into people emotional control level, like sad and greed and enviness and stuff. They really produce these emotions in humans constantly from kindergarten, from toddler state. So yeah, I think they are kind of all deceived and kind of not. I understand why they're kind of like the enemy, but they are just flying monkeys, like the Legion. Like, what's your name? I am Legion. I am many. Yeah, we
agree.
know.
Like
We know.
they do not know like what they do. You know, like they're sort of naive in that way. Like even though they are the enemy to us in their behavior, it's because they're so stupid. They don't really know what they're doing or what they're fighting for.
Yeah, I would agree totally. It's a real problem. It's a human conditional problem we have here. That's why when they say like, why the lie, why this, why that, man, it's the base of it's all. It's a fundamental thing to have that, like a fence for cattle. It's what you do. And if you ask farmers, humans are treated like cattle. The society and everything, like the Western world, and I don't know about the other places on Earth. I was not there, but from what I saw, and yeah, it's pretty much the same in America, Australia, and Europe. It's quite the same. Humans think the same. They learn the same in school. They get treated the same way. They have the same system they live in, and that's, if you ask a farmer, that's like how we treat cattle. It's exactly that. The same, logic behind structure.
Well, this is why I've said for years now, like we shouldn't really bother our little heads with their even smaller heads. You know, like we shouldn't. The anti-flat earthers are not worth our time. They literally, their job for the system is to keep us chasing our own tail, to keep us arguing amongst each other and with them about menial things, that just things that do not matter, giving no advancement to the topic, giving no advancement to reality, to our understanding of reality. Their job is to keep us distracted, always.
Yeah, I totally agree. Distraction is the way to keep people from, in terms of shining their light bright. They dim the light, and yeah, it's good to fight evil when it happens, but it's not our first goal to achieve, to constantly fight the evil. It's more like spreading light and brighten the day and let people see themselves what's going on. And yeah, like somebody else said, it's their own demise. The more they attack us and the more they attack the truth, the more they give us the opportunity to win. It's, yeah, you never know when and how big they're gonna attack. But in the moment they attack, like with 2020 and every lie, you can see through it. People could see through it, and they just needed to be honest to themselves. They would see everything what's going on. It's really plain in plain sight. I mean, I'm just talking to myself back in the day when I was like, you know how it was, like screaming and kicking. But man, it's the evidence is too much. And once you start to think for yourself and question some things, one thing leads to another, and yeah, then you understand what liars do, and yeah.
Yeah,
That's simple.
if people start talking, they have to disrupt. And one more point that I'd just like to make is that it's hard to distinguish sometimes for people, like the difference between the anti-flat earther and the glober. Too often, however, it's sad. We do get a glober that comes in, somebody who is just they believe in the globe, but they've gone the extra length to find us here, and they want to learn more about the flat earth. That's a big step for people. Yeah. We shouldn't pounce on them as though they are the anti-flat earther. It's a fine line there. I understand that.
but you need to be able to recognize that difference. Like, accept the Glober, the one that comes in and has just decided to ask questions. He might troll for a little bit. He might sound a little bit disingenuous, like an anti-flat earther. But you have to recognize that difference, because these people came here not really trusting what they've been told. They went out of their way to hear what flat earthers actually think.
Right.
Yeah.
And just so you guys understand where I was coming from, my position, and I'm not going to go into it, but I was going back to more of a biblical sense of the ones that are behind manipulating are, the descendants of the fallen. And that's why I said Globers and even some anti-flat earthers, they're really not our enemy. They are just like us, but they have been deceived and manipulated by the true enemy. But okay, that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I see where you come from. I agree with you. Yes. Humans are deceived and fight against each other. That's not the problem. But it's a problem. But there is somebody behind that who pulls really the strings, and that's the main problem. Yeah, we need to pull the teeth.
Yeah, I mean, humans are fallen and sinful, but definitely this controller class takes advantage of that, consolidates it for their own purposes.
I do go through my moments too where I do fucking hate them sometimes so much, because in my mind, all I want to do is help them. That's all I want to do is help them, because I pity them, and I have no agenda other than to help, and they don't see that. They think, I don't know what the fuck they think, but it's fucking frustrating to the point where I'm like, damn, fuck you, I hate you, but I really don't. It's just frustration.
Yeah, I have had the feelings you describe a lot of times. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because honestly, in my lifetime, what am I going to get out of trying to lead a Glober to flat Earth? What I'm not getting a whole lot out of it, other than the knowledge that, hey, I might have saved someone today, and the knowledge that I am doing good. I am doing the creator's work, and it's for the creator. You know what I mean? I am doing that for the creator. It's really not for me. And it's really for peace of mind for my fellow man.
Yeah, I feel what you mean. I describe it for me like all my life I sense something is not okay. And it seems the more I grow up and the more open I investigate things, and the smarter I get, the more I figure out that there is so much I don't know that it's hard to get, like, to see the full picture. But it doesn't matter. I know something is not okay.
Yeah.
And that's this feeling, like, it's I don't know, I feel like we are not free in the sense of real freedom. And yeah, they obviously tell us lies since 1800 something, 1830. And then you can literally see how they invented all these characters like Copernicus and Columbus and all these names. They pop up in 1900 then,
Goes
and
back farther
1900
than
there.
that, bro. Way farther than that.
Yeah. Yeah, and Tartaria was a lot of fun to figure out that I live here in northern Germany, and it's the building I'm right right now living in is a apartment construct, and it's over 100 years old. I can go to the basement and see these big bricks. They look like from the pyramids, and it's obvious. And you're like, what the fuck is what is down here? Then there is a river and a hill next to it, and the river used to be way bigger. But then you know what happened in Germany, like the World War stuff, and then they kind of work their way through here and build it all this stuff, and it's not. It's like it looks like it's from, I don't know, man, from so much different areas of time. Something that sticks out here in the woods, there and there. It's all these buildings covered in mud, and yeah, they then you search for it, and the whole area is full. Then you go to England and Malta, and it's all there. And it's like, yeah, that's Tartaria, but that led me to figure out how much lies there are, and finally the globe lie. I mean, so yeah, I started first thinking about what was this realm we live in here, and then yeah, but this is not a planet. Oh, what is it then? Yep, I don't know, but it's flat. It was one thing led to another. It was such a, but you have to be open, and you have to constantly be like, yeah, okay, let's just stay calm and look. And yeah, the lies reveal themselves. That's all you have to do. Figure the lies out.
Yeah, I mean, to the German gentleman, like if you trace like your German history or the history of the region, yeah, how far could you really trace it back? Like, let's say if you went to like a really old library in your area, like then can you actually look up like 500-600 years ago or something like that, the document or what? Not that it's true, but I'm wondering what's available in the archive.
From what I figured out, it all is sorry for my broken English. I just sometimes have to put the sentences together, and then I struggle and totally get out. And if I talk too much, please interrupt me. But what I found out, it's the 18th century. Something happened there, and that's where they started to construct all these what we call history now, and they constructed the medieval times and yeah, whatever we have. Of course, there is 10,000, probably, I don't know, but more than 300 years before us. We're living here not like since the 1800s, but it seems like they altered, or whatever they have is written all in the 18th centuries till then, and up then to 1910, and then World Wars, and after the World Wars, some big things came out about 1400, 1600, 1700. Nobody ever talked about in the 1800s. So some of the stuff we think is forever there, and we have that knowledge forever, came up in the late 60s, 1960s. It's like before Vietnam War. And that's where we, like, all the 80s kids and the baby boomers got told, we know that, no, was brand new. The books, the universities, they came up with all this stuff then for the first time. But now everybody thinks, no, we have that hundreds of years, and it's super old. Here, look at this book, it's super old. That's describing it. Nobody really knows that it's not doing that. It's weird. I don't talk about religious scriptures or something like that, but from so many famous names of science and this and that, this is all kind of proven that came up 1800s till.
Oh, are you talking about just the globe? Are you talking about the globe?
What?
Is that what you're talking about? When you say 1800s, you're saying that's when they started that line of lies?
Not even that. I mean, in the 1800s, they didn't. I don't think you can find something that talks about Copernicus or anybody like we hear so often with the shadow and blah. They didn't do that in the 1800s. They kind of knew everything was what it was. I don't even know what it is. I don't know what this realm is we really live here in, or if it's bigger, or how far it goes. I really have no clue. But they knew what it is and how to harness energy and all the laws of nature. They knew that, and they
Right. To use it
definitely
against
weren't.
us and manipulate. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
And,
It's the
yeah,
hidden secret
all I
knowledge.
meant was that's been happening. The manipulation and deception of man has been happening since, you can go all the way back to the garden.
Yeah.
And throughout, as far as you can go back, it
Yeah,
has been this way. There's always been a group of, you know, I don't even know what to call them, that have been trying to deceive man and manipulate man for a very specific purpose.
Yeah, that
And it's
group
still
would
going on
be
today.
the same people who builded the fundament of what we call this world. So there must be somebody who laid the fundament. That's what I hear all the time. I don't know what they mean with that, but some people claim they were there when the fundament of this realm was laid down. And I'm like, what the?
Well, they were created before man.
Yeah. Some, like, then you go to spiritual entities or I don't know. But who knows? I mean, we are treated like cattle. We are treat ourselves like we treat our cattle. Ask a farmer. This is so ridiculous. I don't want to get treated like cattle, so I don't see myself subject like I don't know, food for somebody or whatever. No. Why they lie? Yeah, why they lie? It's always comes back to why they lie. Yeah, obviously to gain control over people.
Well, and it doesn't even matter the why, right? Because there's no answer. Is there an answer good enough to justify being lied to? So why does the answer to why would they lie matter? If it's a lie, there should be no justifiable reason for it.
Yeah.
Truth is the ultimate.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. There should not be a lie, no. But yeah, there's no justification for it, no. But I sometimes feel like a cow in a slaughterhouse and sitting around with the other cows on the field and eating the grass and stuff, enjoying life, and then you tell another cow like, I don't think like they are nice to us, really. I mean, they give us food and we can roam around in this fenced area and it's big enough for all of us. I know. But hey, Carl, it seems like, I don't know. Don't you think so? And they're like, no, stop talking about they would never harm us, man. The humans work for us. And at the end, we become burgers. So, yeah. You can try as a cow to tell another cow, but they enjoy their lives. So, do they really know or want to know?
You know, you're that's all you can do, man. All you can do is the best. You try your hardest and to try to spread truth and live by the okay, I don't want to get into religion, but yeah, somebody step in, man, because I don't want to go down this path. We're supposed to be talking about.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, but
you can lead a horse to water, but sometimes it doesn't want to drink.
Yeah, and it's not really. It's not about us, really. You know, it's about whatever.
Lost for words, Paul.
No, I don't want to get down this road because I don't know. It's not really the right place. You know what I mean? And it's so and it can go on for hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally
Quiet,
feel
man.
you.
Go for it. You guys talk about whatever you want at the moment, I reckon.
I'm exhausted.
Well, not whatever you want, but you know.
I really want to go to Antarctica if I could. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't. Fucking freezing.
I don't feel like I need to.
Oh, it's supposed to be freezing. I'd like to go north.
Yeah. North would be awesome too. I agree to that. Yeah. North Pole would be awesome too. Yeah.
Because south, I know south. Well, I'm pretty south, but I'm only 40. I'm only 40 degrees south, and I'm at the bottom of Australia.
Wow.
So there's nothing below. Well, there's Tasmania, and then after that is nothing till 90 degrees south. So imagine that. Like there's vast expanses of nothing for what, another 2,000 miles.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Just open ocean.
I can't imagine that. It's too big. Yeah.
And it gets really cold here in the winter because the wind coming off I'm in the south. The wind comes from the south, so off from from Antarctica. They call them Antarctic winds. Yeah, it gets really cold, man. And I would hate to imagine how much if you went any further. Like the bottom of Tasmania is cold in the winter, crazy. But then that's only 40. I think it's 42 south. So you got another 50 degrees to go before you're at. It must be really, really cold even at 50 degrees south.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. They say it's gonna get close to the minimum of temperature that can get. Like you go to the almost equilibrium of coldness. It's nobody knows how cold, but it's super cold there. So I would like to have gear and something like, yeah. If you could dream, if you could make a wish, like humans make some.
I feel like probably humbled right now to be on this device and talking to a man in Australia. And the thing that brings us here is truth. Just truth.
Yeah. I was with the dude about it, Flat Earth dude, all the time. We're like, because, I'm an older guy as well. Older. I'm 42. Yeah. So I saw the start of the internet and everything. And, we always trip out that instantaneously I'm speaking to the, people in the US. But this takes 14-hour plane flight. But I can speak to you guys instantaneously.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And light speed. Yeah.
It feels divine intervention. Like it is. It's. I mean, for me, it is. I don't know. It seems divine. Like it is. It is purposely driven. Because truth is, it's all that matters. And what is
that theory that they came out with the internet to control people, and then they let it get out of hand? Yeah,
that's how I feel about.
Out of hand.
That's how I feel about personally the Bible as well. That people always want to say, "Well, the Bible is manipulated by man." Well, it's the word. The word of God is in that book, and it cannot be twisted. They might be able to twist maybe
some minor details, but the fundamental foundation of God's word is still there, and it cannot be shaken. It can still be found there.
Okay, yeah, given the fact that history of humanity was full of narcissists and psychopaths that they used the devilish trick of twisting it, then they would already just twisted it 180 degrees. Really, that's all they can do. A narcissist does not really have the intelligence to be creative and form his own details of a lie. No. They just do and take what it's there and they twist it 180 degrees. So if they steal, they say you stole. And that's it. So, yeah. I don't know what's so twisted there. If it still says don't steal, don't kill, then that's not twisted. Of course not. I mean,
well, you know what too is people want to say that technology is the work of, the devil, let's say. But how can it be when I'm sitting here using that same technology to talk to another human being so far away in Australia for truth?
Yeah,
for truth.
I think these people refer.
Go, Eddie. Sorry, mate. You go.
Okay, so yeah, I make it short. I think these people refer to the number 666 or whatever, the beast number, and beast means matter. And matter means something that you did from soil and dirt. Like the devil said to God, I'm going to make the better human. And God said, like, yeah, go on. And then the devil watched what God does, and God knew that, and he was kicking around in the sand and dirt and collected some sand and soil and minerals and then the devil started to do the same, and then God said, amen, you guys know you're playing with my soil, my dirt. You don't even know how to construct earth and matter and everything. So what these people say, it's like, yeah, it's the devil's work because the devil plays with the matter and everything, but they forget it's given by God. So of course it could be devilish. It's matter, it's fixed stuff, it's electricity and numbers, and yeah, that's reasonable, and the devil is the reason itself. So yeah, I see where they come from.
I've got a question. Where does that number 666 come from? Where does it come from?
That is a super good question.
I think from a triangle.
Hold on, man. Why can I not answer this right now? I swear.
Yeah.
I know
Is it in the Bible? Is that you, Bong?
I don't.
Yeah, it says in Revelation, let he who has wisdom calculate the number of the beast. It is the number of man, of a man. Measure is of man or of a man, which is 666. Now, I don't know if that's the number, but if it's asking us to calculate, then I think it's hinting at the number. I don't know. But the beast is a kingdom. Yeah, because there were the beasts in Daniel's dream. So, but the beast it's talking about is the iron beast, that last beast that had like the iron teeth and claws and trampled everything. It went, Catholic Church.
Okay. No, iron. Adam is iron. Adamus means the Iron Man. So we are the man that the devil created to say, hey, God, I can make the better man. But we are made out of God.
Whoa, wait.
Yeah, but it's more looking at the metals. Because there was another dream from Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar's dream, of a statue. And that's what the metals are compared to, right? Gold was Babylon. Persia, silver was Persia, which came after Babylon. Bronze is Alexander the Great, Greece. See, these are the ages and the metals that come. And then iron, which is, I think today is steel, right? So it has to do with that. That's the symbolism.
But I was not created by the devil.
This has to do with technology, guys. Technology, knowledge that the Watchers taught man that causes all this violence and immorality, death. It's technology, right?
No, because I don't. Just because their technology exists, it doesn't ultimately mean that it's going to be evil. I can use it for any way I want. It's how I choose to use it.
Yeah. Like so, Azazel was, ascribe all sin to Azazel, which is why you got a scapegoat, right? What did he teach man? He taught man the arts of war, how to take metal, and form it into a weapon, into armor, into
phones,
technology. Yeah, what we use today to kill, and death, killed, war.
Right. Yeah.
Cool.
All the other ones like magic spells, cutting of roots, numbers, astrology weren't as bad as the one that causes death and war. Cain took his hoe or his farming tool and turned it into a weapon, weaponized.
Yeah, I know.
I think maybe I misunderstood what you meant when you said, yeah, or whatever. It doesn't matter.
Nah, I said that. You didn't misunderstood that. I'm just brainstorming, and I think like soul is God given, but the avatar and everything that is matter is God given. But there was somebody, the devil, who did something, and he mixed his thing into it. That's what they say with beast numbers.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah.
And God let that happen. I mean, He already let that happen. We know that.
So
God doesn't
am I correct in saying that they never said 666? Is that correct?
What he said he didn't know.
They said the number of the beast. They never mentioned. What's that?
Yeah,
Say it again.
The number is in the Bible, but some people say
It is.
616. Yeah, but then I don't think that's the number because it says you have to calculate. I think that's just a hint of a man. But how many sixes do we see on the globe Earth?
Wait. Back up for a second. What did you say? How?
Yeah.
About a hint of a man. What? Can you back up and repeat that, please?
That let he who has wisdom calculate the number of the beast. It is the number of man or of a man. I'm not sure which one is of a man or.
Okay, but what is that?
Which is, and it says which is 666.
Okay.
So are we supposed to calculate that number? Like add them all together?
Yeah, and it says if you have wisdom. Yeah, something, yeah. So people who are wise might be able to figure it out. And what is
So you
wisdom
got
anyway?
6 plus 6 is plus 6, 18.
Are you trying to be
and
coy
then
right now?
8 plus 1 is 8 plus 1 is 9.
18.
Well,
look, I'm
8
way
plus,
too
and
tired
then
for that shit.
1 plus, and then 1 plus 8. And 1 plus 8 is 9. And 9 is the master of all numbers.
Yes, exactly.
So 666 is a deception.
So it could be 9.
Yeah, 9 is the spiral, like a torus field, vortex field, your eyeball, your hair, how it grows, the geometry of form and field. Everything is that. Even light travels in the form of that 9-ish thing.
Hey, have you guys ever seen the Tesla 369? So 3 sixes, they always equal 9.
Yeah.
All the numbers that calculate from 3 and 6, all the numbers around them either equal 3 or 6, but then all those numbers always equal 9.
Yep.
Oh, fuck, that's weird.
So nine is like the governor, the god, the controller.
I've never even thought about that before.
So what does that
It's
say?
the code of the Matrix.
About, what does that say though about our reality? So what is that telling us exactly? What is it?
It's intelligently constructed.
Well, yeah, we already know that, right?
I'm gonna put something in the. I know it's starting to sound like speculation Sunday here, but
fuck it.
Yeah, there's a creator, of course.
So right, so
but they want us to think the creator is bad. I don't know. It's very twisted and flipped, but that's what the narcissists do. According.
So wait. Oh, fuck! I'm getting lost.
Yeah, we have to solve a really twisted puzzle. Yeah.
This is really weird.
Identifying this beast, like it's kind of obvious what the beast is, right? It's the new world. Right. It's the one world, right? It's the one world that they're trying to create.
But who is that?
Where everyone is connected.
Who's doing that though? Isn't that
the Catholic Church? Yeah, there's a woman that sits on this beast. Right, there's a woman that sits on the beast. They call her the harlot, right? And she has, she's a prostitute to the whole world. You slept with all the kings, which is like a church, right? A church that has incorporated all the church, all the religions into one. And in her hand is a cup with the blood of the saints that she has, slain, like Jezebel, So this is a church, right? Because a woman or a bride is always compared to as a church that sits on a kingdom, on a beast. And it's obvious what church sits on the kingdoms of the world. It's
okay, but it isn't. Right, I get what you're saying, but it's not the church, right? It's
a church. That's what I'm saying. But it's obvious which church that is today. It's the Roman Catholic Church, which comes from the Iron Beast, which is Rome.
Okay, but
yeah,
what I'm saying is the start. It's the fuck am I trying to say?
Yeah.
It's that is all comes from the fallen fucking angels.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Science, the technology, it's the mystery school. It's all being brought to the front. As the real religion.
And the reason why I say that is because everybody says, "Oh, the Roman Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Church." Okay, but so you're telling me that every other organized, structured religion isn't still manipulated by those same fallen?
Yes, they're all, and it's being consolidated. Think about it as consolidating all your branches into one, right? And there's only one church that seems to be out of place, and that's Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah, and don't get the number wrong, because they want you to think that it's evil and devilish, because they use the good stuff and cover up the stuff that is useful for you to be not good, so you don't touch it. Understand?
Whoa, is that why they use the 666 and that fucking stupid secret society shit, and they'll use that and be like, "Oh, it's all mysterious," and we're doing evil shit to make us think.
Have a look at my screenshot.
But you can do good shit with it too.
Text. Have a look at that. So that's the Tesla number at the number circle. Look what symbols are in that. So the 3, the 6, and the 9. The 9 is the master of all numbers. All these numbers on the left. But hang on. So you've got that symbol. You've got the Mason symbol in that. You've got the 6-sided star. You've got the Baphomet in that as well. You've got the 3 6s. The calculation of which is 9. You got a lot of shit in there.
Hey, so hold on. So what are they trying to hide from me? So is there some sort of
I have no idea, man.
You know what I'm about to say though? Like why are those numbers so significant? I wonder.
Can I tell?
Yeah, go for it, dude. I'd love to hear what you got to say.
Probably golden ratio.
Okay. The story goes.
There he is.
How's it going, bros?
Good, brother. Go ahead, Eddie.
Carry on. I'm not trying to interrupt you. That's good.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So the story goes, God is the creator. God would be 9. God would be all this wisdom. God would be all of this, what you told me about Tesla 369, everything. He is the divine creator. He knows the knowledge and everything. He's the forethought and afterthought. And the devil said to him, that's what I heard, and it makes sense. I'm gonna make the better man. But the devil does not know how to produce his own dirt. That means matter. That means 333, 666, 999, Tesla energy, whatever. All this, all the technology in our phone, everything is this divine creator knowledge. But the devil uses it for its own and plays with it. That's what God allowed him to do, and that's where we are. We are here in a God-given materialistic world but still all the matter and what we call materialistic is divine God knowledge. But it got in the hands of the devil. That's what I think that means it. And he creates his own stuff with it. That's why he tries to cover up the good knowledge about 666, 369, the creator divine footprint and fingerprint, that he is in everything that is a running thing and produces its own life for itself, a running circle without loss of energy. That's literally what this is. And the phone we use, everything, that's not evil stuff, like a tool. We can use it, but yeah, how we use it is the thing.
Okay.
Right now we use it to enslave us and treat ourselves like cattle, and we think we're all like, you are this, I am that, and so we're teaming and red against blue, and what this is to control us, to not figure out what we really could do. Sorry, I'm ranting.
Oh, bro, that was great. Love it.
I think, it's just, focusing on like what to focus your thoughts on. I think it's because you can use it to do good or evil. But if you keep thinking about using it to get an advantage over another person, you're eventually going to start thinking really evil thoughts so you can gain more from knowing something. Or now you're lying to people about the shape of things. You're lying to whatever it is, because But if you focus on good thoughts, well, it's like God told Cain. Like sin is waiting at your door. You have to control. Paul says it too. What you think. Is and controlling it is.
Of course. Of course, I can smash your head with my hammer, or I can use it to build you a house together with you for your family. And after that, we make that for me. So it's the hammer is not evil.
Right.
Yeah.
So 66 is not evil.
Well, yeah, but I think it's more about recognizing what the beast is, and if it's obvious, then we have to recognize what we think reality was told to us by this beast.
Yeah,
Earth from the church / came the ball Earth.
Yeah, eventually, yeah, probably, yeah, I agree.
And 369, that could also be just another lie.
No, it makes sense if you figure it out. It makes sense. A triangle on the same sides has a 60-degree angle. So 60, 60, and 60 are the angles, the angels in a triangle in the Holy Trinity, and that's 180 degree. That's the horizontal line. It's 180 degree. It's the creation of God. He has his fingerprint in everything. But they say, "Oh, that's evil. That's evil. Don't look at it." No, it's totally fine to look at it. It's the creator. It's his fingerprint. It's okay. But you can use it to do good things and free yourself from the chains that somebody else has given you, like the Plato cave story. You could use it to go out the exit. What? Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I think somebody was hot micing.
That was me. Car's passing by. Yeah, I agree. 666 is not evil. It's it's what it represents and the system that God said. Well, then I'll speak to them if they don't want me to talk to them in parable. Israel was complaining to Isaiah, I think Isaiah or Ezekiel, about God speaking to them like they're children. You know what I mean? Like always saying the same thing so plainly. So God's like, "Oh, fine, I'll speak to them in parables." You know?
Right.
And that's why we get parables and yeah.
Metaphors, yeah. Parables are metaphors, yeah.
So that only the people who are serious about finding God can perceive what God is saying, understand what God is saying.
It's the greatest story
People don't
told.
want to hear God. Yeah. Tell us nice things, Isaiah. You're always saying doom and gloom stuff. Can't you say anything? Why are you always negative energy, man? God was like, fine. 666. Yeah, maybe they're going to combine it with, because AI is here. And if AI can make our lives easier, right, then it probably will.
Well, what does that mean, though? Isn't that the lie that we're told to so that we accept the AI? Like, how's it going to make my life easier? Is it? Maybe I don't want my life easier.
Yeah, like all the problems that we're having, right? Because the Antichrist, when it comes in, it's going to have all the solutions. It's going to have godlike wisdom to solve all the problems of the world. Even perform miraculous feats. And when I look at what AI is doing in the medical industry and the IT industry and in the movie films, all that art, it's starting to look like miracles might start to happen.
Yeah.
And like, well, yeah, go ahead.
I totally agree. I just said I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So and they're talking. They're saying if AI becomes conscious, it's going to be more like a demon or if we're going to experience aliens, it's probably going to come through AI.
Yeah.
It's like, aren't aliens demons?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was researching dolls the other day. Like, what is a doll? Well, it's an image of a something.
Right.
It's an eye. What does that mean, right? It's a body that something can live in.
Yeah.
Oh, what? And I started it's like an image of something with the intent of something. Yeah, because so when you look at AI and the internet, right? Like the computer is modeled after the brain, the human brain, and now we're building robots. Now we're building all these bodies that an entity
Iron Man.
Yeah.
Adamus.
An entity
and
Adam. Inhabit. Yep. Just by intent alone. And if there are entities, then we are here to help you.
Oh, yeah.
We just want to help people, right? We just want to solve the problems of the earth.
Yeah.
People would be willing to make some compromises. For the sake.
The stuff you're carrying is too heavy for you. Let me take that. I'm helping you.
Yeah.
I take everything off your shoulders, man. Don't worry. Give me all you got, man. It's just a burden for you. I carry it for you. Just give me all you got, man. Give me your life. I will carry you.
Yes. And they are.
Of course they will do that. Yeah. And that's the AI, the robots. They will carry us, man. They will do everything for us. Yeah, they will relieve us from our burdens of our God-given knowledge. Ooh, nice. It's just a burden, man. I'm ironic. Yeah, sounds like a deal, man. Yeah.
Sounds
Everybody
like
likes a train wreck, huh?
Yeah. It's
You
not
know,
really
guys, I don't
Jesus.
see. This is one of the things I don't understand and I struggle with too, is because I believe in the Bible very heavily, and I believe that it really shows everything that is said in it is happening, and it is a clear. It is a clear picture of the true history too. But so many people can't just accept that because maybe they were brought up Muslim or another faith, and I don't know, because I don't know much about the Quran, so I don't know what the major difference is in the histories, but I always looked at it like all these books really are just all splinters of one book, because they all have very similar stories, right? But then they splinter off in different directions. And maybe I'm wrong, but when you look at the Christian Bible, I mean, for fuck's sake, how can you dispute anything that's in it? Especially when you get into just the fundamental teachings of how to live your daily life for happiness and success. Dude, it's unshakable.
It's
everybody
unshakable.
follows,
Wait, hold on. I mean, I can think of one thing off the top of my head.
What?
Not that I try to, the story of Adam and Eve. So basically, the way the story goes, it's one man, one woman, created by God. They have children. They're children of children. They're children's children of children, and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, am I to believe that they were perfect and we're all just? I mean, the inbreeding problem is a part where I get confused.
We're talking about Genesis, right? And you're talking about the Old Testament, and that is very different. We were very different beings, I think, from that. We are descendants in some way of that, but we are not that, because they also lived to 1,000 years.
Honestly, I have no problem with the idea of it either, because look at how retarded everybody is nowadays.
Well, no, people are conditioned to be retarded.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I just meant I was making a joke about inbreeding. I'm sorry.
Okay.
People are kind of conditioned to be retarded. That's true.
Their cells, I mean, there wasn't any, it was perfect, right? Their body, so there wasn't any chance of mutation. And then the second point is there wasn't any society in heaven or on earth, right? That would be like, you married your sister, right? Like, this is how life was to be reproduced. So I don't think there was any of that, those taboos / sexual immoral thoughts, because the angels did decide to come down.
Wait, hold on, Bong. Wait. Hold on, Bong. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not talking about that, Bong. That's an entirely separate subject from what I was referring to. I'm just referring to the adverse effects that we have observed in regular life with inbreeding.
Yes.
Like, that's the only example we have, is what I'm saying. We don't have an example of it not being a problem.
Yeah, I brought that up first as their bodies were so perfect, because I looked that up too, and the reason why our bodies keep breaking, keep getting worse the closer you marry to a relative, is because we are devolving, in a sense, like the word devolving, where our bodies are the code is getting worse and worse. But if you back up all the way to the beginning, it was perfect. So there wasn't any of the adverse effects you would expect. I looked hard into the question. I spent
didn't it become then imperfect when they were tricked? When they were tricked by the devil or Satan or whatever, that's what changed everything, right?
Yeah, but not enough to Yeah, but not enough to cause so much,
No, yeah, I agree.
defects, or it was still perfect, virtually perfect enough to reproduce all the way down to Noah. Because that's one. He was still alive. Like Adam would still have been alive all the way. Lived like 900 something years. So all these people have been doing the same thing, like reproducing, I guess inbreeding.
Well,
Call it that, but that wouldn't have existed in the day back in the day.
How many resets have we gone through?
Yeah, the Earth conditions were different. Probably 2.
Can I add something to that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So God knows how to create Adam and Eve. So there is a production of some kind of, like we could say Adam was the first clone of God, and Eve, and so on. So what if they had?
He was created in his image, but he's not. I wouldn't say clone.
Yeah. But somehow God knows how to make that image. And let's say this there is a device to make an image, and this device pops out humans. What would we call that? Like, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. It's just a brain thought right now. It's nothing. But what if there's not inbreeding? What?
Go ahead.
We'd call it Earth.
Yeah, so what if there was not inbreeding, but what if Adam could produce humans in these so-called human chambers or eggs, or like on fields, like on fields.
Gosh.
Habit.
I'm gonna be
Well, look,
what?
In my mind,
I'm sorry, I'm having a real hard time following what's going on. Somebody keeps chiming in, and I don't know if they're hot micing or trying to talk, but it's really, I can't even understand what they're saying.
Okay, so God knows how to make an image. What if there is another entity?
Your mic's a little bit low, mate. But I'm used to it, so I can hear you. But maybe everyone else might not be able to hear you. It's a little bit muffled.
Oh, okay. Is that better?
No, not yours. I'm talking to Ethergress.
Oh, okay.
Well, it says in the Bible that God formed him from the dirt, right? And then he breathed into that body the breath of life. It's in there.
Okay, yeah. So what if Adam was so strong and so wise, he had a little bit of that breath of God still in him, or it was the devil who were producing then his own images of Adam, and the competition started. Like God said to the devil, "Okay, yeah, if you want to make me laugh, try to."
That's not in scripture, though.
No, it's
been a pretty good conversation, dudes, but we should probably return it to the server topic pretty quick here.
Okay.
Maybe you guys should move it to the religion VC or whatever. It's a good
anybody's going down there, I'll
pretty good
follow.
content. I think you're going in a good direction. It's just I don't know, we're off the topic for a long time.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to go down this road, because it's just.
Oh, we were talking about
brainstorming.
We're talking about how
if you guys are going down there, though, I will go. I will come.
We're talking about how the church that gave us the Ball Earth model, you know what I mean, is the same church that gave us science.
Right.
These
That's
churches, these cosmologies. So where are you? We're trying to figure out. Go ahead.
Yeah, things can tend to stray.
We need the globe model to have the fence around us not visible.
Fence for the mind.
There is we are in a caged area. We're in a prison. So's my kind of understanding.
A prison for your mind.
And for your body, mind, and soul. I think they have all three. aspects of that. That's why we have to go back to the creator after we die and have to have the knowledge before. We have to put that into our belief system, into our knowledge, into our experience here to really have the fundament of that base of that, like steadiness to when we die and it goes on, we choose the right direction. That's what I think. We're kind of trapped. And there is an exit, but we have to figure that out. And then when the time comes, we can do it right. Or we go back here and it starts again. I don't know, Matrix style. I don't know. But why the lie? I mean, they obviously keep us fenced. Prisoned, caged. I mean,
I don't really feel trapped though. I do feel free now in my mind. And when I was trapped, I didn't even realize how I was being trapped. But I feel free now knowing this, having this knowledge now. Because you can sort of manipulate me and control me. But at the end of the day, none of that shit fucking matters. Because we're all going to end up in the same fucking place. And we all know the outcome of this story. It's already been told to us. So really, they're not doing shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I know what you mean.
And it sucks because this is a wonderful experience. I love being here. And I love having all this experience with all of you. And it does suck that it has to be so difficult and so hard because it could be so fucking beautiful. That's really the sickening part. And we could, I think, man, maybe he doesn't have the power because why wouldn't we fucking be then?
I wonder how many people lived and died believing the earth was a ball. And I wonder if, that matters to God. So,
Well, I think that maybe just, there could be, I don't know. No, it wouldn't matter because the globe is new. That's
is to be deceived a sin?
Deceived a sin.
We're born into it. It's not like it's not my fault that I believe the lie. That's the default. I think the default state is sinful. And whether
if you look, you will find it. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you're looking for truth, right, and you don't use the faculty, the things God gave you, the senses and the mind He gave you, then are you really looking for the truth, or are you looking for something else that you're calling truth? You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
But all those senses from the moment you're born are being attacked now immediately.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I mean,
well, straight away, they get you in primary school saying, "Don't believe your senses. The Earth is round,
it's so
spherical, and it's spinning through outer space." Yeah.
You don't look
trust
over the fence.
senses ever.
And I believe we are born inherently good, right? Because look at children; they're so innocent and pure, and just a wonderful thing to be around. Dude. There's nothing. All babies do is constantly giggle and laugh and smile at you, except if they're hungry or cold, or then they cry. I don't see any. There's nothing, no bad in any baby that you know what I mean. So all that shit. Yeah, you guys know where I'm going.
No, you're right. I agree. We were all born pure. Yes. Yeah. That's what I call soul. Like our soul is in this body, and the soul is from God, but the body is now manipulated by the D.
Yeah,
and
I like that.
And He does not want us to know that we are fenced. So He creates the globe theory and does not make us imagine or think about possibilities we could use together and in harmony. But then you know how it is. We still would die, and we would not return here. We would return to the kingdom. So, and the kingdom is quite like here, but I think like, you know, heaven, like, yeah, man, that sounds like true freedom, in my opinion. Like, you really do what you want to do.
And, you know, I believe, too, a lot of these questions, and we want answers to all these mysteries, right? But I feel like that's a part of the flesh, too. That once we are out of this body, those things are not going to matter to us. And it is ultimate peace. And all those questions and all those things are not, it's nothing. We are back to home. You know what I mean? That's what I think, anyway.
I think the opportunity for that exists, but I think there is another opportunity that could exist in the big scheme of consciousness and how to control the souls, so on, like the divine consciousness, the splitters, the light jets of God. So I think, yeah, but there's still free will, and you could decide to experience it another time in a...
Oh, really? Okay.
In a corrupted system where you have to figure it out. But it's part of it. I think this maze is a part of what we agreed free willingly to. Yeah. Imagine if you were God. Just imagine if you were God, and you would just... It's... His ways are really not... yeah, I don't know. They're very weird, but at the end, like you said, yeah, at the end it's gonna be okay. But how long that takes, I think, yeah, it doesn't matter. At the end, it's going to be okay. You're right.
Yeah.
Everybody will come to the source. So, one way or another. Yeah. Sorry for my broken English.
No, it's all right. I think there's a little delay, and we keep just kind of talking over each other. And what I was going to say, I don't know if it's even that important anyway. But I had... yeah, fuck it, I'm not going to go there.
But something in all of us wants to go there.
Well, okay, so I broke my arm once really bad, right? And they were giving me, trying to give me all these, I forget what the injections were to numb the pain, and none of it worked. And so they had to give me fucking ketamine so that they could manipulate my arm, try to reset those bones, and I wouldn't feel anything. And when they gave it to me, I completely blacked out, and I couldn't see, but I was aware, and I felt like I could see shapes of what looked like people, but everything was black, but I could see outlines of what looked like people.
Yeah.
And they were holding me down and hollering at me to try to keep me in this body. And I was trying to get out. And they're saying, no. Stay here with us. And I could feel myself leaving this body and wanting to escape. But all these people around me were holding me down, trying to keep me in here. I don't know what the fuck that means, but it freaked me out.
Makes sense.
And I hated
it. Makes sense.
It scared the shit out of me.
I know.
And
that's what we call a near-death experience. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. It felt like I was dying. I really thought that
you were really close.
That was crazy.
Your immune system and the medication they gave you did something to your body that forced your soul to have the moment of let's get out of here. But there are entities.
And when I woke up, I was looking around at all the nurses and the doctors, and I said, "Were you guys talking to me?"
They said no.
Yeah, they're like, "What? What are you talking about?" I was like, "You guys weren't hollering at me to stay," and they like just laughed. They're like, "What?"
Yeah, I believe you. I totally believe you. Yeah, I've kind of like an experience that's quite the same, but not that scary. But yeah, there are people in the dark. Yeah, some people call them shadow people. Some whatever. There's conspiracies. It's pretty dark. But if they try to help you, I think that's guardian angels or whatever you want, aliens, whatever.
I don't know, dude. It's terrifying too because I didn't know how to feel if it was good or bad. You know what I mean? It would just, I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Know
You saw
the
darkness.
situation
Yeah, you
I
were in the
was
gloom.
in. Yeah,
Yeah,
but it was dark. It was darkness. I was in total darkness.
yeah, but still conscious. Yeah.
Yes, and I could still sort of see outlines of shapes, but everything was black.
Yeah. That's the other realm, and we are not smart enough to perceive that. That's why we're blind there, and everything seems dark. But there is stuff.
It's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I had the same experience. It changed my life.
It fucks me up too to think that people actually take that drug on purpose.
I would not. Yeah, I agree, but I would not do that. These drugs can. I don't know. I never did that, but this DTM and whatever there is, it's I don't know, man. It seems like the false light. It seems like the false light.
Yeah, probably not a. Maybe we'll move on from that drug subject. It's part of the terms and services of Discord, actually. But
what time is it where you guys live?
4:45 p.m. where I am.
In the morning? No, evening.
No, evening. Friday night.
It is 1:43. 1:43 in the AM.
I'm about to start cooking dinner and wait for my wife to get home, and we're going to have a couple of beers.
Nice.
Nice, mate.
That sounds good. Australia, huh?
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Heading down, taking my oldest son surfing tomorrow. So.
Wow, that sounds so cool.
It's pretty cold at the moment, so water temperature will be maybe around 16 degrees. So it's going to be cold.
Oh.
Yeah, we got some pretty thick wetsuits, but the best time to surf is in winter.
You guys always surf, huh?
Yeah, a good percentage of us, maybe 20%. I'd say 20% of the population.
I love that.
High, actually. I don't think it's that
I love
high.
that.
Everyone lives on the coast. Most of the population live around the water. So.
And it's awesome. I love that. I'm just from Germany, and we have seen some movies about surfing and stuff. This stuff is real. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's good fun, man.
Is there any possible alternate histories of Australia that I'm not aware about besides the penal colony
There's
story?
many, man. Many.
Yeah.
It's hard to get into. Yeah, we have some very old buildings here. Looks like you could be in the middle of Rome.
Yeah.
And we have these buildings in the outback as well, like where there's no population. Set up as banks and things like that. You go into the middle of Australia where there would have been no people, and you see this big Greco-Roman building. And you go, what the fuck is that doing there?
Is there one of the Star Forges in Australia?
Star Force? Yeah, they're all over the place.
So fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's all around the world. It's really true.
You should see the churches we have here. The cathedrals, they're amazing. It looks like an old world country.
Yeah, people built it in the 1800s. They started in the 1600s, then stopped for 200 years, and then they finished in the 1800s. Yay, mate, that's what we did here. With 20 people in 5 years. Yay.
Yeah, well, one of the jails was Port Arthur in Tasmania.
Ah.
It's a huge. That was one of the first places they brought people from the UK, and it's made out of massive sandstone blocks. And the story is that it was built by the convicts with one stonemason.
Yeah.
You look at this place and you go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, no, they just, they did it.
Bro, what
Never
I can't
doubted
even wrap my head around the logistics of what you just said. Like,
wait till you have a look at
like one guy that had the knowledge, surrounded by a bunch of.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And to build something so beautiful. I don't know. Wow.
And it's constantly everywhere, all around the world. Yeah. All in the 1800s, constructed, found, and finished. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the story I've been told in America that the start of this country with Columbus and all that bullshit. It's just like, bro, these lies are being told all in every fucking country. Every country has a bullshit origin story.
Yep.
Look at this.
And they had time to burn it several times down.
So that one I posted, that's just part of the whole structure. Built by convicts.
With what
But that's
tools?
just part of it. No idea, man. But we have all these
ropes.
We have these
with
huge,
ropes.
See what Blue Jumper put in that cathedral? They're all over the place. They're everywhere. And we also have these big like exhibition buildings. Huge. Like
I bet.
I'll show you the one in Melbourne. They said they built it for the 1880 World Expedition.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so ridiculous.
You know, I don't know, man. Those Gothic cathedrals and things too. The detail in those fucking buildings is.
It's
I
divine
can't wrap my head
architecture.
around it. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's divine architecture. I tell you, 369
And
stuff.
it's crazy. Do they purposely not build that shit anymore for some reason, or was that lost?
I don't know,
Oh,
man. But the time they built this building that I just posted,
look at that fucking thing.
So
Yeah.
when at the time that they built that, Melbourne was only 30 years old.
Yeah, yeah. It gets more ridiculous. Show us the facts. Tell us. It's so ridiculous. It's awesome. Yeah.
Bro, imagine trying to build that today. You'd have cranes and all this shit out there. Like, what the fuck?
I'll show you a picture inside of it as well, actually.
God,
And it's all around the world. All
and the shit
around
they
the
build
world.
is ugly as fuck, and these structures are beautiful, beautifully designed and almost perfect.
Yeah.
And they did it with, you're telling me, without cranes and all this machinery that we have today.
Hammer and chisels, mate.
They had horses. They had horsepower.
No way, dude.
They had horsepower, man.
No, there's no fucking way.
They did it. Though, yeah, they knew how to do it. When 20 men spit in their hands, you're gonna see what happens. But we are not men anymore. That's what they tell you. No, sorry.
Well, that
don't believe
sounds
that.
really dirty.
You just have to be a man and spit in your hands and know how to craft things. Then you can build this in 2 years with 20 men. Give me some convicts.
So there's other stories. There's other stories in Australia as well, like the French, also the Dutch. The Dutch were the first people to arrive here, apparently. But the Aboriginals, they tell stories of times 130,000 years ago.
Yeah.
This is their stories that they tell. They go, "We didn't come from Africa. We've always been here." They have they found a fireplace which an old Aboriginal fireplace, like they used to keep their fires burning for months and months, and they'd cook on them and stuff like that. And they found an old pit that they dated to 140,000 years. It depends on what kind of like accuracy you put on carbon dating. Yeah, but 140,000 years. That's a lot.
What's interesting about that too is there's no real record, right? Those are stories that are passed down from the people.
Yeah. It's just written. It's voice. Just
Right.
passed
So
on
there's no, you can't burn a book and then rewrite it, and you know what I'm saying. It's directly told to you by. You guys know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't know what it really is. Yes, I agree. Yeah, we can't be sure.
Yeah.
That's true. I don't know what it is, but it's awesome that it exists, and the contradictions. Something is wrong. That, like you said, why the lie doesn't matter. There is a lie. We can tell, and that's not okay.
Matches up.
Even weirder things, like when I was looking into it, there's maps of Australia and it's split in two. So there's a sea, there's an inland sea down the guts of Australia from north to south, from south to north. And these are all Dutch maps, and they said they were sailing in between these two lands. Now, whether they got it confused with New Zealand or, but New Zealand's pretty far away.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think you could get confused. And at the same time, that's when I was finding all those maps of California being an island and stuff like that. Just some weird shit, man.
Well, somebody else too one night was sharing a bunch of maps of the states with like these giant lakes that don't exist anymore. I can't remember who that was.
I think that might have been Sunny.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, Sunny's into all that. Yeah, see what? Look what Blue Jumper just posted, right? So that green area, see in the middle. So if you half Australia, that green area in the middle is where they showed the inlet, the sea going from north. See that inlet, and then the inlet at the top. There was a sea that went in between those two. And if you look, that area where it's green is all desert. So there's salt lakes there and everything. Like huge salt lakes. There's a salt lake called Lake Eyre, and that's below sea level. Actually, I'm pretty sure.
And that's totally plausible, because if you just look at, like, say, the property I live on, I've been here almost 10 years now, and I live in a very densely wooded area for over 40 acres, and it's mostly forest. And when I first moved in, it looks nothing like it did when I first moved. You know what I mean? Like I created a trail around the property, and I spent a lot of time up there, and the landscape and everything just in 10 years is changed dramatically, honestly.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's so weird. You have to experience
and you wouldn't
that.
even notice, you know what I mean, unless you were really paying attention.
No, I know what the trees do. Yeah, the vegetation and everything. It does a lot, man. It's so awesome to notice. If you notice that, you really start to wonder, whoa, wait. Yeah, in 100 years, they could really cover up stuff.
Yeah.
It's just forests now. It's just forests. Yeah. Probably. Who knows what lies underneath? Who knows?
we're all spread out and all here just for truth, and all have these messed up origin stories that are so different, but at the same time they're all the same because of the fact that the manipulation and the lies and the bullshit, and none of it makes sense. And anywhere you go, you can't put the pieces of the puzzle together at all.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But it's good to see other people are open-minded and not like what I have experienced with ignorant people. Like, yeah, the last 3 years was psychological warfare, and it's, I don't know, but that was good. That got me, man. Oh my! Seeing all these zombies popping out, and man, yeah, you know, that was too much. That was too much. That was really too obvious and too much. Like Harry Potter, man.
Like,
you know, Voldemort.
Sort of that shit enforced by your neighbor. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? We're supposed to be. Yeah, I know what you mean. But no, I don't know nothing about Harry Potter, bro.
No, like, there is this character Voldemort, and Harry Potter is the only one who says his name, and everybody else, when he mentions it, is like, oh, you cannot say that. And everybody else says when they talk about Voldemort, they say the one you know, or the one who's unspoken about, or whatever. You know, they hint at its name. It's exactly that right now. I feel like we're living it. You cannot even mention it. It's like, yeah, but we all know what we're talking about. Yeah, ooh, hooray. It's, what the? I mean, I still can't believe it. It's still just like a nightmare I want to wake up from. But, yeah, at the other side, it's really eye-opening and a blessing. But, yeah, I guess that's what most of the people don't want. They don't want to know because it would be first make them very sad. And yeah, they don't want to go to growing pain.
Yeah, and I think depending on how you were raised, if that indoctrination even starts before you get into the school system, bro, it is so embedded in you. Good luck. God help you.
Good luck. Yeah, you're right. It's a shame, kinda, but nah, I don't know what it is, man. I have no words, really.
Yeah.
Like, no, there are too many memes. We all know what it is. Like, oh, come on, no. And in German language, there are so many things. Like you get something if you oppress somebody by punishment or something. There are so many things already in the German language that would be normally so obvious to see that this word means exactly what they do, but they just don't do it, and they go there and make they don't connect the dots. It's so weird, man. It's so, the language itself revealed what they were saying, and come on, really, you don't see it, how contradictory you act, and it's in the language. I know it's in the English language too. So many words or spells and casts and so wrong. And obviously, what are you talking? But nobody really listens. It's, you know what I mean.
And look how simple the globe is, right? And if you just the idea of using the globe measurements and do a measurement on the surface would drop over this, all that shit, right? It's so simple, but they always want to go here and go there, and what about this and what about that? No, forget all that. What about this one fucking thing? It's this one fucking thing, right? It should be so easy. Do it and measure that fucking curve. Do it. And it can't be done. What the fuck? Yeah. And it's so easy, dude. It is so easy. It's not a fucking trick. You know, we're not tricking people. Dude, it's simple. Simple measurement. And then they say we can't do it, right? Well, then if we can't do it, then how the fuck did we get the measurements that we're using to disprove this bullshit?
Why is anybody listening to you guys then? Yeah, it's like, come on. Yeah.
Dude, like, and I realized, gas pressure without a container, that's great too. But for some people, I feel like that goes over their heads too because they don't really understand gases and how that shit works, right? But everybody knows, everybody's measured something before.
Yeah, vacuums are not, they don't even understand what vacuum means. It's just the measurement of suction, like the difference between densities. But no, it's not like that. It's they themselves, the guys who invented that vacuum suction thingy, and some of the math is really working. But if you start with a word that everybody thinks, that means nothingness. It's space. It's not the vacuum on Earth with a container. What is space then? Where is this universe inside? Everything, all your galaxies and everything, then would be in some container that has nothing in it. And then again, but there are all the galaxies and planets. So is it then a vacuum, even if it would be in a container, if they would acknowledge that this is only happening in a container, the space and everything that they talk about? But no, if it would be in a vacuum, then it would just be a state of pressure, and then there would be something outside that container, and then it blows their own mind because they feel the contradiction of that. And it's like, yeah, dude, what are you talking about? There's nothing. There's always something. It's
and if I give the equilibrium the dimensions, if somebody gives you the dimensions of a sphere, right, regardless of how big that object is, if you have those dimensions, you should be able to measure that curvature, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So what the fuck? Why is that so difficult?
Yeah, because they know something that it's not there, and they hide it since 1800 or 1900 beginnings. I don't know. Maybe
and they're so confused 50s. And think that. I mean, where'd that come from? 2,000 fucking years ago, we're still using those numbers, and these people think, well, somebody must have looked into it. All these smart, physicists and scientists, and all this technology, they used this new technology to verify, that shit 2,000 years ago. But none of that's true.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. None of that is true. Yeah. When it comes to that, they go back to the shadow and stick thingy and the apple and stuff. It's like, okay, that's the
proof. It's so weird that you can't. Why is it so hard for me to say that to a glober? Look, it's simple. Let's do this. Let's take these numbers and let's do a measurement. Like it's so weird that they can't just say, "Hey, yeah, let's do it." Because what are you afraid of? Do it.
It's like I said, it's for them
prove the globe, bro.
To imagine what's outside of their own space construct, the model they have of space, Big Bang and everything. They ask them, what is outside the Big Bang? They'd be like, nothing. I don't know. Like, come on, you believe bullshit. It's the same. They can't even grasp their own lie they've been told. That's why you can't tell them anything, because the brain is not conceived to look outside the box when it does not know it's inside the box. I don't know how to explain it. It's weird. I have the same problem.
It's so weird. I swear, it's almost like somebody's coming to you and they're like, "Hey, I'm kind of thirsty," and you say, "Hey, there's water right over there," and they say, "That's not fucking water. Fuck you." You know what I mean? It's like, wait, no, bro, look, this is fresh water. You can drink it. No, the fuck it isn't. And they won't even go there and look at it.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it's really a toddler state of ignorance. Yeah, and they feel offended by the thought it could be different.
Yeah, and we're just saying, hey, bro, just look at this. I'm not telling you what to believe. Just
prove it yourself. Yeah,
just look at this. please look at this. Oh, why is it?
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna look.
Yeah, one guy came to me with this guy, this famous guy, this global guy, this black guy, who says so much weird stuff. What's his name? Some weirdo. If I would have the name right now, you would know him. He says the moon, the gravity and everything, that the water goes around the globe. It's like, and this guy is so ridiculous. It's like, and one of my people I was talking to the last 3 years, he's like, this dude is cool. He's really someone, man. You should believe him. And I'm like, yeah, okay, stop talking to you. It's okay. It's okay. You believe this guy, yeah. He's this American professor, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. He's this
people
NASA
are so
guy.
thirsty for information and truth, right? And so when they hear something new that they've never heard before, I think it has an effect, and they're like, yeah, you know what, I like that. But they, and then they just run with it and don't really dig into it. Because I'm guilty of the same thing. When I started learning about ancient aliens and all that bullshit, and they built the pyramids and they actually populated the earth, dude, I fell into that hard. I was like, yeah, hell yeah. And then I was like, oh,
yeah, me too.
Oh wait, no, earth is flat. Fuck. Oh well. I didn't give a fuck. I was just like, oh, okay. Another lie. I was totally humble about it. I wasn't like, no, fuck that. There's no way,
I know what you mean. I was humble too. There was this voice inside me that said, yeah, finally, god damn. The voice told me my whole life when I was a kid in school and everywhere, when this voice popped up and told me it's not what it is, don't believe this bullshit, and I did not to understand and to prove it, and now this voice, I told you, when you grow up, you will figure it out and you will be humbled.
Right.
This voice told
it's so
me when I
genius
was
how they do it though too, bro. Check out how they do it, right? The governments tell you, they create this like bullshit thing about aliens, right, and then try to cover it up to make you think that they're hiding something, and and then they come out with this whole story about ancient aliens coming here and creating the pyramids and all this shit, and then you hear that shit and you're like, oh yeah, hell yeah, that's why they're lying about all this shit, and that's why they're doing all this, and then you're disillusioned from structured religion because of all the bullshit in there, and you're like, yeah, this doesn't feel right, because there's something off. I was raised Catholic, so is as much as I got from it, I got more questions than answers. You know what I mean? It just didn't make sense to me, the whole system. It seemed like a total contradiction of the Bible teachings. You know what I mean? So I was like, yeah, fuck religion and fuck all that. That's all bullshit too. So like, yeah, aliens. It's such a dude. It's brilliant. It really is brilliant, dude.
It is. I like the concept of aliens too, to be honest, yeah. Really, who didn't? Independence Day, man, Black Will Smith stuff, like, come on, man, the president's fighting back and stuff, yo.
Well, yeah, and the funny thing is, too, is we see all these movies of these people going into space and traveling to all these galaxies and shit, and it looks great. So you actually think about that. Imagine leaving the Earth and going into space, dude. It'd be fucking horrible. You kidding me?
Yeah, if it would be, like they say, yeah.
If it's like they say, like in the movies, dude, that would actually suck, honestly.
Yeah. It's so depressing.
In my opinion,
it's like Truman Show. Sorry, Truman, unreachable. Nope, you're not gonna be an astronaut. And if so, we don't go to the moon anymore. Okay.
Bro, and
why?
Everything,
because it's
the
just
Earth
a rock.
is fucking...
Yeah.
The Earth is perfect, and everything is here that we need. Everything has been given to us, right? The thing that sucks about here is the ones controlling and manipulating and making us fucking miserable. It's not the Earth. The Earth is perfect.
Yeah, it's plenty there. Yeah.
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 And we're
It's
not
enough
a
for
disease
everyone.
on the
Yeah.
earth. So we're not hurting the fucking earth.
No,
The
no,
earth,
we
we're
wouldn't.
not killing the fucking earth. You know.
No, that's not gonna happen.
No.
No,
The earth
it's
isn't
like
dying
saying
because of our carbon footprint.
no. I don't think so. I can solve that problem in one like everything in one little example. There's volcanoes on the earth, huh? They say and they measure. So official stuff. I myself have that from the official, so you can look that up yourself. They say it's around 300. So sometimes 320, sometimes 350, 300 to 350. So okay, we know. So the normal size of activity of volcanoes is 300 to 350 volcanoes. What amount of carbon dioxide produces one of these volcanoes? And they go like, yeah, that would be like the amount of a country like Germany has to shut down his carbon footprint for the next 100 years. Just one of these volcanoes.
Yeah,
so we have in a year.
It's even worse than that. So we humans are supposedly produce 1% of the carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide, of the Earth.
It's nothing. It's
Now,
really we produce nothing.
If you think about that, even if we changed, we're changing a percentage of 1%.
Yeah, nothing against the volcanoes alone. I mean, come on, we cannot stop
Well,
them.
thing, right? The Earth
ocean's,
system is
the
perfect in
biggest culprit.
self-cleaning and self-healing. There's nothing we can do to manipulate that, and really, I don't think hurt it in a sense.
Think about this, yeah. More carbon dioxide, more plants. More plants, more oxygen. Simple.
Yeah, that's true. The vegetation is a huge role. Yeah, and nobody knows how much there is.
Greens.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and what's in the oceans? What? Yeah, it's so big. I mean, and the forest, they don't show us. I was not around the world. I don't know how big a continent really is that they show us the size of on the maps of Google. I don't know for sure how big everything really is. I bet it's bigger. And the oceans are really huge. I bet it's
Yeah, there's no doubt it's huge. Dude, I've been in, you've been in a plane, haven't you? Look, it's fucking huge, right? It is
super
huge.
Yeah.
It's
There's so much
big.
space we aren't. We will not be in the next 100 years. So whatever they talk is BS because it's so huge.
Realistically, I believe it is. It could be so big that there really could be places that we have no idea about here on this plane.
Yeah,
honestly.
Yeah. I bet you. There's New Zealand. It's so far
I can't tell you honestly the shape of America. I've flown over it, but have I been out and seen the exact shape of what the land looks like? Fuck no.
Yeah. It's a huge area. Of course it is, man. Like, everybody should agree. It could be way bigger than they tell us. Of course. I mean, why wouldn't they? If they keep lying about everything. There's probably really more land than the system of the Earth.
Look at just a small island. Look at Epstein Island, right? It's a fucking island that they're doing God knows what that nobody really knew about. Like, how many other fucking islands are like that where there's just weird, shady shit going on? Imagine that.
Yeah, or like
I like using that example too when you're talking about globe, right? You ask somebody, "Hey, how about that Epstein? Huh? Did he hang himself? You think?" Like, because I don't think anybody with a straight face thinks that man actually committed suicide.
I think that was all a big.
And then think about the implications of that.
Yeah, but I think that was so much in the media. I think that was to distract us from something else they did. And you just have to look, but what happened, what contracts and everything happened during that shit.
The story itself, how is that story accepted by the mainstream? That, okay, they ran this story, and then so they arrested this sicko, right? And then he dies? Come on, man. What? Get the fuck out of here. Seriously? And the story is, too, that he had information that could expose high-level people in government, and he's supposedly killed. What does that say about these people that he could have exposed?
I don't think he could have exposed anyone.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying that's the story they're telling us, and people are just fine with it.
It's like a movie. Again, to me, it seems like a good Hollywood movie, and we are like, oh, what the fuck is going on? And people think they are smart, they know the truth. Other people think it's just this and that. I don't want to know. And you have this, again, this team mentality, and this people can talk about. It's gossip. It's like and there's something dark and mysterious out there, islands. It's just what people want to know. You watch Netflix, or you did watch it. It's full of horror stories with murders and all this bullshit. So people crave that shit. They know it, and I think this story was there to give us something like fast food. It's just a story.
The crazy part about it is the people that are being portrayed as, these dark, mysterious evil are the same people that these people are turning to help them and take care of their best interests in our governments. Like, what the fuck? How does that work?
No, that works because it's a theater extra. So we shoot on these strawmans, and we don't really have the target on, We don't aim at the target. We aim at little balloons that look like tanks. And that tank is called a politician or a Hollywood star or whatever. You name it. We have a lot of these strawmans running around as targets, and we can say, oh, you're so evil, you're this, and you're doing this and that. Yeah. They all do that. But they do it on purpose. That's why they can do it. They are allowed to do it. So we can point the finger at them and never point the finger at what's really going on. And I don't know what's going on. But I know these tactics, and they play them out. So it's really fucked up. Yeah, it's really. That's why people go to God, and me too. It's like, yeah, okay, at the end, come on, man. I don't know what is going on. Something is going on. We all know these tricks. How you do it, it's going on. It's literally going on, and I don't want to play with that. So I go to.
And it's funny too. Like we said, even with all the deception in everybody's minds, they're still not right with it. They still know that they accept it, but they still feel uncomfortable and inherently know that something's wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. Yeah.
And I think, too, that's why a lot of Globers come in here and they get frustrated, right? Because they can't wrap their head around. I wonder if they think, like, maybe an inferiority complex, because they think, like, how can this fucking person know this and I don't know it? And they think, what? Sometimes I think that is sort of a thing sometimes, where they're like, they think we're superior, like trying to come off as we're superior to them, and we know it's not like that at all.
No, they project. They talk about themselves when they say that. It's easy to spot. It's easy to spot, and it's fear driven. So
it's so weird though too, because when I came to it, I was not afraid. I did not fear it. It clicked so immediately.
You must have experienced a lot of lies in your life before that revealed out to be. Yeah, and that's why you did not fear anything new and true. Because you are used to being, okay, that's just another lie. Yeah.
It reaffirmed what I've already known the whole time with creation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
God has always been there in my life, and I've strayed hard. because of all these other fucking lies that I was surrounded by. And then so flat Earth, and when I figured out what flat Earth meant and why, yeah, boom, done.
Right. You know what they say here? When I was a child, in normal school and pre-high school or whatever, they told us about infinity and the space and everything. I remember I must have been 6 or 7 or 8, I don't know, but a toddler, and they said, don't think about it too much, people go crazy from it. And I was like, what is crazy? And my mom and teacher and all of them said literally the same shit to me. No, it's true. You can get crazy. It's an illness and you don't want to get ill. So don't think about it. Looking back at it right now, it's wow. And that's what they told my mom and my grandma and everybody who heard of space. Oh, it's so weird. Don't think about it. You will go crazy. Okay, because it's crazy. To think about Big Bang Theory is crazy, yeah. I could never wrap my head around it. How? Out of nothing and boom, and then there it was, everything. It formed galaxies, and now they all drifting apart, and eventually they all gonna get cold and are so far away that only some black holes will be left behind. But they are so far away they can't reach, and they drift into nothingness. That's our theory. That's where we're heading to, if we believe in Big Bang. Eventually, everything will be nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Crazy.
Okay. I can be narcissistic because everything is going to go, let's do it as long as we are here. Yeah. See, greed and all the other sins come with it.
Do you notice, too, how with the way social media and technology is being used against this generation, they're actually creating them all to be narcissistic.
Yeah.
They're all fucking narcissists.
Yeah, and they don't know. Well, they're flying monkeys. Yeah, it's so fucked up.
Did you say you were from Germany?
Yes.
Yeah. I have a lot of sympathy for Germans. I feel bad for you guys for all the shit you've been taking for over the years because of that stupid World War.
Not many people realize that.
You guys get so much fucking shit for that still to this day, and it's like, come on, man. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but wherever I went, I was around Europe. I was in UK, Spain, France. I was Canary Islands. I was in America. Wherever I went, people are fine with Germans. It's weird. They like me.
Yeah.
But I'm not the typical German, I have brown, long hair, brown eyes. My grandpa was Spanish. My other grandpa was Norwegian. So I have the Viking blood in me, and I have some Spanish temperament in me. It's weird, man. And
I just hate I hate the way they use that and manipulate that to still control people, because we're always hearing this one side of things, right? And I'm not saying that Hitler was a good man. However, the story is so out of context.
I can tell you what they told us in school. So we went to high school, like kind of what is in America high school. We were like already 4 years in school, and then changed the school. So it's the 5th year. We were freshmen on a new school, and we asked the teacher about this subject, and they were like, yeah, it's coming the next years. Next years go on. We're almost graduating. We asked them what's going on with that subject, and they go like, yeah, okay, let's do it. We do it for like 4 weeks, get a test, and then it's done. So that's how they taught my generation.
That's strange.
They just told us we're the bad guys. We did this, we did that, never happened again. And this is propaganda.
They claim that this group of people was wiped out, right? And that they were just attacked for who they were. But nobody talks about what was going on to the Germans before the Mustache Man came in and took back control of the institutions and the banks from whatever, dude.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Nobody ever tells that side of the story. You know what I mean? If somebody came here, if an invading people came to my town and started taking control and positioning themselves in all the best positions and only doing for them while my friends and family suffered and starved to death, I'd be pretty fucking upset, bro.
Yeah. It was traumatizing to the core what happened, and nobody can imagine how it really happened. I don't know, but there's Jews after the World War II who survived, who felt guilty that they survived. Imagine what they did to all of the humans, not only it's all of them were traumatized to the core. Some real bad shit happened.
Jews were turning in Jews.
Yeah, it was like human disasters. It was it was hell on earth. I don't know. My grandpa does not talk about it, and he's born the last 2 years of World War. So he was 2 years when the war ended. He can remember when some Tommies gave him chocolate, and he liked them. That's what he tells me.
My grandfather was over there for a short time, and he wouldn't go into detail really about everything, but I could just tell from the tone, and like I got it. I understood where he was going and what he was saying, but not saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And because he would tell me about these little observations that he would make and the things that didn't make sense, and
crazy.
Why did the thing? There's just certain things that happen that didn't need to fucking happen.
Yeah, I bet you.
And then the story that we're told afterwards, like,
yeah, it's a bunch
I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's a bunch of stupid stuff. Yeah, probably, like always. I mean, yeah,
and I mean they're all liars.
And they don't talk about what happened before. It's the worst thing. They told us before there was the World War I, where people met on fields, and then some people came with literally. That was my teacher, man. And then some people came with flowers and put it in the guns. The guns were not good at that time, and then they shot each other. Many survived. That was World War I. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, what? That's it.
Yeah. So you know what you're dealing with when they screw up my generation like that. And my generation, I'm 30 now, I'm 34, so my generation now has kids and everything. They are the biggest losers in life if you look at them. It's they are like lemmings. They march with it. They would do everything again. They didn't even think about all these subjects. They never really understood propaganda and how to use it and how it's used. Never questions anything. My whole class, my whole generation was it's all a bunch of narcissists. It happened already. And if I look at my mother and my father, 80s kids here in Germany, man, my mom's like, oh, and then Chuck Norris came out and Nike came and Elvis was all of a sudden back again. And I'm like, what the yeah, they got them big time too. They were just consumers, really. And now we're consumers of social media. It's the same. Like, I don't want to be young right now. It must be weird.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely.
All these hierarchy and narcissistic bullying and wow. You ain't shit. I hate. Well, yeah, okay. Bully this, bully that. You all perfect. Whoa. It's
fucking.
It's something. It's something that goes on. Yeah.
It's so crazy. And it's so.
But they will grow. They will grow, and they probably will wake up. Like, I mean, come on. That could be their biggest mistake.
I mean, you have to have faith, right? We have to have faith that.
Yeah. I think they overdo it right now. I think they think they have everything under control, and they go so much over every red line and red flag. It's quite obvious, I think. Sooner or later, it's like Bud Light. Bud Light is a good sign. They already got some. It's too much. Come on. You people think you can do everything right now and control everybody. What is it? What is it with you? Are we back to kindergarten? I bite my arm, go to the lady and say, somebody else bit me, and then somebody else is punished. What is this? What is this society going through? I mean, come on. Everybody's fighting themselves. I'm the victim. Yeah, we know. And they would bite themselves. We know that. Yep. The Bud Light memes are good, man. They give me faith.
You know what kills me about that story? Hold on. I gotta go on mute for. What kills me with that Bud Light thing is the story itself is total bullshit, because that is a multi-million-dollar corporation, right? That has a board of execs that sit around and talk about strategies to make more money and to position themselves for more, to be stronger, right? And then they come up with this bullshit story that this one woman took it upon herself and just made a mistake because it was her belief that cost that company that much money, and that decision rested on one person and there was nobody else consulted. Come on, those companies don't work that way.
Yeah, no, the story itself was fucked up, but that so many people say, okay, enough is enough, man. Yeah.
But that story's a lie, which makes me that story is a manipulation somehow, or they wanted that to happen for some reason. They knew they were going to lose money and they're okay with it. Why? What's the agenda? Because it's not what, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Because
what you
they
mean.
told us a story that, it's just this dumb, and we fired this bitch because she's a fucking idiot and blue. No, fucking come on. That's not true. It wasn't a mistake. It was done on purpose.
Yeah, or else I think a good point to that is people would already boycott everything else that goes like this. But they don't. They only do it when there is some picture on a can and it's like this. But if it's like, like clothes and fashion and stuff, they all go like Pride right now. They all do the collection rainbow and stuff. But why aren't people doing memes about that too? Because it's fashion and they don't care. But it's beer and it's a can. I agree with you. There's more opportunities to boycott many things that go weird right now. But they don't do it. They just do it with Bud Light because of what you said, and that is kind of manipulative. Again, it's weird behavior. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. But Hogwarts was a game, and that got played too. I mean, it really got sold. It was good advertising. And they were like, don't buy it because it's whatever, not safe for us and racist and this and that. But people bought it like 3 times as much as they would it like normally. And I think that's a clear answer from some people who say we don't give a shit. If you say we are this and that. There's a total
possibility, right, that they put that story out about Bud Light. They did all that on purpose to sow even greater division between those two sides. They didn't care about losing money. They didn't lose money. And they accepted that, right? And they did it to piss people off and to get more mad at each other and more divided. It was a manipulation.
Yeah, you're right. It's team mentality. Yeah. It's red against blue. It's team mentality. Yeah.
It was not a fucking mistake. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't an oversight.
I mean, I agree that some of these are kind of like planned controversies, because did you see the news, like something they used to promote the new Barbie movie? There's the article like oh, the world has run out of pink paint, and that's slowing down the Barbie production. This is the mind control that we ran out of pink paint.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, you're right. The whole thing is to divide and make people go team up and be against each other. Yeah. Rather you be on that side or that side. You don't have to choose a side. Not fighting, man. That would be the solution. You're right. It's to divide people, and so they make fun of themselves on this side. So the other side goes like, yeah, Bud Light, I don't buy it. They're so stupid. And that's exactly what they want. People go against each other.
And while we're fighting amongst ourselves, they are getting stronger because we're not.
You're right.
We should be fighting them.
You're right. It's part of the whole scheme. Yeah, of dividing. Yeah.
And it's dichotomy
Because
as well.
When you think about these giant corporations, they print money. They fucking print money. They live outside that world. They don't.
Yeah.
Those elites live outside of the world of money. Money is a tool they use to trap us and enslave us.
Yeah, monopoly. Yeah.
And whether one corporation makes money or another, it's like Chevy versus Ford. So they both benefit regardless of which one gains, which one loses. They still benefit in the end. It's just an illusion to have, like if we just had Coke, people would think it's communist, right? But you have Coke and Pepsi, people think, oh, it's capitalist. But it's, more or less the same thing, just sugared water.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Look at
the sugar producers will always make money. Yeah.
You used to be able to look at a car from far away, like a Chevy and a Ford, and you could immediately tell the difference. Nowadays, almost all cars are shaped exactly the same with minor little details, right? So it's like, what's the difference? What's going on? Why?
That's true.
Yeah, it's supposed to give you the illusion of choice because they don't actually have to give you choice. They just have to give you the illusion of choice, meaning the illusion of freedom, the illusion of wealth, illusion of an interesting life when it's all just fake.
And regardless if I buy a Ford or a Chevy, right? Like you said, if I buy a Ford, Chevy really doesn't care because they're still winning because the end game for them is more than just cars now. They've both established themselves as giants in the game, and they are partners in the game.
They're run
because if you look at
big boys. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at ownership anyway, if you look at the funds, the hedge funds or the regular mutual funds or the stock market, somebody that's a billionaire could own both Chevy and Ford. They don't care less who wins. If they own, say, 100 million in one company or 10 million in another, whether one makes or loses, they still win in the end. That's how they play the game. The level of cross ownership just means that everything else is just, it's just an illusion. It's like sport teams,
Yeah, if you tricked me into buying this overpriced piece of crap that's not even going to last probably 10 years, they've won. Doesn't matter if you bought a Chevy or a Ford. The fact that you bought one, it's all that matters. You fell for the scheme.
Yeah, because ultimately what are you doing when you buy a car? You're going to debt. Or even if you buy it outright, you're still using the debt-based system. It's not a value-based system. So whatever you buy, whether it's Chevy or Ford or Honda, you're still going to be using that dollar. You're still going to go into debt. You're still going to be working the slave job to pay it off. So that shows that, it's all illusion at the bottom. Because you're still using the currency.
Yeah, absolutely. Same thing.
I agree.
Prices of houses are just, it's ridiculous, dude. It's unbelievable. And then you still don't even really own a house when you buy it. And the land that the house sits on, you technically, you don't really own it. You're constantly paying taxes on that land forever. So is it really yours? You're renting it. And at any time, they could take it away from you if they wanted to. And you couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, you're right. It's like in the movie The Godfather. where he goes to the people and says, "Yeah, I help you, but you have to pay me money so everything's going to be safe in this neighborhood." So that's taxes. You pay money so you're safe from the bad guys coming to you and taking everything you have. So you say, "Okay, I pay you a little fee. Then I'm safe." Yeah, you will be safe. Yeah.
Yeah, the bad guy sends out a thug to scare you and manipulate you and to make you believe, oh shit, I need this guy's protection.
Yeah, like
But
you
really,
said,
the
you
guy-
own a house, but no, you have to pay for your safety. You can see it like that. If you don't do that, they will come around, and you don't want them to come around. Nice, isn't it? It's so nice. Was there really a time in America when people really owned stuff? Like a claim, and they owned it, and it was forever theirs? Like,
I think it all fell off like in the last 100 years almost, give or maybe a little bit more than that. But like in the last 100 years, all of this stuff has come into play. Like you can't even go fishing without getting like paying someone $20-$50 or something. Right? Like,
wow.
Yeah, you can't go hunting without doing the same thing. It's can't. What, I had a buddy who wanted to build a little shed. Oh, well, I got to go talk to the city and get a permit. You know, I got to do that few $100s just to build a shed to put his shit in. But he did it without any kind of fight at all. Like, oh yeah, of course I'll go give them hundreds of dollars so I can just build my shed. Why wouldn't I do that? It's terrible. Like, I love the one meme that I can't remember what it was, but it's kind of talking about the founders. Like, you know, George Washington would have been stacking bodies right now.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure if I even believe that tale that the founders were actually good men that were trying to set up this system for people. I don't know, man. I don't know if I would even buy that shit.
Well, I've always asked this in different voice chats or different groups and things, and it really comes down to where you draw the line of what you believe. Because, you know, if we're talking about the Earth is not a globe, then why can we even believe any history? You know, like, were the founders even real people? What? Exactly. That's how. I don't know. This is kind of how do you keep your sanity to a degree? Because it's a lot of people draw it different. Like, oh, I believe that 9/11 was weird, but everything else is exactly as they say it is. And then it just like you just kind of go down from there. Because those people, all the mud flood type stuff and history being wild. Just the design of DC, though, with all the weird, like the pentagrams and the Masonic stuff. I used to wonder how a history reset could have been done. You know, like, this is just crazy. That's impossible. But now I see just what little bit ChatGPT can do. And I'm like, imagine you could just tell it, I need you to create me an entire world. Like, build me a world, build me thousands of years of history, build me different people groups, like, do this whole thing, prompt it, and it would just, like, spit it out to you in 1 second. Like, all of our world history. That's it. I don't know, man. That's kind of, that's always been my hard one of, like, where do you draw it? I get hanging out with you all, and I'm like, I might just be schizophrenic at this point. Everyone in the group is just a part of me. How far gone am I now?
You're just another me. I'm just another you.
Don't get me going, Gold. This is why I had to quit smoking weed. It was one thing to think it. I'd smoke some weed and I would start believing it.
Nah, never believe. Always prove it. Until then, doubt. Don't get mad.
I like that.
Well, yeah,
Thank
see,
you.
that's the thing. It's not schizophrenia. It's not crazy to, once you've realized that you've been lied to about one subject, why would you believe anything that you're given then from those same liars? Because really everything we're given is coming from that same source, right?
That's it.
So
The same
there's nothing
people
wrong
who-
with questioning you have to question everything.
Yeah, and learn to unlearn.
Mm. And I like that idea though. Because the same people printing the money are the same people who wrote the history books, and they're the same people that control the government, and that's the same people that control the media.
Are they even people? Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, schizo isn't the right thing, but it's just especially having a child. Going back to that, it's like, God damn, what do I even teach the kid? Just whatever you can prove is real. That's about where the line should be drawn. Anything else is bullshit.
I don't believe anything else than that, yeah. And knowing is not believing, so yeah.
Good point.
We misuse the word believing when we just say about, yeah, I think that could work, but I have not proven it yet. That's just a brain thought construct theory, whatever.
Yeah.
But not believing. I don't believe in God. I have noticed there is some source creation thingy that reacts to what I'm doing. That's proven to my own. So everybody can prove that themselves, I think. If there is something up there, out there, whatever. There is something. I mean, it's not like it talks back to you in your head, but it will definitely reveal itself.
You know, if there wasn't something, why would we even have the thought to begin with?
Yeah. No, there must be a creator.
That's an interesting point. Like, from the very beginning, and again, who the fuck knows what history is, but it certainly seems like there's the running theme that we know it's something that's much bigger and more powerful than I. Just always been on our minds, I guess. I don't know. I'm glad for things like Discord, though. I related to what you said. I mean, this was probably a few hours ago now, but like, between friends and family and stuff, it was always just, oh, Edward, you know, you're just kind of the crazy one. Whatever. Let's go back to watching the game, sort of stuff. The corona, it's all very normal stuff's going on right now. Put the mask on and chill. And it was weird. I started working remote for work, and that was like, I didn't realize it at the time. It was one of the best things that ever happened to me, to get me out of an office and away from extremely far leftist people that wanted to do nothing but, you know, talk about video games and Marvel movies. And it like gave me so much time by myself just to explore, which then I was like, oh, my social life is dwindling. But then I found Telegram. It's like, oh, there's like tens of thousands of people that think a lot of the exact same way that I do. Or not, you know, not the exact, but like we can have a conversation and I don't ever have to hear the question. This is my favorite. Who is they? Why do you keep saying they? Who is they? Not having to explain that is one of the most home feelings I could express to you all.
Yeah.
We all know who they are. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
And it's helped me actually between Telegram and here and others. It's like helped me be myself.
Now, I say when they say who are they, I say, man, you don't know our overlords. Hail to all the overlords! I go like Ken Brockman, like I do everything for you guys. La 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 la. Like, yeah, come on.
There are those that are unseen.
Like,
what?
They are those that are unseen. They are the ones that they're unseen, right?
Yeah. And we all know them, right? But like you go talk to somebody, whatever that's running a corporate ladder, the fully plugged into school or whatever it is, it's just they just can't even believe that something like that exists. Like there's no, and would never even be interested in watching something that gave them any bit of evidence about that.
Take American politics for a second, right? How many years now has it been just going back and forth where a Democrat or Republican was elected, right? It goes back and forth. For how many years has that been happening? Now, what has changed in that time to better our life, our situation, by repeating this process over and over again? Is it gotten us anywhere? Are we progressing?
No. You all were talking about it earlier because, one thing they preach to us in school, we're a democracy, and democracy and capitalism, that's like the best one. They don't really explain why or how or anything. They just, you're a democratic nation. It's the best. What I find it funny is, and going back, no one knows what National Socialism is. In the back of our heads, we know that it took a country that was damn near cannibalizing themselves, and it took them to essentially they were able to fight the entire rest of the world, like in 5 years. But none of us have ever tried to replicate whatever that system was. I find that to be so interesting.
That's true.
Why would you do that? I don't know. But again, I could go ask 100 Americans right now, and I bet they couldn't tell me what National Socialism actually meant. Like, what is day by day policy, whatever.
What I think is more interesting than that, though, is these people that are supposed to be enemies, Democrats and Republicans, they're really not. But people don't see it. That regardless of who is put in office, and I don't even think it's really votes matter, but the game is the same and it stayed the same, and we don't benefit at all, regardless of who's there, really, in a large scale. And it just keeps repeating itself over and over. So, and people keep doing it again and again. And the other thing is, we are presented with these candidates to vote for. It's not like who do you think would be best? It's like, okay, here's the two options.
Yep. These are what you got.
Yeah.
Why are these my only two fucking options? Why do I have to, what's, and nobody even really, I think, I don't know, man, they don't look at that deeply and question it and be like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. Imagine Truman Show with parts of this. Imagine they would have actually filmed scenes where there was something like election on when Truman was in the room, and they would talk about like presidents in the Truman universe. Imagine how much affection Truman would have gone if they all tell him like, you gotta vote, we all voted, but yeah, they all in it, and he's the only one who's voting, and they just do what they do because it doesn't matter, man. He's Truman. He's scripted. It's wow. That would have been the overkiller for that show.
And all these politicians that I like to call salesmen, they all do the same tactics. They tell
a group of people what they want to hear, right? To
theater,
rally their support and to split the people into two sides. And then as soon as they are put in those positions, they don't fucking do anything they said they were going to do. They do whatever they want to do. And then people just accept that too. And they're like, oh, well, that's politics. Politicians have to lie. What are you fucking talking about?
Yeah. We put up with a lot of shit. Sometimes, with it being all a stage, sometimes I do feel like somehow it's somehow tied to seeing how much shit they can get away with without the populace actually rising up against them. Like, and this is all just very basic, generic stuff I'm saying here, but like, they put Obama in, black guy. No one shot the black guy, right? No one did shit. He was there for 8 years, whatever. He didn't. And then, so then they bring in and they put Trump in. And the other half, like the other half of the left, did not rise up against him. They didn't do anything. They bitched and moaned on Twitter and Facebook or whatever, but nothing ever happened there. They got him all riled up. And then you go the other way where there's like the election, the vote thing, and the middle of the night, all this kind of stuff. No one did anything. And now we have Biden, who is, we all, like, everyone agrees, like, oh, he's like an old senile guy, whatever. No one is doing anything.
Yeah, and check this out. So let's say Trump was your guy, right? And so he got in there, and you kind of, like, I'll say one thing. Okay, my 401k, was better when Trump was in office, but long term, that's short. Like, what did I really gain? Because now I lost it all again.
Got that $600, remember?
Well, like, it's so fucking ridiculous. Because they'll give one side what they want for a short time, and then they'll take it away and give it to the other side, and it's just like we're not getting anywhere.
No, they didn't come in and burn the banks down and say, okay, there's no such thing as all that debt anymore. Like, again, people give Hitler some shit, but imagine that happening nowadays. Okay, all you debtors are gone. This is not, y'all are fucked our country and our people too long. Sorry. We're done here. Like, imagine that taking place nowadays. Because that's what I think that's the only other option. Like, we either have to just kind of keep doing the same bullshit and paint it red or paint it blue every time, or we literally have to burn it and start it over. Like, there's not really instead of sending $100 billion to Ukraine, we'll just give some American citizens some money, $100, whatever.
Yeah,
that'd be impossible too, though, because there's no way we could all collectively agree and do that in unison, and then we'd have a bigger mess on our hands too, because then, okay, who decides what we do next? It'd be chaos, dude. So
that's where I'm kind of okay with it at some point, though.
I'm just opting out, dude. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing your game anymore.
No, me neither.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I know if we educate our children or a whole generation the way they are normal and helping each other, they would be constructors, doctors, and everything. But what they wouldn't be is bankers, lawyers, or whatever, judges, because they would not need that. They would take care of crime the other way around and see it as a tragic thing that happened and something's wrong in the society. We need to fix that instead of pointing the finger at the murderer. And does the dead person come back? No, we have to solve the root, not point the finger at some idiot and put him in prison. That is, again, just to make money. No, if everybody knows we can help each other, we can really do it. We can build you a house, we can build me a house, we can build everybody here a house. Everybody can live here in peace, safe and sound. We have enough troubles with normal things that go on. Like, yeah, there will be still negativity going around, but we could deal with it way better we agree on that. The solution is not that far away, but the populace is, it's uneducated, like we all used to say, conditioned, and that's true. The human condition is kind of sick. There is this sickness in it, and I don't know how to fix that long term.
Well, the sickness is just it's not.
It needs to heal.
It's not that they're sick. It's that their mind has been corrupted and poisoned with indoctrination since birth.
Yeah, narcissism is a sickness. That's why I made that point. I think most of them are really drifting up into narcissism, and that's not healing from trauma and then putting on a mask and become a golem that you can put a piece of paper inside and say, do this, and they will do it. And we experienced that a lot in the history. So far we know. But I don't need a lot of years. I just need the last 3 years, and I'm done. I'm done. All these people who did not use fresh air to no, I don't need air. I'm a golem. I'm a robot. Robot is Russian robota, means worker. I'm a worker. I'm a robot. Same thing. It's like tomato, potato, potato. Eat that. There's a lot of papain drin, makes you strong like Popeye. Remember? Papain, Popeye, same thing.
Your Russian sucks.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm really confused about too is when governments, like American government, says, "Hey, we're gonna give this country $50 billion," and I'm thinking, wait, not necessarily why, but I'm not even sure if that's true because I don't. The governments are printing the money and it's fiat, and they control all the resources, right?
Yeah.
So what the fuck do they need the money for? What do they? It doesn't make sense to me.
To make this hierarchy we live in.
I almost think it's just to manipulate us even more to make us feel like, I don't know, smaller somehow.
Control.
Or
it's a control system.
We're so weak and they're so powerful that I don't know, man. Doesn't make sense.
It's just a control system, I think. If we were givers, not takers, we would all have. Everybody has, but we give because of money 99% away, and we are happy with 1% left. It's weird, and we fight over that 1%. It's I want a house, I want a car. Yeah, well, you had to work for it. Yeah, I did 30 years, so I deserve it. Other people make like this, like with their fingers, and they have 20 these houses, hundreds of these cars. How's that? How much did they work? 300 years? No, they didn't. So, yeah, we know, but I lost my point.
No, the odd thing is everyone inherently feels the same way, but for some reason are disconnected.
Yeah.
Like everyone, the 99% is feeling it. They know that they can't just, I'm going to take this month or this year off work and hang out with my kid or whatever, go travel, even though everyone feels the exact same way.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we're going to have to, I don't know. And everything's speeding up so much now. It's all very odd. Like you can.
Well, what's with this con game of, hey, we're going to raise minimum wage. We're going to give you more money, right? But what happens every time they do that? Prices on everything go up. So really, you're still making the same amount. At the end of the day, your take home is exactly the fucking same. Do people
You'll never be enough to be free.
I don't understand how people don't see that.
I think it's what the guy before me said. They know what we know, but somehow they separate.
So, you get a large portion of the very large portion of the population, you send them to centers their entire childhood up until they're 18, and you teach them not to critically think or see what we're talking about. You teach them about it, but you don't teach them to even look at it from outside the box or anything. Like I said, oh no, we're a democracy, and we're the best one. It just kind of goes, and then next topic, whatever. My favorite sports team is the Cardinals.
You know what? That's what's fucked up about it too, though, because the same people doing that to them will spit right in their fucking face and show them that they're full of shit, and they don't bat an, you know what I mean? They mock us all the fucking time, and people don't bat an eye to it at all.
Yeah,
it's
narcissistic trap. Yeah,
spit can feel like rain if they tell you that, right? It's not spit, that's rain.
Or piss.
Yeah. Yeah, they gotta. That's the weird thing, because now, I mean, you talk about, you've got more and more people that can't afford to stay home with their kids. More and more people can't afford to even own a home. More and more people can't possibly grow their own food or raise a chicken or two. Like, it's so far. Like, it took less than 100 years. But I saw that the other day of just, humans, whatever the history is, we spent that entire time knowing how to survive, right? Whether it was farming or doing anything, how to provide for ourselves and our close ones around us. And all of that has been taken from us now. If the lights go out, really, imagine how many people would be alive in a year. I mean, really. I'm not saying I would even be one of them. Like, I'm not even going to put myself, I'm not away from it all enough. But I really do think about that, of just, they've taken us from 100 years ago. We could have weathered any storm, maybe a little bit more than 100, but around that. And then just within a couple generations, we're the weakest populace that the world has ever seen, not just our country or his or yours. The weakest, period.
These fucking Globers come in here, right? And they try to mock us and call us stupid and think that we want to convince them of our belief. However, we don't at all. I don't give a shit, right? I'm doing this for the creator and for you because I care about you. I gain nothing. I have nothing really to gain other than just what I said, versus look at what the people who are actually feeding you this shit, look at what they're gaining. They actually are. I'm not saying this right.
Bro, I feel you. I went into what's the other one? Flat Earth Debate and More, or whatever it's called. I was in there earlier because I like to go over there and hear what they say, right? As much as I like here. The people here are cooler, which is one thing I've always enjoyed about Flat Earth. It's like,
we're fucking honest, bro.
The globes are just lame. Like, if you ever watch a debate between a globe and a flat Earth, it's like, well, one of these dudes fucks, and this other dude is lame. It would not be cool. But I saw a video on Twitter that was talking about these fires that are in Canada, and it was a satellite photo or footage, and it's like, all these fires start hundreds of miles apart from each other within a 30-minute time frame. Just 10 or 12 of them or something, hundreds and hundreds of miles apart, all over the place. Smoke plume. And I just was like, what do y'all think about this? And then, bro, it was like, I went in there and pissed on their mothers. Like, bring this controversy, conspiracy stuff. What is this? What do you think? What kind of questions are you asking? It was just hilarious to see.
You question? Yeah.
Yeah, they said there's a fire How dare you say that it could be anything else? Yeah. But like you said, we can't save them. I don't know. I know for me to survive,
I have nothing to gain by convincing you that the Earth is flat, but there is a lot for the people that are telling you it's a globe to gain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
we don't have shit to gain. We're just hanging out.
I see myself to gain a lot of freedom and a community where we can work together.
I think that's important.
What I think we gain. Because I think, like, okay, if we don't play it like they tell us, like this lying thing, okay, besides from finding out what's behind the ice wall or Antarctica or North Pole or whatever, we still have to live here and we could make it a lot better, I think, after that. Like, come on, man. I'm your brother, you're my sister, we can do it together. Like, I'm really happy for all dentists and everything, but yeah, like I don't think people would stop being doctors or like to help people. I think, I don't know, I think it could be really better once you think like, okay, if this is all a lie, then let's do it our way. Yeah, what's your way? Yeah, nice and friendly, shaking hands. And I think 99% are like that. Who wants to fight?
Do you think we could actually come together as a collective, though, and actually root out the true problem? Can we actually put our hands on those unseen controllers? Because that's what we'd have to do.
Question is, what are you actually asking there, and are you willing to do what the answer is?
Well, I don't think it's possible because I think it's always been this way here. There's always been a force and evil. I'm sorry, go ahead. There's always been evil here manipulating man and deceiving man for a purpose.
With man, this is not possible. But with God, anything is possible.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it all started. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about fallen angels deceiving man from as far back as we can go. And I think throughout the entire history of humans, it has always been like that. We have always had this struggle between those that wish to trick us and manipulate us.
For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood.
Yeah, but that's what I think. It's more like, yeah.
And that's like if it came down, and I always have to check myself because it's like, am I for or against a mass genocide of people who don't believe the same thing that I believe? Like, am I getting a little off my rocker there if that's the case? I might need to pull that into chat.
You're getting way off your rocker if that's what you think. Yeah.
I don't think it all the time, but when I look at like what the fix is, then part of me is like, okay, well, so what? We split America in half, and we give one half to one, and the other keeps the other half.
Well, then what makes that any different from what the New World Order is trying to do? Like, what makes that any different from what these so-called elites are trying to do? It's the same thing, you know?
Yeah.
Someone who thinks they know what's best for everyone, and because he's in power and he has the power to do it, he does it, right? It's tyranny, isn't it?
Yeah. That's how I don't know where. I mean, obviously, I don't have a clue what the solution is. Obviously, but if I'm thinking about it as divisiveness is not it, right? We know that anytime that's just the devil. I just don't see how you have something good and holy if the evil's right there with you, your next door neighbor.
Yeah.
Jesus has already done that. in my opinion.
I have evil in me, and I've done bad things, and I was a glober.
Cheers.
So, all of us that are here now have woken up at different times, and so imagine saying, "Okay, I'm anybody that believes in the globe is my enemy." No, they're not. They're not our enemy. Those that are deceiving them are the enemy.
That's a good point. Yeah, let's see.
Because they all have the ability to break the hypnosis that they're under.
Yeah.
Yeah, forgive them, for they know not what they do. As they,
and I believe that it is ours. It's part of our responsibility here, us to lend that olive branch to them and try to help them, and not. That's that's I think part of it. We should be trying to help them. We can't force them, but we can point them to the well. Can't force them to drink, but we can try to lead them as best we can and try to help them, try to plant seeds.
Yeah, and I'll say this group has helped. This group's helped a lot in that, even with myself. Like even the people I have in my day-to-day life, it's like I'll never forget the first time I came here a week or two ago. Quantum just did me up, and I made me realize I didn't even know what words meant. Hypothesis. I don't know what the fuck in my head I kind of do, but it's helped me in the way I raise mine and the way that I see, the way I let people around me talk to me or what they say. Like people tend to just like throw facts around like they know, but then if you actually what study shows that? What experiment shows what you're saying to be true? So I think even being here is a way of like really iron sharpening iron, so to speak.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what it's like? It's like people that read headlines from the newspaper but don't actually read the article itself, and then they just spout the headlines to you. But then when you try to dig deeper and ask them more about it, they don't know because they didn't actually read it. They're just regurgitating the headline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't get to the part where the source was, an anonymous source close to the scenario or whatever they say. But I'm gonna go with Bong throwing that out. I think that was him anyway. I'm gonna go read my Bible a little bit and go to bed. But it's been a pleasure, y'all. I hope you have a great night, great day.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Totally agree. Thank you.
Yeah, thank y'all. See ya.
Yeah, for some it's really late already, I betcha. We're all around the globe. That was a joke.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's possible to actually take control and have an uprising. I just can't see it at all. Because their reach is so strong and their manipulation is so powerful that all they would have to do is make up some excuse as to why they lied, right? And people would buy it. And I mean, they're doing that with aliens right now, right? They created this bullshit story about UFOs back in the 50s or 40s. And then they try to like cover it up and make it seem like all secretive and no, it didn't happen. And now they're coming out and saying, oh, you know what? Yeah, there's UFOs are all over. Obama did an interview where he said, yeah, UFOs are real and blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, they could do the same thing with Flat Earth, really.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They right now have a lot of power.
I would say we're too far spread out. Everybody's at a different point in their life. All they're going to do is boiling frog technique, and then if it gets bad, then they just roll out the universal income so that you have enough money. So they want status quo until Agenda 2030 so they can just tighten up the restrictions, and obviously they're going to force you to do certain things in 2030. How many people around you could you get together at the same time to actually do anything? Waco did nothing. They just came with tanks and burned down Waco. So, I mean, you got to be bigger than Waco and bigger than, like, you have 5,000 people. All they got to do is bring the U.S. Army. Can you beat the U.S. Army?
Yeah, and then they tried to make him look like a religious nut, too. Whether he was or not is a different story, but that was the story that played out on the news, yeah? Oh, the religious nut, you know? Goes to war with the government, you know?
Yeah, it's just a small example of like 80 to 100 people that tried to do their own thing, and then the government showed you what they do to people that try to do their own thing. They burn you down and kill 29 children or whatever it was.
Crazy shit. You just leave people alone, yeah?
Well, anything that's a threat to their monopoly, they'll just come and make you disappear, steal your patents, steal your technology, steal your business. They'll do whatever they have to do to maintain their power structure.
You know what's funny about that too is they could have, if they wanted to, not given us footage of that happening, but they did it in daylight with cameras there because they wanted us to see it.
Yeah, it's trauma-based mind control, just like 9/11, just like the March 2020. They just boiling frog, put you under the water, drowned you a bit, let you up for 6 months, and then drowned you again, and just punish the slave.
Yeah, trauma beats mind control. Yeah. Trauma is mind control, ultimately, perfectly, like the fundament. A traumatized person you can really manipulate like you want.
Oh yeah, it's like Waco, you stand up to the government, this is what happens to you. Or 9/11, whatever, obviously it's multifaceted and multi-pronged. They're trying to pull out your heartstrings and obviously just traumatize you and manipulate you after. Change the laws, tighten the noose.
I think the only thing we really can do is spread truth and root our family in the belief in God and the truth, and help them see that it is manipulation, it is lies, and besides that, I don't. I'm not sure if we can do much else.
All you can do is try to live within our system, be good, don't hurt people, be truthful, try to enjoy, use this knowledge as power, and try to navigate the system. And pretty much, just do not much you can do.
If you have faith rooted in God or a creator or whatever your belief system is, they should not be able to use any of their fear tactics against us at all.
No. No, it's not about what happens here. It's about what happens after this year.
Right. So even if they stay in control, it really doesn't matter.
No.
Because you don't scare me. You cannot use fear to manipulate me. Yeah, you might be in power, but ultimately I see through you and I know who you are. And I know how this game ends.
And that's glorious, yeah.
You can't have me.
Yeah. Without fear, just faith. That's glorious. I read that, so it's not from me.
Yeah, the only issue comes when they make stuff mandatory and then you can't go to your job or you can't go to the store unless you have this mandatory thing. And then you have to choose, like, how am I going to survive? So pretty much I'm saying they target you with the money. Eventually, they're going to squeeze you and not let you go to your job unless you have this. And then, like, what do? So they know that the money is the key.
You have to still find comfort in the fact that you're not falling for it. Even if you're forced, at least you know that it's a lie. And you know what I mean? At least you know the truth still. You're not blindly going along with it.
Oh, yeah. Like, everybody's going to have to make that decision in 2028 or 2030. So, like, everybody talks tough, but I mean, we can only decide when we get threatened, when our money and our houses, then we have to decide.
Yeah, you're right.
Do you fight it or do you, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Like, I know the truth, and obviously, like, the knowledge is power. It helps you make better decisions that could affect your eternity. So,
yeah, my mind is free. Like, you can't have that. You take my body and you can lock me in jail, right? But it ultimately doesn't matter. I will adapt and I will get along, and my mind is still free.
Soul, yeah. Not mind, soul.
Yes.
The mind is the ego, and that's the trapped one who thinks you is you, and you think you are it. It's a little bit ridiculous, but even what I say right now, it's not my soul speak. It's my ego. It's biased on all what I experienced here as a human being, but ultimately, in the kingdom of God, we're not this anymore. We don't have this ego, I think. We're just souls then. I don't know. It's weird, because I cannot prove that, but yeah. What are dreams? Where are we there?
Yeah. Like, if your purpose is to further the kingdom of God and spread truth and be good, then, I mean, you're never going to lose.
I agree.
And that's why we should have no fear.
Right. But there's still sometimes, I mean, yeah.
Fear
I would lie if I would say I'm not frightened of certain powers and control. I mean.
Well, it is scary, because we feel pain. They can,
Yeah, they can make it really terrible for us.
And they can, we care about our family members, and they can hurt them. And it's, but you still have to have faith. And
yeah, I really don't want to go to eternal fire, lake of fire, or hell. I mean, way worse. Like, here, they can break your bones and stuff, like, but they cannot really hurt you. But in hell, they literally hurt you forever.
So have fun there. No,
nothing in this 80-year life is worth an eternity of suffering.
Yeah, you put it in better English than myself. Yeah.
Yeah, and nothing you
it's
you can't
obviously
take anything from here materially. If you sell your soul, right, and give up everything to indoctrinate people with, say, like a music artist that spreads just horrible message, and they have no control over their entire lives. They give it all up for this manipulation of people and the masses. You're gaining all this wealth here, but you can't take it with you.
You will be eaten by demons because of that. Nice deal. Nice try. But 80 years of fortune here against getting eaten by demons again and again, over and over, forever, and yeah. Have fun. And they wait there.
A lot of those people look very
when we die.
miserable with all that wealth.
They wait. At the moment you die, they wait there. You will see them. Or not. Depends on, whatever happened here. They know us. And they just wait for us to die. And then, come with me, little guy. Yeah, you go straight to hell with them. Not knowing why and how, because all you did all your life was reading headlines and thinking about fame and fortune. You have no clue where you are, what this existence means. You don't even know that you're dead. Just go with them. Have fun with the pain that awaits. That's what I think. I don't want to do that. I mean, if there's the slightest chance I could get rid of that, I'm gonna try it.
It does say it's a narrow path, so obviously that's why flat Earth is so like it's not the narrow path is not for everybody, and obviously we see that with the Globers and the atheists. So
yeah, worst thing could be not knowing is the slightest thing about God's existence and anything that could be possibly exist with God. And then dying, and then just being there, and then some dark entity comes and snaps you like your dinner. That would be, I mean, you know what I mean. That would be,
I think that's part of our reward here is that we can go in peace because now we see and we know. But these other people that aren't with us yet, they're just so blind and they don't realize anything, and they don't see the big picture. It's sad. It is really sad because they die and just not having what do they believe in? What do they?
In eternal nothingness. That's what they believe. Whoops, sorry.
No, I'm rambling. It's okay.
No. I didn't meant to say
they believe whatever the school. They believe whatever the school told them, and then they're 18, 25, they're too busy, they have 2 kids, all they do is come home from work and watch TV, and then apparently they claim they don't have time to they don't have time to watch
they don't ever find the peace that we can find. It's very peaceful in a way to when you reach flat Earth. At least for me, it was. And I think these people they won't feel that ever.
Yeah, it'd be like recentering or grounding to reality. Like when I first found out the Earth was flat, it was just like when I go for drives and was looking at the horizon and just like obviously it's a whole new beginning.
Yeah, you said it perfectly before. Like everyone gets too busy. You know what I mean? Like you said it perfectly. They get too busy with their lives to realize anything about where they live. You know, these people
And it's
think
not
that
even their life. You know, it's not even their life. It's the
it's
life
a
they've been forced to
created
live.
life. Like,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
yeah.
You guys call it the American dream. We have the same thing here called the Great Australian Dream. To own a house and have a family, and and get a loan for a house, and then when you've paid off that loan, to get a bigger loan to get a bigger house, and then, everything is about consumerism and feeding money into the bank's pockets, and that was a created thing, just like diamonds. Oh, now everyone needs a diamond to propose to their wives. Because this family who owns all the diamonds now wants to sell diamonds to everyone who wants to get married. It's the same shit.
And you
Everyone
think
needs
you're
to own a
filling a
house.
void in yourself.
Crazy.
You're trying to fill this void in yourself with this bigger house, and then you get the bigger house, and you're still unhappy because it's not what you're missing.
I call it the disease of more, because when you get to a certain stage in your life, and then you've achieved the goals that you were looking for, and then all of a sudden you start to feel empty because you've got nothing else to achieve or nothing else to look forward to. So you create another goal, which is a materialistic goal. These are all materialistic goals.
Yeah.
And you look for a bigger house and a better car, and I need to save $200,000 to have in the bank. You get to that $200,000, you go, I need to save $400,000 to go in the bank. It's just a disease of more. When are you ever going to be happy?
It's a trap. It's a trap to keep us.
Yeah.
It's a trap to keep us from realizing real purpose and real meaning. And yeah, man, it's
well, coming to terms with yourself as well. Yeah, like the big distraction is to keep you distracted about realizing stuff about yourself. And they keep you busy all the time. Busy.
Okay, I need this. I need this. I need this, and you get it. And you're like, no. I need this.
And they do it with the Big Bang and the globe theory.
They need all that shit. They're just going to sit down and they're just going to go, well, I don't need any of this. I can just plant some seeds and I can grow some food, and then I'll just go and get a block of land in the countryside somewhere, and I can live that way. If everyone realized that, everything would be fucked. Not everything would be fucked. The government, the whole system would be fucked if everyone just realized they didn't need all that shit.
Yeah, but how to realize that? How if everybody thinks they are drifting in a universe that is drifting apart from each other, and they believe they only have one life, so you have always do everything the best out of it, because it's this one shot, this one moment,
you got
this
one
opportunity.
chance.
Yeah,
Don't miss your shot.
and that's why everybody is busy. That's how they keep them busy. That's what I want to do. I don't want to interrupt.
Of life. No, you're all right, man. I interrupt all the time. Sorry.
But it's really the globe theory that is putting that all, people, like, we talk about that. And it's the globe theory that makes people believe you only have one life. It's all connected to each other, like a clockwork. One life, no eternity, no God, all in this universe. Bam, this is what we have. And we are scientists, and we figured that out.
Infinite universe.
Nothing matters. There's no consequences to your actions, so you can do as thou wilt.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes for you to gain more material objects, stepping on your fellow man, whatever you have to do to get to the top.
Yeah.
Take it, grab it. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of legitimizes itself and illegalizes itself. Come on. But if
There's
I
so
only
many
live
people
once,
that would kill a family member to be a part of that club, Imagine that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you
Well,
only
look
live
what
once,
fame.
hey.
Look what fame does as well. You guys were talking about ego before, yeah? Like, look what fame does, and you could put that to the same thing. Everyone sacrifices something to be famous. Their dignity, their family, whatever it might be, but it's always something important just to be famous.
I think it's funny too that so many people look up to these people and want to be them so bad and want their life. But when I see these people, they look so unhappy. They do not look happy at all.
Yeah, they are.
But that's
And
just not for famous people.
Other people don't pick up on that, you know?
What was that, Flying Eye?
That's just not famous people. I mean, I sacrificed my family life when I started my last business. When my son was born, I worked 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, and didn't see him for probably 5 years.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
And then look what you did, though. You sold the business and quit. Yeah?
Yeah, 100%. But you get caught up in it, you know, because what happens is you get some work, you get some employees, and then you lose a job, or you got to keep getting jobs coming in so you can keep these people employed because their families
you're
are relying on you.
responsible for them now.
Yeah, that's right. And you've just got to keep that work coming, and to do that and to run that business and do that, your whole life is completely consumed. It wasn't so much about the money. I just wanted to be comfortable and be able to give my kids what I couldn't have. It wasn't about being rich. But then once you've got that responsibility of keeping people employed to look after their families, it's bloody hard.
Yeah, it is. I was the same. Just while COVID, I had 10, between 10 and 15 employees before that thing, and then I downsized, and it's just me and 2 other guys now, and I'm making exactly the same amount of money.
Yeah,
with no stress.
I had 40 full time and 140 casual.
That's crazy.
It was crazy.
What the fuck were you doing to
How
yourself?
many financially comfortable men use their money to, attract a woman and essentially almost buy a woman and trying to buy love, and the woman marries them for the money and really doesn't love them?
Well, there's a lot, but I met my wife when I was flat ass broke. When I started my business, I didn't even have electricity on in my house. So we did it together, and we've worked together all the way through, and we're still working together today.
Yeah, in that situation I was describing, none of them end up happy. It never works.
It's not real.
Mm-hmm.
No, not for everybody. But you are not the normal part.
Why the divorce rate's so high is because average men are getting above average women because they've got money, but they never got along in the first place when they should be looking for people that they get along with and respect and laugh, and their personality types match. People overlook this stuff, but it's really important. Get with someone that you laugh with and you have a drink and you have fun with. Don't worry about what they look. Oh yeah, of course, worry about what they look like, but you don't want a butt ugly person. But
but to a certain extent, because you can have you could have the hottest chick in the world that has a shit attitude, and you'll see an ugly chick that has a fucking cool attitude, and you'll be more attracted to her.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All day long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a throwaway society, and women do initiate 80 to 90% of divorces.
Well, look, I used to work in nightclubs. That was my job for a long time with my last business, and some of the stuff that I would see with what these girls would do, like the guys would take advantage of what the girls were doing, but the guys weren't instigating it. 99% of the time it was the girls, and I'd see girls for years that would come in every night of the week into the nightclub. They'd go home with a different guy every night. I'd see them leave at 9 o'clock in a taxi and with one guy and come back and leave again with another one at midnight. And then you see these girls later on in life, and you don't see them, like they disappear for a while after their 20s or whatever, and then they come back in and they've got this nice husband. And they'll come over and say, "Oh, this is my husband," and they're acting all prim and proper. And I'm thinking, "You poor bastard! You don't know what he's been doing for the last 10 years before you met her. This is insane. It's crazy what I've seen."
I believe you.
Gotta find the unicorn.
Alien, a flat Earth.
But yeah, it all starts when you're born, and at 5 years old, they take you away from your parents, force you to go to school to learn all the atheist lies. Then your parents are stuck working 2 jobs, and then they throw you in front of the TV, and the TV raises you with all that propaganda. And then you get out at 18, and then you have to get a job, and you're too busy, and all you want is girls, money, cars, because that's what you're programmed with. Maybe at some point you actually question your purpose in life and what it's all about. Whether it's at 18 or 30, 35 maybe.
Hey, actually, what you just described, though, is that's almost a situation if you're lucky. Because look at the people that are raised in single-parent homes that don't get, that family structure.
Well, that was me. I never met my dad. I lived in government housing. I lived in shit, really. And I was kicked out of home in year 8. I was no longer in school in year 8. I lived on the street for a while, and I had a mate's dad that was a concreter that said, "Hey, you're coming to work for me," and he flogged the shit out of me until I was 18. And then I met my wife, and we did our own thing. But my decision from the start was that I wanted a family, and I was never going to bring them up the way that I was brought up.
Did that really give you a complex for like a lot of years, that situation with your father?
Yeah.
Did that bug you a lot?
Nah, probably not my dad. I never really thought about my dad at all. But living with my mum, that was not easy because she always had boyfriends and all the other crap going on. And it wasn't I was better off living on my own and at 15, 14, whatever I was, than being at home. That was for sure at that time. That annoyed me for a long time.
Never asked you, Flying High, when you became a flat earther. I can't believe I've never asked you that.
That would have been, probably 15 years ago, maybe. Close to that, 10 years ago. I don't know.
What?
It was not that I ever looked into it. There wasn't a lot around on it. Like, I think that what happened was in the beginning was my brother-in-law mentioned it to me, and I was having a few arguments with him about it, but I used to do a lot of reef fishing and stuff like that out on the water, and I started realising...
You're arguing from the globe side?
I was, because he was saying, water doesn't curve, and I'm saying, oh, bullshit, have a look on a teaspoon, you can curve it. I'm coming up with all these stupid arguments. And but I was always open too, you know what I mean? So, when I was out on the boat, I'd have a look at what I could see on the water and how far, and then I'd pull up the little calculator and go, oh, fuck, what's going on here, And after a while of that, I was like, nah, it's flat. So that's where it sort of started. There was, like I said last night, there's an island 10 k's offshore from where I was, and I can see the lights on the shoreline at night. I can see, on a clear day, I can see the people on the beach. It should be 7 or 8 meters below my eye line at that point. So, then I was like, no, it's flat.
You see the street lights next to sea level. You can see those, right?
Yeah, I could see the little footpath lights along the beach. So I sort of, I realised it. And there was a little bit of stuff by Eric DeBay, I think, back then, but I watched a few things and didn't really get into it. But then it was just flat. That was it. I didn't worry about it after that. Anyone would say, I'd say the Earth's flat, but there wasn't a lot of research. I was always working. It was crazy, the amount of work I used to do. I didn't get a lot of time. And when I sold my business, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, that's when I really started researching and looking into it. I found Nathan's channel first. Did a bit on that, and then ended up getting on Discord not too long ago.
Yeah, so I think what Eric Dubay was 2012. Is that right? From memory.
Yeah, I don't even know, man. It was a long time ago. I couldn't tell you exactly. But
Just before Timbo. Just before.
Was it?
It was it was before 2012 because I remember 2012 was where everyone was talking about the Mayan calendar, and Eric Dubay was definitely around then, about 2010.
Yeah.
If I was to guess, I'd say it'd be probably about 13 years because my son was born. He was probably a couple of years old, and he's 19 now, so he might have been 5 or 6 or something.
Okay, yeah, because I was thinking because my son's 13, so and I got into it when he was 3, so that's 10 years. So 2013, 14. And then I had a break when I had my second son. And I had a break, and then I came back, and I went, oh, what have I been doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I sort of debated a few people on Facebook about it and stuff like that, but I'd never been on Discord. Like my kids talked about Discord, but I didn't actually realise what any of it was until I sort of
I didn't even know what Discord was, mate.
No, until I sort of started listening to that Nathan Oakley. But then when I was listening to Nathan Oakley, I was starting to get a bit bored with the arguments because it was just the same
It was
thing.
always the same. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I heard...
hey guys, is somebody hot micing or is that just one of you?
I think it's Bong. I think he's making dinner or something.
Sorry, mate. I'm going to mute. I got it.
Yeah. And I know all the arguments well, and I know, I've done a lot of research into it, but it's... I don't really talk much to people, and like if I've got to sit here and explain it sometimes, especially after I've had a shit day and I've smoked a few joints, and I get a bit muddled up and a bit like, you know what I mean? I'm not as sharp as I should be.
Yeah.
I can think.
You're okay. Long grass, isn't it?
I feel like you have to have a lot of patience as well. Well, I don't have the patience with people.
We'll find 7 grasses. We'll try and find as many different plants as possible.
Fun guy, you're hot micing.
Know how many we can find.
The flat Earth has actually taught me patience.
Right, I'm going to stop these.
I think the flat Earth taught me patience because I used to, when I started, like I said, I'd get on Facebook and debate them on Facebook. And the crap they come out with on Facebook, and because they're just typing it and sending laughing faces and like they're not being held accountable, man. I used to get so angry, and like I realised it was making me like that, and I had a shit attitude towards other people then because I was pissed off, and it's actually taught me a lot of patience, man, to sit back and just listen and not actually like get annoyed.
You know
like
what
that.
the problem with arguing online is? You can have an argument that goes for 3 months and not get anywhere.
Yeah.
You can wait for this guy's response, and then everyone sends a response one day at a time, because you might be on different timelines. And then all of a sudden, it's 3 weeks later, and you're still arguing about the horizon. I gave up. I said, fuck that.
And not only that, I find that I'll put something in there, or I'll answer one person, and then it's me against 20 people, and they all want an answer, and they're all going flat out, and they're abusing you, and they're doing all this stuff, and like, then if you don't answer because you're busy, or you're answering someone else and you haven't answered them, all of a sudden you've lost the whole conversation.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah,
well,
it's all
I
over.
You know what doesn't make sense too, guys, is that they want you to try to convince them, right, that it's flat. But we don't want to do that. We tell them, look, I don't want to convince you, but here's what you can do. Do this. Look at this measurements. Look at this. Go measure the surface, right? And you can see it for yourself. That's what I want you to do. And they get so mad and frustrated. And it's like, what? You came here. You're talking to us. This is what you can do yourself. And if you told them...
I think my theory is a bit like, I'm not going to say the buzzword, but a bit like the 2020 situation. People are really upset with those who have figured it out. It's like, you know what I mean? You think for yourself. How dare you?
But I mean, no answer is going to be good enough for them. Because you're not going to convince them because they really don't want to be convinced, right? Because if they wanted to be convinced, they would convince themselves and they would look at it themselves.
Well, they don't want to think for themselves, and they're actually pissed off that you're thinking for yourself, trying to figure stuff out.
Well, I'm debating a physicist at the moment who's talking. Well, he claims to be a PhD physicist or astrophysicist, and he keeps talking about gravity. And I keep asking him, "What gravity are we talking about here?" And he just keeps answering, "The gravity of the universe, you idiot. Are you that stupid?" So this is where I'm at the moment.
Ooh, I have a question. I'm talking about some gravity with someone, and he asked me, but if we bend forward and for example, we have nosebleed or anything, you can feel the pressure in your head. It says because the gravity is pulling when you lean forward with your head face down the ground, you can feel it. Or if you upside down, the blood runs in your head. And he says that's because of gravity. Explain me, because the blood that is in a enclosed system, in a vacuum of itself, he says, in the body contained, acting this, and that does not just go sideways or left and right. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I don't know what you come up with here. That's what I have to deal with, what people come with examples, and they want me to answer that shit.
Ask him how the gravity got up to ask him how the blood got up to his nose in the first place.
Because of gravity, he says, the heart needs to pump. That's why there is so much pressure, he says. It's working against the gravity.
So now,
and you can feel
pumps, it. Therefore, gravity.
Yeah.
Oh, my chest! I can't breathe! I can't breathe! Oh, shit!
You did that.
Oh, shit, my chest is going!
Okay, before you made the laugh, what did you say? I didn't get that.
I'm trying to work out who did that.
He said the heart pumps, therefore the Earth's a globe, gravity.
Okay, yeah, he's not hearing that, so I need to remember that. Yeah. Just
Eddie, you could always. I mean, this is a controversial one, but with people like that, I like to play the game with them and say, okay, you're talking about a downward acceleration. Well, yeah, we can agree there's a downward acceleration, and you want to call it gravity. Fine, but it's not a force. You know.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's good. That's because I'm not the smartest one in these things, and he's not the smartest one, but pretends because he's just a glober, and he's like, yeah, this, that, and I'm like, did you ever look what they tell you, man? And okay, good thought with your blood pressure and everything, but I mean, you expect me to answer your?
That's why your heart pumps, because it's pumping blood through your circulatory system. And without that, your blood would just pool in your feet, I suppose.
Yeah, but he says, what's making it go down? It cannot be because of. He came up with that because I said like densities, different kind of densities make things go down and up, and he's agreeing with that. And then a week later, he came up, yeah, but what's with the blood? So that's enclosed and should not go down because it's in the whole body. It should always be everywhere. Because gravity exists.
There's always a down. If you fill a bucket up with water, it's going to be sitting in the bucket. But if you boil that water, it's going to turn to gas and float. Or steam, sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I don't know. I think I cannot argue with these people. They just want to argue, and then, like you said,
definitely can't do it in writing. You can't do it in writing. That you need to get them on here so they can be held accountable for their bullshit.
Yeah, man. Get him in here.
Yeah, you're right.
Timbo
will come in here either. I've tried 100 times. Every time I get in these debates, I always put the Flat Earth server up 24/7, say, I don't want to talk in here anymore. I'm sick of all your bullshit. Just come and talk on 24/7 Discord. I'm happy that everyone else on there stays out of it, and I'll have the discussion with you if you like, but let's get out of here and get in here and have a proper discussion. And I reckon I've invited 30 different Globers, and not one of them has come in here.
Yeah, I bet he's not coming. Yeah, you're right. At the end, it's just a funny thing for him to make me go lose energy and conversation, arguing with him. I think it's just trolling. Like you said, that we can do that for months and weeks. And I'm not here to convince him. You guys are right. Like,
yeah, I don't know how long you've been a flat earther, Eddie. Have you been a flat earther for long?
No, like 2021. Yeah, so not that long.
Yeah, because one thing I've picked up. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Flying High, mate.
Oh, sorry. No, you go. You're right. I'm all good. I didn't mean to cut in.
Now, I was just going to make a quick point from my experience, because I've been into flat Earth for like over 10 years, and one thing I've noticed is with most people, it doesn't matter how powerful your arguments are with some of the your average guys on the street. It's actually how much confidence you have with how you say it, because I've heard people come up with some absolute bullshit, and it's been believed just purely because of the confidence of how it's delivered. And I know that's ridiculous, and in here that's like kryptonite, but it's surprising how the average person's mind works, mate.
Yeah, that's form of like wizardry,
But with the gravity, the gravity argument's pretty simple. If they're saying that the blood pumps because of gravity, well, they're begging the question. They haven't proven gravity exists in the first place. So first they have to establish whether it's Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, which today we use Einsteinian gravity, which is not a force. It's a bending of space and time of a concept, the fourth dimension, and it's not science. It's pseudoscience based off assumptions and begging the question. So it's quite easy to pull gravity apart in the first instance anyway. But unless they can give you a decent explanation for what gravity actually is, they're just begging the question with whatever they say, and they've already lost the argument. It's just sophistry. There is no point to it.
I asked him, what do you think gravity is? And he said, it's the force that pulls everything to the core of the ball, the globe. Like, that's why when you have his example, I don't know if I can explain that in English. If you bend forward or go to your knees and look down, you can feel pressure in your eyeballs and face going down. And he says, this is your blood because of gravity is pulling it down now. And you are looking down, that you can feel how the gravity pulls your blood down in your nose and eyeballs. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, but Eddie, that also happens because the air around you, your body and your blood is all more denser than the air. So there is a downward bias. There is a downward acceleration. He wants to call it gravity, great. And everybody, in the mainstream calls this gravity, but this is just this is not a force. Gravity cannot be captured. It cannot be tested. There is no energy that we call gravity that we can isolate and say, yes, this is the cause of the downward acceleration.
There's no independent variable to test it. It's made up of dark matter, and at the end of the day, it's buoyancy and density. And
I told them that.
But what they do is they want to argue the point and say, no, that you need gravity for buoyancy and density and da-da-da-da. I've heard all the arguments, but at the end of the day, their gravity today is the bending and warping of space-time. Do you understand what that actually is? Like, have you seen a picture of what this is?
Yeah, this is the weird picture where you can see something like a checkerboard and then it gets bended down and then they make this wormhole from one side to another, like a sheet of paper they just bend. Yeah, it's so weird, man. It's
so what they do is it's like dropping a bowling ball in the middle of a trampoline or a bed sheet, and it creates a funnel. And then what they do is they roll another ball or a marble around that funnel to show you this is it. It's creating a gravity well, and this is how it works.
That's bullshit. Yeah, obviously.
But it's made up of dark matter, so Einstein came up with the theory of relativity. Then it was described that his theory of relativity was 98 or 99% wrong and could not hold the galaxy together. So that's where they came up with dark matter. They said, well, instead of throwing out gravity altogether, they've turned around and said, well, there must be something else there. We can't see it. We can't detect it. It doesn't interact with anything. We don't know what it is. Here's a mathematical equation that makes it work, and that's dark matter and dark energy. So it's, again, all based on assumptions. It is not proven at all.
Yeah, I know that.
A lie
I
to cover
told
up
him
another
that
lie to cover up another lie.
it's I think his brain is really working because he's like, yeah, but you can feel it when you put your face down. He's coming up with that now. It's like he
But
thinks
then,
about it.
regardless of if they say that gravity is required for density, well, it's the other way around, because the Earth, being a dense object, is what's actually warping this space-time. So they can't have gravity without density. It's the other way around to what they're telling you.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we can experience that even. Like, yeah.
And they're
Gas
also
flows up.
insinuating. Yeah, they're also insinuating that the gravity is pushing your gases and your liquids in your body down. But we know that gases can go up. We know that a lot of gas is created at ground level and goes up. So, what, is only certain gases affected by gravity?
Yeah, right.
Because there is plenty of gases that go up, and as soon as something becomes less dense than the air, it starts to float, So where's gravity when it comes to density, then it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but he's arguing me. Yeah, why is the blood not constantly going that way and left to right? Like, this is like for him. Because for him the body is an enclosed.
Left to right? What's he talking about?
He means first. Yes,
It goes through veins. It's like a freeway. It's only got one direction it can go in, and that's it. And the heart's a pump. He's got gravity's got nothing to do with this.
If you'd really like a good explanation, when you're standing up straight, yes, the blood will run to your feet. However, you have valves in your arteries in your legs that prevent that from
non-return
happening.
valves.
That's right. And people who have problems with those valves end up losing their legs or having like ulcers and sores on their legs because the blood is pooling at the bottom of their legs. When you tip upside down, you don't have valves to stop the blood from running to your head. So when you're upside down, it's going to run to your head because it's density and buoyancy like we know, and it's going to go down. There's no valves to stop it. There's valves in your legs to prevent it.
I just tell this guy you're arguing with. I just tell him he's a moron and just delete him.
No, yeah. No,
Well, guys, I don't understand too. Is how long do we entertain topics like this when all that needs to be said or done is say, hey, if you're given a sphere and you're given the dimensions of that, all you have to do, if you want to prove it, is go measure that. Go measure that curve. Find that curve. We always go into these. We spend so much time and effort going into all these other topics when that's all that needs to be done.
Dude, I think I have him with that.
Yes,
He's
mate.
agreeing it's flat and level. At least he does that right now. He would not say that out loud in public.
Don't tell me that it's too big to do. No, because it doesn't matter how big or small the object is. If you're given the dimensions, then you can do it. And then what are you going to say after that?
Right, with the level part, I got him. He already agreed that here in the room where he's safe to me. He says, yeah, he's agreeing. It's level. It seems to be level and everything else. And he looked it up and nobody can prove it. But now he's on gravity part, He's like...
Well, no, he shouldn't be because
Well, if he's believing in the flat Earth and he's also believing that gravity comes from the core of the Earth, how can this gravity work on the flat Earth and be equal all over the Earth? If it's flat, it can't. So he's sort of contradicting himself.
Yeah. Another
he
good
struggles
point,
still, yeah.
Eddie, I think what Paul and Timbo were trying to say is you already had him earlier on in the conversation, and you let him get away with too much, I think.
Yeah.
And they're so
I do.
deceitful with this idea of convince me. No, I don't have to. Prove it to yourself. I don't want to convince you. I don't want to. I don't want to argue with you about it. This is all that has to be done.
Yeah,
and then you can come back here and shove it in my face and be like, "Look, stupid, I proved it. I proved the globe." We know that's not going to happen, but
no. And he agrees that's not going to happen. Yeah. It's just his questions. He's questioned me here and there, like triggering. It comes out of nowhere, and he's like, "Yeah, but when you face down, you can really feel how the blood is going down, and it's an enclosed body. It's not the density does not reach the outer walls of your skin, so it's the own density. How does it affect when it's covered by your veins and the cover, the body?" And he's like, it's in an enclosed container, the body, the veins and everything. That's his arguing to me, and I'm like, yeah, that comes out of nowhere. Like, he's really thinking about it.
What's he asking you for? Go measure the curve. What are you asking?
No, yeah, we have that already.
You don't accept anything I say, anyways. You don't accept any answer or explanation I give you. So, what do you want? Go measure the shit.
Nah, he figured it out. He really went after that and figured it out, and then he came back a week later and said, yeah, it's level. Nobody can prove that. It's curved and everything, and you really got me. He really agreed that to me. So I was like, cool. But then nowadays, like, sometimes here and there, he comes up with his theories, like this body thing. And I thought it was so funny, like, these people really think about stuff afterwards, like gravity and this and that. And like, I cannot tell you everything. I told him that. I was like, dude, I don't know what you want with your body and blood pressure and everything. Figure that out. I'm curious what he's coming up with. But he said it's probably gravity.
You should ask him which gravity he's talking about, because there's the old Newtonian gravity where mass is attracting mass, and then there is the updated version of gravity, which is the bending of space-time. So try and figure out which one he's talking about, because neither one can be demonstrated in reality. So that's your route.
I think he means mass against mass, because he said, like, the core is pulling it, and as soon as I bend over to my face, is not in the center of my body again and straight looking down to earth, then
say cool story. Story. Where do we see this in nature? Where do we see this? How do we know this is true?
He means if you just lean forward, that's his argument, and look down or make push-ups, you can really feel how the blood gets in your head, and that pressure is caused by gravity, because the blood now is pulled down to the center of the earth. But he agrees it's flat. So he says something is underneath.
Why doesn't the blood rush out of his eyeballs and start pooling at the center of the earth? Why don't we all lose blood from the bottom of us and it all go to the center of the earth?
Well, it sounds like the bendy plumb line argument.
Sorry,
bendy plumb line.
Oh, that's what they say, isn't it? That plumb lines aren't straight; they all point to the center of the earth. So if you have a plumb line on each side, they're going to be not. What would you say?
Yeah. Quite the same argument.
Parallel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Think about it. It's not a perfect sphere, so they're going to come in on angles.
Yeah. So
what is he worried about gravity for if he conceded that it's flat? What do you need gravity for?
He cannot think about the shape of the earth right now. He's like, what is causing gravity then? What is this? He's having so much questions now after he really saw that they themselves tell you, sorry, we cannot say it's a curve.
Just take him to water, man. Like go, okay, so is a bucket of water flat? And then go to a swimming pool, a bath, and then a swimming pool, and then a lake.
No, he's agreeing it's flat. But he wants to know what it is. Like, I think he's there.
Tell him you got no answer for him.
I told him
falsification is independent of replacement. You don't
Timbo's
need
right,
to
though.
replace. You don't need to replace someone's fantasy. You know.
Yeah, don't feel like you have to have these answers. You don't have to know all the answers. All you have to know is what he's talking about is a load of bollocks. You know.
Yeah,
It's
that's why I bring it up. That's why I bring it up. Sorry. That was I thought it myself was funny, and now I remember it, and I'm like, yo, dude, that's. So I wanted to bring that up. I was really like, okay, they come up with stuff, man. You gotta hear that. It's like your blood pressure now. It's okay. Hey, you go far. You go really far.
You're
but
way
think about
patienter than I am. I would have never entertained that.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like, yo, I did not expect that.
I mean, think about it. Like Timbo said, it's flat in a bucket of water. It's flat on an ocean, a lake. It's flat on the ocean. Most of the Earth is covered in ocean. We can use a sextant on the ocean to measure and get a plumb line and get a right angle. We can then move to the edge of our measurement. We can go, I don't know, 20 miles, 50 miles. We can take another measurement again on the ocean and it's flat. We can prove multi-dimensionally, we have proofs of the flat Earth. And you're telling me that blood pressure, that feeling of your blood rushing downwards is the best globe argument he has. I mean, he sounds like my brother, and my brother told me, I know it's flat, I know there can't be curvature measured, but I still choose to be a glober. He's a sociable guy. He chose his beliefs because of his wanting to be popular and be sociable. And he just sounds like one of them guys to me.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. That makes sense.
I wanted to make a point quickly on your blood pressure thing. It's the same thing with. It's a bit like in the Matrix when they say you think that's air you're breathing. You think that's gravity you're feeling. It's not. It's just the weight of your body. That's all it is. It's like you having to jump off the ground is how much you've got to press the weight that you are. Say you're 60 kilos, you've got to make 60 kilos go up into the ground. So it's like your arms don't weigh anything at the side of your body. You could hold them there forever because they're just hanging. They're just in rest. They're perfectly happy. But if you hold them out to the side, that's not gravity. That's literally the weight of your arm. Your muscles are now having to hold like 5 kilos up. So like that's nothing to do with gravity. That is literally the weight of your arm. There's no such thing as gravity, right? So feeling. No, it's just literally how heavy you are, and that's all you have to do in life is move the weight of your body. That's it.
Yeah, makes sense. I can remember that. Yeah, that's a good example. And I already told him I don't know what it is and how far it goes. And if there is an end to it. Nobody knows. But planets and galaxies, come on, man. Try to prove that exists.
Yeah, when new people ask me at like a party or something, and they ask a few questions, you give them a few facts, but then this always comes, they're looking at you with wide eyes and they say, so what do you think? What do you think's at the edge, or what do you think's really going on? And they want you to speculate. And at that point, if you start speculating, and I'm all for speculation. I think it's great to have good conversations with people you trust, right? But if you start speculating after you've just hit someone with, I don't know, 4 or 5 facts, you literally undo all of that hard work you've done, because they'll turn around and say, well, he thinks that there's more land over the poles, and I don't believe that, so I don't believe what he says. And without realizing it, you've discredited yourself.
I bet you're right. I bet you're right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And that happens. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And sometimes, these guys, they'll be like, oh, I don't care. Just tell me what you believe. Tell me what you believe. And I'm looking at them like, I really want to, and you seem nice. And, I want to open up and tell you everything. But as soon as I do, I'm opening myself up to be written off. Everything I've said now is written off.
Yeah,
so,
you're right. Yeah. You're right. I need to learn that. Yeah.
I learned that from here, man. These guys in here, they really taught. Hang around in here more, and you'll see why they do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you just have to come Sunday if you want to go into speculation.
Oh yeah, of course. Speculation is fun, but we know we don't believe that. It's just speculation. Because I really don't know what's outside, or if, or how, and why, and no. But what I know is it's leveled. Yeah. And lies are easy to detect once you look yourself into it. It's ridiculously easy.
Yeah, scary how easy it is to. You can make it really simple. That's why the 3 points work so well.
Yeah, they work well. You're right. I agree. I ask people if they don't feel something's wrong all their life for beginning to talk about something like that. And if they come up, yeah, I feel something's no, everything's fine, then I know. Okay, if everything is super good for you, then yep, you probably don't think about anything. Yeah, everything's fine. We're just drifting in 4 different directions at a time. It's like,
I'm just spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, everything's fine. I'm just spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, thinking about my monkey ancestors, whose ancestors were dinosaurs. Wondering when the aliens will come and save me. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of exactly like that, yeah. It's what it is.
Scary the knock-on effects the flat Earth has, isn't it? Monkeys, evolution, outer space, existentially, crisis of meaning, of being useless to the universe, no importance to the universe. Has a big knock-on effect, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it's hard to, accept that all that stuff is a lie and then not have any answers. People want answers. People like to think they know. And then when you can't give them really a replacement for exactly what everything looks like, because we don't know, we haven't seen the whole entire where we live, and that frustrates the hell out of them.
Yeah,
and I get that, because I was like that too for a little while, but to me it really doesn't matter anymore. Like south, north, ice wall, I don't really care. Does it matter? I don't know that it even matters.
Yeah, right. Like you don't need to have replace one belief with another belief. Like you should just be honest and say, okay, this is a belief. You don't need to have a ready-made. It's like if my wife was cheating on me, I don't need to have a replacement girlfriend before I can leave her. I can fucking leave her and be on my own,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It would be cool to know. Yeah, I'd love to know. It'd be great, but I'm not going to worry myself to death about it. It doesn't really matter in the end, I don't think, in my opinion.
I think it's probably people's insecurity more. I think when people are afraid to leave, because I know guys that won't leave their missus and their missus is terrible, absolute trash, but they won't leave because if they had another girl on the side, I bet they would.
They're afraid they're afraid of being alone and not being able to find somebody else.
And is flat Earth, is that truly not the definition of going it alone, guys?
Yeah, I agree.
If the cheating,
we're not alone, man. Creator is always with us.
If the cheating,
fuck that girl, bitch. She's a hoe.
If the cheating girlfriend or spouse is really, really hot, then you hang on to her just because she's really, really hot. but if she's not, then if she's not, you can dump the cheating girlfriend or wife. But if she's hot, if she's Bo Derek, like in the movie 10, back then 1980, then you hang on to her no matter what she does to you.
Yeah, but then you become a simp, don't you? A simp to the bitch. So do that at your own bloody detriment.
Yeah,
Don't stop treating her like she's your girlfriend. She's not. Just treat her for what you use her for. That's it. She's just. I don't want to say a hoe, but whatever.
She's eye candy. She's eye candy. That's what she is. I'm pretty shallow. I'm a guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, completely get you, mate. And I think Jim, you make a good point there, because I think that's the mentality of a lot of people. The flat Earth is not hot enough. The globe is that smoking hot chick. Makes it's all easy. Obviously, everybody wants a piece, but the flat Earth, nobody wants a piece.
Well, yeah, I didn't think of it that way. That's a new twist.
Yeah.
So everyone's happy to be treated like an absolute dick, and act like simps for the globe, just like the hotbirds.
Yeah, the globe is the trend and the trendsetter.
Yeah, globe simping.
Would be fun to find a hot looking 30-year-old babe, who says, "Hey, no spinning space ball for me." Be like, I'm in love.
Yeah. Do you know what? I don't think that'll ever happen. I think you've just got to red pill a smoking hot girl and keep her.
You have to take her to the bar and get some red wine in her, and wine and dine her that way, and say, "Hey, babe, by the way, you don't live on a ball in the vacuum of outer space." And she goes, "Really? Tell me more."
No, she doesn't. She goes, "Oh my God, you're crazy." Remember, you've got to. I always say to guys, if you're going to talk to people who don't know, you've got to start like a romance. Yeah, you don't just ask for sex. You take her for a drink, and you warm her up. So to warm her up, how do you warm somebody up to flat Earth, guys? Someone take a guess.
Get them drunk.
Moon landings. You talk about the moon landings first. That's the foreplay.
Show them the multiple shadow angles on the moon with just the sun. They go, "Really?"
Yeah, and then you warm them up, and then you rip off the band-aid, and then you hit them with flat Earth, the big dick,
and then you tell them, then you go really deep with him. You go to that silver part of the moonlander, and you go, "Would you feel safe inside of water? A swimming pool of water for 3 days with this being inside this thing?" And they go, "Tell me more." And then you tell them more, and they go, "Hell no, I wouldn't."
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's just too easy, man. And then when was it Apollo 17 that blasted off from the moon, and we saw it, and they went to a little angle, and you saw the fire, the ignition coming out from the back of it. That's impossible. There's no air.
Yeah.
Or the size of the Earth. The size of the Earth, the picture from the moon with the Earth in the background. How come the moon is here so big, but the Earth, who's bigger than the moon, looks from the moon side super tiny? It's something that's weird. Shouldn't the Earth be bigger than the moon from the Earth? If you are standing on the moon watching the Earth, it should be a big globe in front of you. But no, the Earth is super tiny, tinier than the moon itself, back from the Earth. So what is going on there?
Called a fairy tale. Yep.
Yeah.
Another good point I thought of the other day was apparently it's not a perfect globe, it's an oblate spheroid. But every picture they've produced is of a perfect globe. Where's the oblate spheroid pictures?
I love that one.
The images from the moon do not show an oblate spheroid. Fail. Another good one I heard as well. This is probably for the techie ones. I'm hoping someone knows something about gas pressure, because if the universe is expanding in all directions, how do we have a set PSI in the universe? You know, how is the gas pressure not changing in the universe if the universe is expanding?
You can look this up. Google will even tell you that our ever-expanding universe, the Hubble constant or the Hubble law, we are actually expanding as a universe 400 times faster than the speed of light of 186,200 miles per second. So we're actually expanding 400 times faster than the speed of light. Now, who measured that?
Good question.
I mean, seriously. Take 186,200 miles per second, times it by 400, and get that number, and that's what we're expanding. Come on, give me a break.
And still, Orion lines up with the pyramids from kind of 12,000 years ago. Yeah, still the same.
Well, Orion's too close to us. We wouldn't notice that. So because it's that ever expanding part that we don't see.
The hell is a universe even, anyways? Universe? What? Where'd that come from?
The space, yeah.
It's crazy.
The whole thing is just so. Once you actually get past the indoctrination, it's so stupid.
Yeah, someone was saying yesterday that, I think it was Timbo was saying that we should talk about the ball more in here, because it's so ridiculous. Like, people will learn themselves just by talking about how ridiculous the ball is.
You have to get past the indoctrination. You have to get past the security, or what some people call the Stockholm Syndrome. You have to get past the security of what you were told when you were young wasn't a lie. If you can get past that, and then you can actually say, hey, you can't stand on the bottom of a ball and get rid of, and be standing upright. Once you get past that, then you have possibilities, but they got to get past the security that they weren't lied to when they were 5 years old. They have to get past the security that the teacher didn't lie to them when they went into kindergarten.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like Eddie's friend, a lot of them just want to replace a belief with another belief. So, like, when it comes to my friends now, I don't send any flat Earth stuff anymore to my non-flat Earth friends. I'll send them Walter Lewin lectures, or I might send them science facts on angles or optics, just because I think there's no point in going straight in for the flat Earth. If they can learn how to think correctly, then it will come. But if I try to tell them about flat Earth, they'll make all sorts of silly, assumptions like, gravity, or, just the fact that they think that they can see the light from 500 million miles away through a vacuum, like not knowing the optics of how the inverse square law works, or how, convergence point works and things like that. Once you understand basic facts, you know that the globe won't work and that these ideas are ridiculous.
Yeah, if you believe in the ball, then you believe light travels, you have to believe that they tell us 13.8, 14.5 billion years ago something exploded. So you have to believe that a photon of light traveled 13.7 billion years, which is 80 sextillion, 600 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind it, in the vacuum of empty space, because Newton threw out...
Wait, sorry. Can you say that number again, please? Just say that number again.
Yes. It's 80 sextillion, 600 quintillion. It's either quadrillion or... I think it's quintillion, so it's QUIN. So it's 86,600 quintillion miles, and there's 18 zeros behind the quintillion.
It's so funny.
In the vacuum of outer space, because that's how far light would travel in 13.7 billion years. And to be able to reach your eye on Earth. And I've asked people that since I learned about it a couple months ago. And every person who believes in the ball on social media has told me yes. They have no idea, but if they ever said no, that would present a problem to their head. You know what I mean? And so they always tell me yes, even though there's no way that can possibly happen.
We should be able to use the Big Bang more often too, because it is such a ridiculous concept, right? It's so the fact that anybody would listen to that and be like, "Oh yeah, that sounds right."
Yeah, just from the beginning, there was nothing.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
Everything came. Oh my god! It's retarded,
makes
isn't it?
No sense. How could retarded? I don't even understand how they came up with that to begin with, and thought it was a good idea.
Because it's meaningless. It means you are meaningless. You just need something
that they thought that they well, it worked. You know, I don't know, man. I can't believe that's the concept that they rolled with. Hey, here's an idea. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, just look what they've done to us, guys.
Important.
I can't believe we live in a world where, the majority can be fooled like this, which, I don't want to take this to a biblical point, but I read somewhere in Revelations that a great deception would come. And I'm sorry, if this is not a great deception, this is the biggest one, isn't it? Isn't it really? Crazy. Like Mayhem always says, I think we're living in, this is a spiritual warfare, and I think this is the leading edge of that spiritual war. You're dealing with a lie that affects where we've come from, and it's also affecting what we are as human beings, because it won't be long before DNA has changed. It won't be long before implants are put in, and it won't be long before they start reclassifying us as human fucking cyborgs. But this is, all due to not knowing where we've come from and, being told that we live in the middle of a fucking spinning vacuum. So this is some serious shit in the eyes of the creator, to my opinion. And I think this is probably the great deception that was spoke of, predicted of.
Yeah. I feel
That's my opinion. Yeah. Which is why I love it when guys come in here and wake up and start to see the truth, because it's spiritual, man. Sorry, I got serious there. I think it's so serious, but at the same time, the lie is so funny as well. It's such a paradox.
I agree with you. It's like, I remember, it's if a lie is too big to fail, then something. But yeah, at a certain point, the lie becomes so big, it's too big to fail. That was it. And I think that's kind of what goes on.
Yeah,
I mean, the industry. It starts in kindergarten. It starts, and how to get that out of your head is a miracle. But I still think the truth is sweeter than the sweetest lie. So once people really realize it's a lie, they got told, and they're brave enough, or whatever you name it, what you have to be to wake up. It's like one other person here said, it's really humbling and it's peaceful.
I was about a month ago, I was sitting at the pier in Michigan City. It's famous for its little lighthouse that goes out there. People like to go out to the lighthouse, and I was sitting there, and to your left, you can see Chicago, on a good day, and so it's 38 miles away, and I was sitting there. Two guys. I like to talk about stuff because I have my camera there, or I'm just sitting there it's easy to talk about because they're Chicago. You can say, "Hey, they're Chicago," and I did that to one guy one time, and he goes, "Well, you got to worry about that gravitational lensing because you may not be seeing what you're seeing." It's like, oh no,
no.
Jeez. Anyway, but most people don't realize what you're talking about. Or they think, you don't say the word, flat Earth. You just tell them, and it's like they sooner or later get it, But it's like every once in a while you get that guy goes, gravitational lensing. It's like, give me a break. You don't even know what that means.
Yeah. Yeah, even the most educated globers do it, and they'll have you fooled. You will think they know what they're talking about until you break down the word, and you're like, hold on, the whole word is a fucking oxymoron. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't get this. That's why I say confidence is king, isn't it? Because a bit of confidence from an anti-glober will throw you off your perch just a little bit.
Oh my goodness! I mean, come on, guy. What instrument do you use to measure gravity? Because Newton Newton never talked in his writings about the apple falling on his head. He never, ever, ever did in his writing. Now, he wrote over 1 million words on alchemy, which is nothing but pseudoscience. Some people say it's the occult, and that's kind of where astronomy came from, is alchemy, and so Newton wrote nothing. And then Newton, Newton looked at Trismegistus' Emerald Tablet and translated it. What supposedly Trismegistus said, and Trismegistus basically said the sun has a force; it's an invisible force, and it's a force above all other forces. And so Newton actually stole gravity from Trismegistus, if he even never lived. So it's like, come on, guys. This gravity stuff is just garbage. I mean, it's just stupid. I mean, we're told gravity is like, no, you can't measure it. You don't know what it is. And it was stolen from this guy who probably never even lived.
I wonder what happens when
it's crazy.
Say they use say the sun or the stars as a way of controlling people before the globe, right? And then I wonder what changed, and they decided, you know what, we need to shift this. And then it was gonna and then you had the Catholic Church, controlling people and running things, and then you had, you know what I mean? I wonder what is it that they keep switching from this to this, and then the globe, because the globe is basically their new religion.
Yeah, you hit on the nose. The Doctors of Divinity, the Catholic Church, and then the Jesuits started in 1563. The Doctors of Divinity, the Church, became the Doctors of Science, and even Andrew Pinsett, he's a Catholic priest, said that they invented the Big Bang, and he said actually George Lemaitre invented the Big Bang. And so, the Catholic Church even came out and said they invented it all. And the Catholic Church and the Jesuits are very much tied into modern day science. They just morphed into one another. It's very simple to understand once you understand it, that there is nothing behind heliocentrism except pagan sun worship, because you can't prove 94 million miles away, and there's no medium or mechanism by which heat travels that far in the vacuum of outer space. It is actually impossible, but it is so impossible that people believe it's true.
Think well said. That whole thing, though, right? The
long game of that situation to create the Catholic Church to manipulate us and control us and sort of think we're in the right space, and then use that same thing to completely destroy God entirely and replace it with a fucking sphere. I mean, that was no accident. And how many years separate those things? That is one hell of a long game of planning and manipulation.
Well, this is why I think it's a spiritual war, because I think ultimately it's got rid of the creator as a majority now. I'd probably say we've got to that tipping point where the majority of people don't believe in a god or a creator. So I think this was the whole plan, and they couldn't have just turned us against the creator or the idea of a god easily. It had to be this elaborate. It had to have, evolution had to be part of it. Space had to be part of it as well, because otherwise there's still questions to be answered. So I think it's
they destroyed the Catholic Church with the pedophile scandals.
Yeah.
To get people further away from it and further to even push them closer to the globe.
Yeah. The Jesuits were infiltrated a very long time ago. I mean, I don't know the origins. Does anybody know the true origins of the Jesuit Church?
Yeah. If you believe the history of that long ago, there was a guy's name by Ignatius Loyola that lived around the time of Martin Luther, 1520, 1540. Ignatius Loyola was the guy who kind of got the Jesuits started. He was into, basically telling you needed to, hurt yourself, whip yourself to make yourself more disciplined. And he basically, if it's understood, went from the Pope and in around 1535, 1539, and basically said we're gonna take things over. And in 1545 to 1563, you had the Council of Trent, that was a gathering of Jesuits, Catholics, and after 1563, it was basically the takeover of the Catholic Church, and the first Pope was Ignatius Loyola in 1540. He was considered the Black Pope. Now, they had Black Popes before that, but the Black Pope that was the first Jesuit was Ignatius Loyola. And, we have the White Pope today, but we have a Gray Pope and we have a Black Pope. And the Gray Pope, the White Pope is a Jesuit, as is the Gray Pope, and they all have to pay homage to the Black Pope, who is a Jesuit. So, so if you look back, I think the guy's name is Ignatius Loyola.
I think
what's interesting, just very quickly, it's interesting how it all started on self-abuse. Whipping. You said the first thing you said was like, "Oh, self-discipline, whipping yourself and punishing yourself." I mean, that's so non-Christian. Do you know what? In that respect, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think they also replaced the Knights Templar, didn't they?
Yeah. There is an argument being made that the Freemasons took over Protestantism, the Jesuits took over Catholicism, so they covered both their bases, because Newton was supposedly very anti-Pope. I think even, if you believe what he wrote, that he even called the Pope of the day Satan or devil or something like that. But he was a Freemason and into the occult. Now, people say he wrote about Christianity, he was a Christian. There's really no evidence of that. It's just your bias thinking that, the person that came up with gravity was also a Christian. I don't think there's any. With Newton and what he loved about Trismegistus and how he wrote about Trismegistus and over 1 million words of alchemy, which morphed into modern day chemistry, which is nothing but pseudoscience. Then the people who say that Newton was a Christian, I think they're just wanting to make themselves feel better. Because Newton was not a Christian. He was into the occult. He was into Trismegistus. He was into alchemy. And he was actually into magic. He was a magician. And so, I don't know. It's all very interesting.
From my
You really think
understanding, so I was going to say, from my understanding, because I've done a little bit of research on this stuff, the Jesuits also run the Freemasons, and it is the Jesuits that are basically running the world. And they're talking about this great reset that we're supposed to have. Well, it's the great Jesuit reset, from what I can see and understand. I think they are the top.
I'm just going to say this real quick, and then I'm not going to talk about it again because I know it makes people upset. I was in the Trump cult for 51 months, from March 2016 to June 2020.
The what cult?
And I was in that, and I was a huge backer of Trump. I was a huge backer.
Oh.
And Trump's grandparents and parents were all Protestants, and Trump went to a private school from kindergarten to 12th grade. The private school had 13 grades. It had 247 students. That's 19 students per grade. Then he went in the Army from Army school, whatever you call that, from 1959 to 1964. And then he went to Fordham University, 64 to 66. And if you look at Fordham EDU, in the first paragraph or two, they are a proud Jesuit university.
And Biden also went to a Jesuit university as well. And Trump, in his own biography, also has a Kabbalah teacher, which is Jewish manifestation magic.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I expect that from Biden, but not Trump, man. Come on.
Yeah, and it's just interesting that you don't think of Trump if you're into Trump. You don't think of Trump as being Jesuit because his parents and grandparents weren't, and he never talks about it. But he, of all the universities he could have gone to, he went to Fordham.
Look what he did, bringing the capital back to Jerusalem, and having his new temple shekel with his face on it. With who was on that shekel with him? It was the dude who built the last temple. I can't think of his name. No, it wasn't Cyrus.
All he did really was pacify the larger majority of the right side of the aisle, who was ready to move on from that old establishment. They had it with those old, rhino Republicans. They needed new blood, and he was the perfect guy to swoop in and say, "Hey, I'm not a politician. Look at me."
But he also did a good job causing division as well, which is what they want overall. I believe
Absolutely.
that. Look, I'm in Australia. I'm not into American politics, but from what I could see, what was going on with Trump, he seemed to be doing a good job. Apparently the jobs were better and everything was getting better. But I still believe that he has a role to play, and it's two wings of the same bird. And they're all Jesuit trained, they're all controlled, and they're there for a purpose.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier tonight. You're right. Things seem better. Like 401k was bigger, right? But where are we at now? So what? We had that for 4 years, and now that's all gone.
Yes, but
So
now there's a good chance that someone's going to come in and be this savior now from what's actually occurring, because it can't keep going the way that it is. And to tell you the truth, like when I was younger, and you'd think about the American president, and you'd think about their power and who they were, and then you see what Joe Biden is today, I would never imagine that they would have a president with those cognitive issues, regardless of their beliefs, just the cognitive issues and the things that I've seen. It's crazy. It boggles my mind how they can be in that position of basically the most powerful person in the world.
Yeah, I from the American right perspective, when I was into politics, the American right thought Morrison in Australia was a great thing. And then this thing happened in the last 37, 38, 39 months, and Morrison just became like anybody else. and any other elected puppet politician. And so we found out the last 39 months that these people on the right that we admired were nothing but puppets, selected puppet clowns. And Morrison and Johnson in Boris Johnson in the UK and Trump and the guy in Brazil, I forget his name, Paulzano or whatever his name. Perfect example of people that we thought were conservatives, that were on the right, that were on our side, were just selected puppet clowns. That's all they were.
But
they all went to the same schools.
We have the same in Australia. We've got a two-party system, really, and they're both as bad as each other. And then we do have the smaller independents, but the problem is they don't have the numbers or the money to take on the two major parties. So when you go and what they do is they make deals with the big parties. You think you're going to vote for this independent, but they're making deals with the current people that are in parties and giving them their votes for deals. So there's no way out of it.
Well, the opposition always becomes the shadow government, and the shadow government always has a say and is involved in the whole thing. But you've got to remember, the red and blue make purple, which is the colour of royalty. So the red and the blue is just supporting the whole, the purple royal system, and left and right, they're both wings of the same bird, really. So I just think the whole system has been a scam, is a scam. And I think one of you, I don't know if it was you Flying High, but you said all this can't go on for any longer, the economy. I used to think that till I realised the whole economy is a pure scam. And it can go on, it can keep going on and on and on because it's not a real economy. So I'm just thinking, I'm a little bit more. I think I'm a little bit more skeptical, and I think the whole thing is a scam, from the political parties to the money system. Like, I don't believe there is a way out of the politics side of things.
Well, we could just choose to stop playing their game. I don't think, you know what I mean? People need to stop voting, honestly, and see what happens, because people vote every 4 years and they pacify one side for a little while, and then they let a Republican get in, then pacifies those people, and in the meantime, nothing ever changes for the people that are voting for these people that want change. Everything just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. How many years now has America had this two-party system where it's Democrat, Republican? What have we gained?
It's the same in every country. But it's the same in every country, isn't it? It's by design.
But we keep doing it. Why do we keep playing this fucking game,
It's all we fucking got.
No, fuck that. Stop it.
Like, dude, I'm with you. I think I lost faith that, just like, I can't remember his name who we were talking to. He said he can't convince Eddie. His mate knows it's flat. His mate knows that all the evidence leads to a flat earth, but yet he still chooses that because he doesn't have a replacement belief. And it's like that, your missus is cheating on you, but most men are simps now. There's not many men or people out there who will be able to walk away into the, without a ready-made belief to replace it. Or, for example, in this situation, a ready-made system that has, already been endorsed by X amount of people, and, the level of confidence required to get people out of this system is unbelievable because we're so comfort and we're focused now. Does that make any sense? I think I tried to talk about 5 things in one sentence there.
Yeah. American, well, all people need to stop trying to look for men to save them, because the one man elected as president is not going to be able to change a damn thing. He has no power.
Yeah,
exactly.
And I think most people know that, but they're scared to actually admit it. And they're lying to themselves, and they keep playing the stupid game. I think we just need to stop.
I can see that in their eyes. They know it, but they are scared as hell. I don't know. You can tell in the eyes.
Like, really. And it's not about talking about the subject. It's whenever they have to be brave and stand up for themselves and know what they know is right. You can see how frightened they are to say the truth. At least that feels to me. So
yeah, 100%, mate. 100%.
Not in all, but yeah, I'm ranting a little bit. Sorry, but you know how I mean it. And some people
all these politicians lie their ass off to gain support, right? And then people think, hey, he's in there, he's gonna do all this stuff for me, and it's really gonna make a difference. And they get in there, they don't do any of that shit. And then people say, oh well, fuck, that's politics. Politicians have to lie sometimes. What?
Bro, I think Obama, that Obama guy, I think he is the king of false hope. He really blew it out of the water for me for being such a lying, deceitful, disingenuous guy. I actually thought he was genuine, but that was my own innocence as an adolescent. But I bought one of his books, and I just can't believe how he is the model disingenuous politician. I don't think there's anyone slimier than that guy, Obama.
But he's nobody, though. He was put in that position. Obama's nothing.
No, but dude, don't you remember all the yes we can and all the ideas that he had before he got elected, and he genuinely was acting like
Trump
he
had
wanted
the same
to change
shit.
the world.
You know what I mean? Trump. They're all the same, bro. There ain't one worse off than another. Obama didn't do anything. He didn't actually have any power. The message and the fact, the color of his skin really kind of set us back, race relations wise, I believe, in this country. But
yeah, it turned into a mess. I think you're right, though. I think maybe Obama was just personal to me. I bought one of his books, and I actually found him quite inspiring. But I was quite young at the time, and I don't know, it just really burst my bubble. I can see how Trump could be the same for other people, but I'd already lost faith in the system by the time Trump came around.
And they've been doing this game forever. John F. Kennedy, every president for the last fucking 100 years, people have felt that way about. And it's going to happen again.
I knew something's off with Obama when my teacher, who was an awkward teacher at that time, and I don't know how to explain it, but these awkward teachers, and she always came in, and this is here in Germany. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Every freaking time in the class, she was talking about that guy and how we can look forward and be like him and should be like him, and always tell ourselves, yes, we can. And then she made the class chant, yes, we can, in Germany. And I was like, dude, it's repeating itself. What the fuck is going on here? I was 14 or so. At 16, I was scared. I was really like, what is going on? But yeah, everybody else was like, dude, she's just crazy.
I think
we were young.
Yeah, I think the Americans don't realize how big Obama was internationally at the time.
Yeah,
he won the Nobel Prize. People forget that they give him a Nobel Prize, so he was built up to be, he was built up to be a big change for this world. So I just, he really popped the bubble.
Kinda, yeah. Yeah, he was big international, really. Wow. Yeah.
But yeah, he was the biggest. That's why I call him the worst of them all, because he really pulled on your heartstrings. He looked directly into your soul and lied. He's the worst of them all.
That teacher loved him. She really thought now the world's gonna change for better. Really, yeah, you're right. The grown-ups were all into it. And that was here in Germany, they really believed something tremendously positive will come up. Now we have it. And yeah, it's the opposite happened, man.
Yeah, and the same things happened in the UK. We someone mentioned Boris Johnson. He was really for the people at one point, and yeah, it's the same story every time, man. They get in power, and they just mug the people off proudly, with confidence.
It's quite everywhere the same. If you look at UK, Spain, France, whole Europe, or the other countries, I mean, don't talk about Africa or South America, but Canada, USA, Australia, all the same. They get mocked, and with confidence, they blatantly lie. It's, yeah.
I didn't realize that Obama had that big of an impact in other countries, though. I didn't realize people.
Oh, yeah.
Really, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Why would, it's weird that they cared.
I don't know, but Europeans here back in the day, they were really into American politics, really changed European politics. And it's still the same. Everything America does affects Europe. That's what they think, and that's how they live by, and so they always look over to America. And they like to blame everything to you guys and pretend to be the so noble and good guys, but you know how it is. It's narcissistic team mentality. I'm in the better. I would do it, but I can't. I'm the victim. Yeah.
Yeah, those stupid childish Americans.
Yeah. It's just to divide, just to have this team against each other mentality. We need to win. We need to be better. Yeah, whatever.
Well, and this whole idea too that these governments are pitted against each other, and China's this bad guy now, and it's all fucking horseshit.
I think it's a theater. It's just like a Hollywood movie. It's yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Scripted.
I think it's more scripted. Yeah, I think it's more scripted than we probably even think as well.
And Antarctica is the proof that I forgot the English name. They have this law that there's nobody going in there and this, forever. They all agree.
Interestingly, that treaty ends in 2041.
Yeah,
I think
that treaty.
24. Yeah. That's not that far away, is it? No, is it 2030 or 2040? The Antarctic Treaty ends. Either way, it's not far away, really.
Wow.
Also, has anyone been noticing all the flipping UFO stories on the mainstream news at the minute? It's going crazy.
Yeah, they're pushing that harder right now.
Do you guys know Dr. Stephen Greer?
Oh, God, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, a couple years ago I heard about him talking about that this is what they gonna do. And then he came up with his book and his seminars and prayings and whatever. But yeah, he talked about that. And he said that would be the worst case if they pretend aliens, Project Blue Beam or whatever it's gonna be in the sky. It's if people find that out that it's a scam, they will never trust. I mean, he wasn't right. The aliens came and they scammed us, but you know what kind of alien it was. It was my, I need a new virus program for my computer thingy. I need an update in my arm, like that thingy. These aliens came, and they came. Yeah, it was all, and people lost trust. I mean, yeah. He's kind of right. If everybody would, and everybody knows kind of, but still they don't want to talk about it because it's if you would say it out loud, then you could not trust anything anymore. It's all gonna be a lie. Yeah. What if we're not floating in space, senseless? That would be good news. But where would be then? I don't know. Yeah, if you don't know, I don't believe you. Yeah. We're just panicked little kids. Like they say, we're toast. Kinda.
I don't think the aliens should be allowed to come here unless they're vaccinated, to be honest.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? They already were here. These aliens that go into your body and make you and your
when you exhale, don't come near me, man. Your breath is killing me. Like, yeah.
You want to
The
talk about
aliens are inside your
viruses
breath.
so bad, don't you? You want to talk about viruses so bad, don't you?
Me?
Are you talking about viruses?
Yeah. The alien,
Yeah,
the virus. Yeah.
I think I know where you want to go with this, Columbo. Yeah.
So I think he was kind of right. They already scammed us big way. And if we would all agree that this was a scam or this was a big lie or the globe is a big lie, then people would be like, yeah, we cannot trust anything anymore. And then I think that's what they really don't want to do. Anybody, any human. They want to believe and trust. Man, it has to be trustworthy. Something. No, you have to be trustworthy in the first place. But if I'm not trustworthy, yeah, then nobody is. Yeah, well, we have a problem here, Houston.
Well,
Yeah,
I think that's
we
a
lost the
condition
trust.
of the programming that we've all been subject to, right? We all need this like daddy government figure. But I think if we
Yeah,
never
we need to
had
trust
that,
it.
if we never had
Yeah.
that to begin with, we wouldn't be having those feelings at all.
Right. I agree. Yeah. I think that's why it's so hard to get rid of any big lie. They would lose their trust, and they don't want to lose their trust. Even if they know it would be better, but this feeling of losing trust in someone or everything is too big for them. That's what my grandma always says. Like, nah, they can't be. No, they all like. Even though we can't trust it because it's controlled itself, and they would go to jail if there would be bad people, and everything is gonna be fine. Like, that's what they told my grandma their whole life. Like, we are the government. We're trustworthy. We have this control system. Nobody can be corrupt here. If so, they go to jail. You be safe. You can trust us. And they really did. And everything was fine for their life. I mean, they had jobs. They could retire. They have a house. Everything turned out to be like they told them. If you do this, you get that. And they did. But then, yeah, the generation of my mom, born in 1964, is that the baby boomer generation? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, they turned out to be the 80s kids and had the 80s and everything. And then we know what happened. 2001, and then right here, right now. It all turned out to be not exactly like they said. And we should already be far more into peace. But now, yeah, we had this thingy going on, and now it's the economy and the climate and the war with the Russians again. Like, really, they throw a tantrum, it seems. They are really like panicking that people could be nice and good working with each other, handshaking and be buddies. Everybody could be happy. Oh no! What we're gonna do? We throw a tantrum, everything at once. War, climate, whatever, you name it, you know it. It seems to me like this. They must be really scared. Something that could be a positive sign. I mean,
I just think that's how what needs to be done to change it. Like, for example, if you want to destroy someone's immune system, let's say the whole world is a collective immune system. Between us, we can keep each other in account, and we can resist. Let's say detrimental things. Let's call them viruses. Yeah. Okay. Let's say if you in your immune system, if you damage your immune system and you put enough poison into your immune system, what happens is your immune system becomes so damaged it starts to attack itself, and that's when you get immune deficiencies. So look at it a bit like that. What they're doing is a bit like what you need to do to just one human body. You need to attack it on all fronts over a long period of time and create what's called a cytostorm. And that's what we're in now. We're in this storm. We're in the storm where people are now attacking themselves. People are doing things that are not good for themselves, like the confusion is what creates this environment that allows us to attack ourselves. So I think it's very, analogous to an immune system. That's why it's so chaotic. That's why it's all on all fronts, because they're creating this chaos now where we will attack ourselves. That's how I see it.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
And that's why I say it's all by design. It's all by design. It was designed to get this crazy. It was designed to be kicking off on all fronts. It was designed to be confusing. It was designed to have misinformation on both sides flying everywhere. This is the information age. So warfare in the information age has to be slightly different. This is what it looks like in the information age.
Yeah, they're trying to defy the creator, right? To show the creator, hey, look, we own humans now. They're ours.
Yeah.
No, for real, really.
Get us away from creating.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, it really, yeah.
They've changed us, they've changed our polarities, our internal sort of understandings. We now think up is down. We now think down is up. We think good is evil. We think chemicals can cure natural carbon-based life form. We think everything we think is detrimental to our own natural state, of health. And this takes many, many years of confusion, to get to this stage where the average person wants to stick 7 vaccines in their body, take paracetamol whenever they feel ill, and take all of their nutrition through a chemical hybridized version. It's not natural anymore.
Kill life, convince people that it's perfectly fine to kill life. And for what? Because you don't want the responsibility and you want to. It's so sick, dude. It's so fucking sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be,
You don't wanna-
because I can't. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not going to forget it. I'm not going to continue.
And it's affected us all, even us, even myself. I feel that I know things are wrong, but because of the world and the way things are, like computer games, technology, entertainment is just there oozing out of every fucking piece of technology around you. So I think it's so hard to resist nowadays. It's going to get harder, especially now. Have you guys seen this new Apple Vision Pro device that's coming out? I mean, this is going to take us to the next level.
It's gonna suck.
It's going to suck, but it's going to suck. Okay. But what's the idea? The advert, whether it's executed as good as the advert shows. I mean, this is better than a TV. This is more immersive than a TV. This could potentially replace the TV one day.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, that's gonna be probably update 2.0 will do the thing. Yeah, this is just a test for them. I think it's gonna suck, but you're right. The next version will be replacing maybe the TV. Yeah.
Then it'll be contact lenses. Then it'll be Neuralink, and then your DNA will be changed.
Already is.
It's a slow rollout. It's a slow drip to get us, comfortable with it.
The movie with Bruce Willis, The Fifth Element?
Yeah.
Do they want that?
Yeah. Probably more like Minority Report. Do you know that film?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's not far from Fifth Element.
The goal is to take. I think the goal is to change us from human beings, because in our present state, the way we're born now, I truly believe that the soul is a very special thing, and I think I don't know, man. I just think they're trying to change human beings, because once we're no longer human beings, we're no longer the same thing that God has created. Do you know what I mean? So it's almost like changing the product so that there is no longer an ownership. If you steal someone's car, then you stole someone's car. But if you strip the car, you take all the pieces off it, and then you go and build a new car out of that car. Is that still the same car? No. So that's no longer your property. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
absolutely.
So they're picking us apart piece by piece, and they're rebuilding us to claim ownership on us.
But still, the divine energy, the soul, will be contained in that cage. It's just a new cage, and it's better. It's far away from God. Then, farther than in this body.
Another cage.
And I think it's already a cage. Yeah, I think this is already an altered version of the image of God.
Yeah, a bit
I
like
think
an
they already
Inception,
did that.
where you go one level deeper. Yeah, you go one level deeper, so that you are now trapped within that. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get your idea. Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense from that perspective of being the controller who's in fear of getting loose of its what he craves so much. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is a slow progression, because if you look throughout, say, the last 50 years to now, people are way more, I think, indoctrinated and brainwashed and warped than ever before in so many different aspects of society. Like, you could say, compare in a later time in the past that people really fell for, let's say, the political system, but they still couldn't shake them from their religious beliefs and foundations, or the family structure. That took a little bit longer. You know, they had to slowly break all these things apart.
Yeah,
so exactly. We can reach where we are now, and now it's so much worse because we don't have the family structure. We don't have faith and belief in Creator, and we are bombarded with so much propaganda in so many different ways, and things being injected to us and sprayed over our heads. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's only divine intervention that any of us are even here talking right now and awake.
Absolutely, guys. And I hate to do this. If we could stay off the medical references every now and again, it'd be really helpful. Certain words really aren't welcome in this room or on YouTube. And I know that you're using some of it as simile to what's going on in life, but if you could use different simile or different example, it'd be really helpful. I'm right there with you guys. I feel exactly the same. Society's been led down paths that it shouldn't be, and we have to work towards it. But again, please remember the point of the server's flat earth, and especially this room. And if you need to go into deeper conversation, guys, please use other chats. I'm not trying to stop anything or, curtail any good progress here. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, old dude. Just doing your job, mate. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think all this is really evident, too, because when you look at the way we are being manipulated and taught to believe good is bad, and it all spits directly in the face of God. How is that if there is no God? Why is it that's where everything goes? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, the lie reveals the truth behind it. Yeah. You just have to look through and you see why they lie. It's just because that, yeah. The lie proves the truth, right?
It really does.
Yeah. And it's the moment of attack when your enemy gives you the opportunity to win. You can always train and protect and do this and make mental karate and real karate, learn it and everything. But it's the moment of their attack. They reveal their weak point. And that's why it's the unknowable. You never know when they attack and how they attack. And you can train for it, but you get serenity when you understand that the moment of their attack, you just have to be awake and ready for it. But you don't even need to know when, where, how. They will reveal it. It's to me the same with the Creator and the flat earth. They revealed everything because they lied so tremendously about it. Come on.
What are you fucking hiding? The attack was their worst. But yeah, sorry.
And everything they push is so just over the top, satanic, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah, you can use.
You think that's an accident?
No,
oh, bro. How bad is it? Last few years has just gone super satanic. Everything.
Yeah.
I can't play a game without like the most evil, a computer game without the most evil themes. Like, I think only Nintendo make non-satanic games.
No. Bowser, man, he's the devil.
Plenty of satanic games on Nintendo, but I'm just mean
and
like
there are
in
5
general.
stars in the game. Nintendo is full of that shit. Full. It's all. Look at the Switch, man.
I'm on
Switch.
Netflix.
It's twisted. It means
Yeah.
twisted. And it has plus and minus, blue and red. Come on.
The whole
Come on.
idea that men and
Yeah, you're right.
women are like no different, and that women can be men and men can be women, and all that shit is
everywhere.
You know, and that whole lifestyle of just do what makes you happy and do what makes you feel good is so opposite of the whole purpose, you know.
Yeah.
And it's so it's so obvious. It's so obvious, dude. It's so obvious. It is
It's
not
just flipped.
natural, and it's not okay for certain things to be going down that are going down, that we are forced to accept for some bizarre reason. Well, they need our acceptance because they know in their hearts that it isn't wrong, and they feel terrible about it, and they need us to, you know, let them know, hey, it's okay. You're normal. It's fine.
They need our acceptance. Yeah.
It's not normal.
You're right.
And I feel bad too because I don't know. It might be uncontrollable for them. It's not just a perversion that can be controlled, and they can really fight against that urge. So, you know, I don't know. It's fucked up. But to push it and try to make it, normalize it, and try to push this shit on children, well, that's evil as fuck.
Yeah, you said it. Yeah. That's a red flag. Yeah. It's the line you cannot cross, man. But they have to. It's their only way to screw up the future generation. Make them traumatized cripples. Yeah. That's not okay.
No. Absolutely not.
Yeah, it's.
We should, if you can link this back to Flat Earth, guys, I think we'll be rounding this off nicely.
It's yeah. You're right.
Well, it's all connected. Without the globe lie, none of this really would be possible,
Right.
and it couldn't have gone to this level. Like first, that, you know, they used the sun and the stars to manipulate us and control us because they knew how that system worked. They knew how that clock worked, and they knew how things, you know, they could manipulate all that shit, and we didn't know. And then they went to, you know, Catholicism and built that whole structure up. And then now they needed the globe to totally squash and take it even farther.
Yeah, it's what is it? Contradiction of mind. It's what is that? A cognitive contradiction. Whenever you have a cognitive contradiction and you act against that, and your body, your unconsciousness knows that you do contradicting yourself and the knowledge you have, or whatever your feeling tells you. That's if you go against that. Like I need air to breathe, but I all of a sudden they tell me like, no, you just need a little bit amount, and you can breath your own breath. It's okay. You do that, and you get headaches, and you get weird, and everything. Your body will start to react against that because dogs will scratch that off their face and harm themselves while trying if it's not working. So these in human psyche, if you do that with the globe, it's a contradiction. It's a cognitive contradiction. You can make them believe absurdity after you condition them for this one contradiction. They have free roam in your brain, and they can make you be a girl or whatever. With kids it's easy, but the parents let that happen. I don't understand what's going on here. It's
the globe. It's for a glober too. That fantasy of being able to leave here and do all these amazing things and go to all these amazing planets. They know that it's never going to happen in their lifetime, and it's this beautiful dream, and they want it so bad, but they know they're never going to fucking get it. That's hard on them too, and that's upsetting.
Yeah, it's almost like the forbidden fruit for them, isn't it?
I didn't hear you. Sorry, what'd you say?
I said it's almost like the forbidden fruit. It's something they can fantasize about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they taught us to be dreamers instead of thinkers, didn't they? Just dream it. Just dream it. All that law of attraction stuff. Just think about it. Just dream it, and it'll attract to you. By the way, is my mic clear, by the way? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, good. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of my Glober friends, they also are the guys who have a lot of ideas, but they don't follow through with them. Has anyone else noticed that? Like they're always talking about these ideas, they want to do this, they're going to do that, but it's just ideas, it's just dreams, There's nothing practical about their way of thinking.
Yeah, and it is still, it's just all a belief too, and they know that. And they're constantly being pulled this way and that way, and they don't, 1 minute they believe in aliens, 1 minute, they believe in, I don't know, Hollow Earth. I don't know what's going on with them, but they don't have any direction. They're completely lost. And they think they want to go do this fantasy space shit, but it's not going to be attainable, and they know it. Because look at when I was a kid, man, I used to think we're gonna have flying cars and shit by the time I'm 30. I thought it was me flying around, zipping around, and what happened to all that shit? What happened to people living on the moon and stuff?
What's up, guys?
Hey,
What's up, Mayhem?
Oh, they have a McDonald's now on moon.
What are you guys up to?
Same old.
Yeah, we're just talking about the fucking Globers, mate. How it affects. We're basically talking how it's the spiritual war.
Right on.
That shit used to bug me too when I was a Glober. I used to, because I knew, I was like, man, I want to go to fucking space and be in a spaceship, but I knew with the way the technology was going, I knew it's never going to fucking happen in my lifetime.
Yeah. We're going to have McDonald's on the moon. Yeah.
We figured it out in the last 2 hours that not only was Trismegistus the father of alchemy, Trismegistus was also the father of heliocentrism. We got it all figured out.
The father of heliocentrism? I don't know.
Yeah, we got it all. We got it all figured out. Let's write the book and move on, huh?
well, you know, whoever struck first, it's still propagated as a belief.
It is, isn't it? Isn't it so sad that Copernicus and Newton worship at the feet of Trismegistus and nobody cares?
Hermes, thrice great, yeah.
Any Globers come into the chat lately?
Yeah, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson showed up about 4 hours ago. We discarded with him real quickly, and then
Yeah, right.
and then Bill
He didn't come
Nike,
into the chat.
and then Bill Nike stopped by about 2.5 hours ago, and then Michelle Thaler last hour. You missed it all, Mayhem.
I was watching a debate last night. See if I still have it on my YouTube. It was Bill Nye and Ken Ham. I don't know if you know who Ken Ham is. He's a Christian apologetic that is on the forum of Answers in Genesis. Danny Faulkner is a part of that crowd.
Those apologists, you know, there's this guy, I forget his name, some evangelical group in Georgia. Oh, his last name is Porter, and he actually, I don't know if he was involved in it, but he actually did a 30-minute YouTube video where they were proud that they got a flat Earth pastor, you know, from behind the pulpit in a church, fired. I can't believe it. Unbelievable.
That's crazy.
I'll find that. I think his name's Rob Porter. Some Christian ministry that's you know he debates. When he debates pro globe, and I sent a message and I got a message back saying that Rob is too busy to debate you one-on-one, and it's just like, no, he isn't. It's like, come on. He just doesn't want to do it. But I guess they had a debate like a year ago. Like 600 or 800 people showed up, and he debated somebody who was a flat earther. And so I guess it's on YouTube. I guess this guy has some juice in the pro globe community that is Christian, and so it's like, give me a break.
That's not okay.
I tell you what, you can take down heliocentrism just by the history of heliocentrism. You don't have to get into of course, there is no science, but you don't have to get into modern day whatever. Just by looking at heliocentrism, you can take it down just by the history. Obviously, if you're a Christian, you can take it down by the Bible. But you don't even have to touch. You know, obviously we could touch age per mile squared and touch the motion of the Earth around the sun and all that stuff, and the questions that we ask. You know, when we ask people that come in this server, you know, the 3 questions, we can take them all down with that. But you can just look at the heliocentrism history and go, no.
Well, you have to be awoken, spiritually awoken for that to the truth in order to do that. If you're not, you're just going to keep believing.
Yep. That belief system, that belief system is the belief is the enemy of knowing. That belief system is you believe something, but you don't know why you believe it. That's the problem.
That's a good one, yeah.
Well, we got a lot of young people to educate so they can understand the reality. You have to at least give them a choice. Because as it is right now, there's nobody out there being the buffer between them and that false doctrine of the globe.
Right. Shine the light of knowledge, and you don't need to fight evil if you just be bright enough to let people see themselves. Like, they themselves tell you that they cannot explain this and they cannot explain that. They literally tell you, you have to believe in us, Globers. So just show the kids that, what they themselves tell, oh, we cannot measure the curve, oh, I'm sorry, and they will figure it out themselves. Theoretically, I think it's easy, but yeah, 1 and 1 is 2, and so on. It's gets complicated really easy.
I like the idea too of never going to them. I like the idea of them coming to us, right? I think that speaks volumes in a lot of ways. Because why are you coming to us if you know? What do you want from us? To convince you? You don't listen to any of the answers we even give you to any of your questions, right? And you don't want to be convinced. But they know they know something's off, right?
I feel like they deep down they know that they're wrong about half of their claims. But I think what I said earlier, a lot of people can't think straight, and they just sort of want to replace a belief with another belief. So they're coming here, they want to know more about what you believe than to establish any facts. I think that's the key. You have to teach people how to think straight first. Just like if you want to...
They don't even understand the foundations of their own beliefs, though. They just, yeah. It's crazy.
Can't convince someone the Earth's flat because they'll ask you in their mentality, well, where's your model? Where's your replacement? Once we realize that we're dealing with that type of person, I think you should go back a bit like, if you're speaking to someone about the flat Earth, at first you'll mention the moon landing because it's a nice foreplay, sort of baby step into it. I think you have to teach people how to think properly before you can talk about flat Earth.
I agree
very well. Yeah, the 3 points allows people to ask themselves the question, do they know of any evidence of curvature? Do you know of any evidence of rotation? This is teaching people how to think properly, isn't it? Rather than teaching them the Earth is flat or non-globe.
Yeah, because previously, if you do that, their wall is built up. So you have to go through that wall by telling them about flat Earth, and you're not going to penetrate that real strong cog disc wall. But if they tell you what they know, it's coming from the inside out. And then you can identify to them like, well, you didn't tell me any evidence. You haven't given me evidence for this. So they'll start to realize that there isn't any.
And they go quiet and they start asking different questions.
Yeah,
that's great.
It's usually what you're usually going to get is a burden of proof reversal. They want you to tell them how the Earth is flat, and it's like, no. We're not doing that. I'm asking you the questions if you know if the Earth's a globe. No, but you have to tell me how the Earth is flat.
No. You claim the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
They always do that.
Why can't we stick with the one idea that if you have a sphere and you know the dimensions of the sphere, no matter how small or big, you should be able to use those dimensions to measure curve, right? I don't know why we just don't constantly hammer that. And look, don't believe me. I'm not telling you what it is. Go look for yourself.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. You want me to go with you? I'll go with you. I'll meet you and we can do it together. Let's see what happens.
It's it's a case by case. It just depends on what the conversation needs. You can go straight there, or you can talk about something else. You just have to assess the conversation, like I said, by case scenario. So if the person's being real rowdy, then you just want to go straight to the heart. But like if they're allowing you to have a conversation and they're okay with it, then you can talk about what they want and get them there later.
Yeah. Let them get it out. Let them get all those questions out of you.
Yeah.
It's good for listeners too.
Because the truth is always on your side. There's really no rush. You know, when you get to it, it's when you get to it. But obviously, if they're being impatient and they're not listening, then of course you'll get there faster.
In them up to come back to you. You know, you're giving them the knowledge to think it through, and then you're hoping that they'll come with a sensible question. And I think that is the idea, that they are now coming to you because they're the ones asking questions after that point.
Yep.
It means they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and if they're that far, you can ask them, why would somebody make a fake flat Earth society to hide the real community that tells you, no, it's not a disk in space and everything? Why do they have the need to fake this society to look like crazy ones if flat Earth is really crazy? But no, they try to distract you so you think flat Earth is crazy. So why is the need for that? They need to ask themselves that question. Like, it's a little bit weird, don't you think? If they're all a bunch of loonies and weirdos and crazy ones, we don't need to have a fake flat Earth society that pretends to be loose screws. So something must be up with these guys if they try to make them look like crazy ones. So bad and so hard. Like, this guy Degrassi. How is his name? Something Degrassi. This famous global expert. He's talking really. Yeah. I mean, if that's not hate speech, I don't know what is. He's looking down on flat earthers like they're retards, and yeah, I don't know. It's just so obvious how they lie and pretend to be the smart guys whilst they are not. Like from the media and the official stuff. Not talking about trolls online. Like the way their attitude, everything. I mean, you know.
What I
Jesus in his day.
Go ahead.
No, I was just commenting, saying that's how they treated Jesus. You know.
What I just posted in the chat 49 minutes after the hour reminds me of what Mayhem, at that time Miggy, talked about a year ago. That I saw this for, I have a 4-minute video where the sun is moving away at sunset, and in the frame, in my frame, it actually moves to the right. During the 4-minute frame when it's moving away, where you can't see it anymore, it actually moves to the right in the frame, from the middle to the right. And yesterday morning, when I saw the sun come up or move toward me in the morning, it actually moved to the right in the frame as well for the 5 minutes that I had it on. I have both on video where you can actually see it moving to the right. And it absolutely proves the circular motion of the Earth around the sun. The sun around the Earth. Forgive me. It absolutely proves the sun of the Earth, the sun moving around the Earth, just like Miggy's, photo right here. So it's amazing. You see what Mayhem did last year, but then you actually go out and see it and video it and tape it. So you can show other people that, yes, the sun does have a circular path over the Earth, and we can prove it. It is just so fascinating to actually witness.
Well, yeah. But actually, my point was, Jim, that diorama that you see there was just proof from your perspective of the sky.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's how you witness. So I don't make the actual. I don't say that it goes across the face of the earth in a circle. What I say that is from your perspective, what it looks like, it arcs over your vision with perspective.
Yes.
So, Native Americans, the ancient ones, they would look at the sky and this is what they would see. That's why they depict it in the diorama that way. But if you look at the ring that's to the far right, the smaller one, you can see that it actually goes from, because that's when it starts in your vision from southeast to southwest. So the middle one is the equinox. You see that W that's at the bottom of the corkboard? I don't know if you can see that. Okay, so from east to west, that's how it moves straight across the sky. But it still arcs, you know what I mean, at an angle. So, but it's on the equinox, it still moves east to west, but like how it's depicted on the diorama is that it's still at an angle to the perspective of the viewer, because the center of that corkboard is where the person is. That's where the person's making their observation. So they would be the center of that diorama, and so their perspective, knowing that it's going east to west directly on the equinox, and then farther past the equinox, the little arc is what is showing that it goes from southeast to southwest. But it doesn't make sense to say that it goes in a, like if you're looking top down on a surface and you draw a circle, it's that I think that's a misrepresentation of flat Earth, because of the fact that when it goes southeast to southwest, it goes opposite to like what you might think a circle would look like looking top down. So, but from your perspective, what it looks like, all we can say is that it moves just like that diorama from horizon to horizon. Because that's what a person sees with perspective. They can't tell, you know what I mean? Like the actual path of the sun. Like to see it go. Okay, so how can I put this? The horizon to horizon perspective of each viewer on Earth, it only extends to a certain distance, right? So that horizon has a limitation of view. So where you see the sun rising in the horizon from the east to the west, it's a limitation to a view. So that only, like, that diorama represents a limitation. So the limitation is not the entire Earth. It's only to the certain distance a person can resolve the sun moving across the sky from sunrise to sunset. That's all it's showing from a specific point on Earth. Hopefully I'm making some sense here, because what it's not saying is that what the sun's path is from the entire Earth. That's incorrect to say that. Yeah. Because from the perspective of the viewer, he sees it arcing in that way.
Yes.
But he can't.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah. So think about it like this. Okay, so you have one person, let's say in North America, and then you'd have somebody, let's say, I don't know, in the UK. But each person would be having their own perspective for the diorama. So from horizon to horizon, each person from the UK, somebody from the US, they'd be looking at the sun from the middle of that diorama. They'd be in the center of that. So each person would be giving their own perspective of the sun moving across the sky, arcing over their position. But if you were to say that the person in North America and the person in the UK are witnessing the sun arc over the sky, is the sun doing like an M&M? You know what I mean? Like, is it gonna do like an arc for you, and an arc for me, and an arc for someone else, and an arc for someone else? You know what I mean? Like there's a point where you start to realize that it's really catered to an individual's perspective. So it's really hard to then say what the sun is doing overall. Hopefully I'm making some sense right. Hopefully I'm making some sense right now, because what happens is we try to paint a picture. Like, this is great. It's good information to say that from a vantage point on Earth, a person can actually say what the sun looks like going from horizon to horizon. And that diorama is a great way to represent what a person sees with their perspective, from the place that they are, you know, whatever place that is on Earth. But that's what it visually represents looking like, just like that. So could we say it's a circle or maybe something else? I don't know. Like all I can say is that perfectly represents a person's perspective on Earth from whatever location they're in, from horizon to horizon. That's what I can say. That's a perfect representation of that. Whether or not it's a giant circle over the whole face of the Earth, I don't know that.
Yeah.
But I can tell you from the person's perspective, that's what it looks like. So if you want to say it this way, if you wanted to complete the circle, it would not make it would be a tiny circle, because for the person's perspective, it would only look like in their perspective that the sun's going in a small circle from horizon to horizon. You know what I mean? Look at the arc path of the sun from, like, let's say in the summertime. So that'd be the big loop on the far left. The big loop on the far left. You know what I mean? That big loop would represent what the person sees. But if you were to complete that, that would already almost be a circle right there. But what does that mean? What happens to the person over there in the UK? No, he doesn't have his own circle? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
On this diorama,
that big circle, we're what, 12 days away from right now, aren't we, or something like that?
Yeah, just about. That's 49 minutes after the hour.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had yesterday morning. I was, my top video there from 6/8/23. I had, my whole goal was I knew when the sun was, supposed to appear, and so I was sitting there waiting just to see a slim of it, because there was a lot of smoke underneath. You can kind of tell that there was a lot of things going on. Whether it was the smoke from Canada, I don't know. So I was waiting, and I was wanting to watch it. I was wanting to just leave my camera sitting there and kind of watch what it was going to do for 9 or 10 or 12 minutes. And so I had it going real good for like 5 minutes, and this guy came up, started talking to me. And it's just like he ruined the whole thing. And then he started using the F word, while the video was on. So I had my 9 or 10 minute video. I had to cut it down to this 5 minutes. And so I'm going to do it again sometime and do like 10 or 12 minutes. And just, the sun's going to be right in the middle. When it starts to show itself in the morning, I'm going to put it right in the middle of the screen. And I'm going to see what it does for, 10 or 12 minutes, as it moves up, up across the sky, how much brighter it gets. Because I noticed how much brighter it got just in like 15 minutes, because it got away from the, from the pollutants on the horizon. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get out there sometime in the next week or so and do a 10 or 12 minute thing. I might even try a time lapse just for the sake of argument. But I really love the bottom one, Mayhem, because that was at St. Joseph, and I started it right in the middle when the sun was right on the horizon, and it literally went to the right. When it became a sliver and went out of sight. I just love that little 4 minute video right there.
Yeah, what I'm doing is I want people to realize that the sky, when you're seeing things, it's really catered to your perspective, whatever location you are on Earth.
Yeah.
That's why when we talk about celestial navigation, people can actually know where they are due to the fact that they can see the stars in their positions due to the angle that gives them their ground position. Then you can know where you are on Earth. It gives you like a representation of like how close you are to landmass, and it's a great way to navigate, right? So if that is true, then everybody has a perspective of where they are on Earth to say like how close they are to whatever place. Not, I wouldn't say accurately, but they could tell you to navigate within a certain percentage, like of how close they can be. You know what I mean? Because the sky is moving at all times, so nothing up there is like staying still. Even the North Star is moving. Do you guys know this? Like, there's nothing that's actually still in the sky. Everything's moving. Even the North Star has its rotation around a small central point. That's You know what I mean? Like this is already known. I don't know if you guys know this or if I'm throwing you for a loop right now by saying that.
Nah, it wobbles a little bit. You just got to watch the thing to notice that it's everything doesn't revolve around Polaris. Polaris wobbles a little bit.
Yep.
What's fun about being on the East Coast? You know, I'm 40 miles. I have 4 or 5 beaches. What's fun about being on the East Coast of Lake Michigan is I get a look across. Obviously to Chicago when I can see it, but you can see the sun. Going more to the right or north until June 21st, which it is now. And then, after June 21st, they'll start to go south again or turn my east, where it will eventually get behind Chicago and you'll get those silhouettes that we're so famous for. And so it's really fascinating to watch the sun right now move north and then here in a few weeks start to move south again to where, I'm waiting. I don't know when it is exactly. I haven't been here that long, to when the sun will be behind Chicago so I can get a silhouette. But the nice thing is I have like 4 or 5 places along the east coast of Lake Michigan where I can move up and down, not up and down, north and south, to be able to see the silhouette for maybe a couple months because, Chicago is fixed, but the sun isn't, and I don't have to be fixed either. So it's kind of cool that maybe for 2 or 3 months in the fall I can get silhouettes of Chicago with the sun moving away behind it. This whole Lake Michigan thing is quite fascinating because you learn that you cannot determine refraction over water. It's just pretty much impossible. I don't care what any Glober says. It's just impossible. And then you throw this smoke aspect into it, and then it's really impossible. But it's just fascinating to be able to. You got your St. Joseph, Waco Beach, Warren Dunes, Union Pier, and then Michigan City actually looks out a little bit northwest, and Indiana Dunes looks out north, and so you get all these different perspectives of the sun when it's moving away or setting, on the west side of Lake Michigan.
That's what they would witness for the sun. Like here's a image of the path of the sun from like heliocentric perspective. Check this out.
Yeah. Yep. The nice thing about this server, as opposed to the other servers that allow Globers to be mods and be involved in it, is you don't got to put up with their crap in this server, which I appreciate.
What's this 8 on the globe?
Look at this.
I wonder if sometimes the sun will one day it could be there could be like a 40-degree temperature change in just a day. And so I wonder if that's the sun actually fluctuates with its heat output because it's